Welcome to Hojo Radio.
Well, you'll just know you're headed for pleasure when you take your first taste of swell Lipton tea. Because, what a world of contentment there is in every cupful. What flavor, what wide-awake flavor. No wonder the tea experts say there's only one word to describe Lipton's, and that's brisk. No wonder more folks enjoy Lipton's than any other brand of tea in the world. It's because Lipton tea never tastes dull, flat, or dreary. It's always lively and cheery. Yes, Lipton's is the world's favorite tea, and it will be your favorite, too, once you taste that brisk Lipton flavor. So be sure you try Lipton tea.
The Cavalcade of America. No history of a nation would be complete without a record of the growth of its industries, the shops and factories and laboratories that lend wings to the progress of a people. Such an enterprise is DuPont, one of America's earliest. As you listen on Wednesday evenings at this time to the Cavalcade of America presented by DuPont, we hope that you will give a thought to the pioneers of American industry, as well as to the pioneers in all other fields of endeavor. And the spirit of progress so clearly shown in these stories is the thing that inspires DuPont chemists to fulfill their pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. At the very end of this program, we have a special announcement for school teachers which may help them in their work. This evening's first story begins in the early 18th century in colonial America. Our Cavalcade Orchestra plays an English dance which is characteristic of that day. The country dance from the Nell Gwynn Suite by Edward German. in the ranks of the American cavalcade march the direct lineal descendants of the great builders of the world. The pyramids of Egypt, the public baths of Rome, the Gothic cathedrals, and now the soaring steel towers of the modern skyscraper. In 1724, the Guild of Master Craftsmen, known as the Carpenters' Company, was formed. Then, 5 years later, important business comes before the legislature of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Order. It is now in order to hear from the Special Commission for Building a State House to accommodate our Pennsylvania legislature. Mr. Hamilton, have you anything to report?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with the petition of the people of Philadelphia and the resolution of this body, I have prepared designs and plans for a building to house the legislature.
Are you ready to submit it to the Assembly for consideration?
I am, together with an amendment to the bill now pending for appropriation of money necessary to carry out the construction.
What will His Excellency permit us?
Only £2,000.
Well, at least we can begin on that.
Just as soon as the bill is enacted into law.
I move the commission be appointed trustees for building the State House according to the approved design.
Well, are we not allowed to see the plans before approval? It seems to me...
I second the motion.
The commission recommends...
Order!
Gentlemen,
Order!
On May 10, 1729, the law was enacted authorizing the construction of that group of stately buildings in Philadelphia, later known as Independence Hall. Edmund Woolley, master carpenter, and his skilled assistants, joiners, masons, plasterers, and glazers, toiled skillfully and cleverly to bring Andrew Hamilton's designs to perfect realization. But not until 7 years later is the new State House far enough advanced to begin playing its celebrated part in the history of our nation. Autumn, 1736.
Mr. Woolley, sir?
Yes, Tyson. Is it finished?
No, sir. There's one more nail.
Drive it home.
I thought it'd be more fitting, sir, for you to be the one to do that.
Why does thee think that?
When this nail is home, the new State House will be ready for the legislature. After so many years, the honor should be yours.
Oh, vanity, Tyson, sheer vanity. But give me thy hammer.
Here you are, sir.
There. 'Tis done.
Completed at last.
Only the main building, but the wings and the tower, it needs a good tower. And a bell.
I think it's wonderful just as it stands, Master Woolley. Sure, there's nothing so fine in this part of the world.
Nothing finer was being built when last I saw London.
To be master carpenter of this fine State House must make you very proud, sir.
Proud? Oh, tut, Tyson. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall.
Yes, sir, I meant no offense.
Oh, I take no offense. Thou art a good workman, and I thank thee for standing with me all these years.
6 years, sir.
Aye, so it has been.
So now I may join the Carpenters' Company.
Well, thee knows well only a master carpenter is eligible for membership in our guild.
I've been a carpenter 6 years. I'm eligible.
Why, so thee is. Oh, time is a hasty wanton.
And now I'm eligible for one thing more.
Verily? What now?
For the hand of Miss Prudence.
What? Why, my daughter's only a child. Besides, I've set my heart she'll wed with only a master craftsman.
But, sir, now I can be a master.
And thee owns the land here. And thee is not one of the Society of Friends.
I'm afraid not, sir. But I own land in England.
I like thee well, Tyson. But I could not consent to see Prudence go back to England. Or marry out of meeting.
But surely, sir, unless there is someone else that...
But it would seem there is. Yonder she comes now with young Coleman.
Bob Coleman. Why, he's an iron worker.
Aye, but a master craftsman and one of our friends' meeting.
Good morrow, Father. How does he today?
Prudence, child, I do not think it seemly for thee to be here. Soon there'll be a great crowd of people coming to watch the first sitting of the legislature here.
Their first assembly in thy building, and thee expect me to stay away? Oh, Father, I hope I have more duty to thee than not see so good a sight.
Tut, Prudence, I fear the duty is to thine own curiosity.
How does thee, Robert?
Oh, well, I thank thee.
Thee knows Tyson.
Oh, we've met before.
Your servant, sir.
We're just in time, Robert. Here come a lot of people. Oh, how bright they look, all silks and satins.
Tut, Prudence.
Well, Mr. Woolley, sir. I see you are ready for us in time.
Yes, friend Hamilton. I hope the legislature prospers well in this new meeting place.
I hope our laws are as good as our design.
Well, our work is honest and our materials sound.
It ought to grace this fair province many years. Well, look here, Benjamin.
Yes?
Look at these hinges on the doors. They are uncommon handsome, are they not?
They are more, Mr. Hamilton. They are uncommon strong. This Pennsylvania iron will make more than hinges.
I do not follow you, Benjamin.
We may not live to see it, but someday buildings will be made of iron. And wood and brick will only be the ornaments of them.
Benjamin, you think too much. Come along in. The members are taking their place.
Who were those men, friend Tyson?
Mr. Andrew Hamilton, Speaker of the Assembly.
Whose designs father and thee made into this fine building?
Yes.
And who was that man who talked of iron?
Thee heard him praise my work?
Bah, he trades in words. He is a printer.
He's a clerk of the Assembly, a Bostonian called Benjamin Franklin.
I would like to talk with him.
I would they'd rather talk with me.
Come, children, let's go in. This is an important occasion. There will be many words spoken today.
Will thee sit by me, Prudence?
No, by me if you would see better. We Carpenters had first place here today.
I'll sit between thee both, behind my father.
The Assembly of the Province of Pennsylvania will please come to order.
10 years pass. The east and west wings of the State House are finished, and the tower with its courtly staircase is topped by a fine belfry. Isaac Norris, Speaker of the Assembly, ordered a bell of 2,000 pounds to be cast in England, but when it was first rung, it cracked. Norris then ordered the metal improved and recast by Pass and Stowe of Philadelphia. In June 1753, the new bell is hoisted into place, and a great crowd has gathered in front of the State House to hear whether a good bell can be cast in the colony.
The bell is almost secure in place now.
They say it weighs a ton. Is it true that this is the first great bell to be cast in the colony?
Yes, Pass and Stowe are the first to try it. Come, Prudence. This way, dear.
But they takes me further away from the tower.
We can hear the bell better at a little distance.
I hope Father can hear it.
Oh, I'm sure he can. I remember years ago he said there'd be a tower and a bell someday.
Oh, it makes him happy to know the State House is finished at last.
Yes, it would have made him happier if you had married Coleman instead of me.
Nay, John. He's pleased now that he owns land here and comes to our meetings.
Well, as our iron-making friend Coleman says, our colony is truly a melting pot. Those are strange words friend Norris had cast on the bell.
What were they?
Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It's from the Bible, Leviticus 25:10.
Isaac Norris is a very pious man.
Perhaps he thinks he's a prophet.
Oh, they're making signals from the belfry. The bell must be in place.
We have a good view from here. Look.
In that beautiful State House 23 years later, on July 8, 1776, the American colonies determined to maintain their right to self-government, declaring they are, and of a right ought to be, free and independent. Thus, one of America's first achievements in architecture and building stands today as the shrine of American independence.
Americans are the greatest builders of modern times. The first use of steel frame construction is lost in argument of the past. We know the Tacoma building in Chicago was one of the first. Another was the Home Insurance Building in Chicago, finished in 1885. It was 10 stories high at first. Then they added 2 more just to prove the soundness of the architect's calculations. But the most famous among the first tall buildings still stands on a triangular corner where Fifth Avenue, Broadway, and 23rd Street meet in what was once the crossroads of America. There, in 1902, we find young Tommy Coleman.
Extra, all about Teddy Roosevelt using the big stick. Get your paper, Mr. Extra. Here you are, sir. Thank you, sir. Extra, all about...
Let me have a Harrow, boy.
Oh, here you are, madam. Thank you. Extra. Here you are, sir. Thank you. Extra, get your paper, Mr. Extra.
Paper, boy?
Oh, yes, sir. Held the time.
I'll take both.
Oh, gee, thank you, sir. You're just like Mr. Munsey. He always takes both.
Muncie, a customer of yours?
Yes, sir. His office is in this building. Windiest corner in New York.
Well, it is windy here, all right.
You bet it is. Everybody complains about it.
Yes, I know. Why don't you take a more sheltered beat?
Oh, I like it. I'd rather be right here than anywhere else in the world. Everybody goes by here. This place is famous.
Oh, you think so?
Think so? Say, mister, don't you know where you are? This is the Flatiron Building.
I thought it was called the Fuller Building.
Nobody around here calls it that anymore, because it looks like a tall flatiron, 20 stories high. A regular skyscraper, ain't it?
Why, yes, I guess it almost is.
Almost? Say, mister, you ought to see the clouds rushing by it on a stormy day. Then you'd know.
You seem to like this crazy building.
I do. I saw it go up. I sold papers to all the fellas that worked on it. Someday when I grow bigger, I'm going to build one myself.
Oh, you want to be an architect?
What, me? Stick indoors over a desk? No, sir, not me. I'm going to be a steel worker. It's the steel gangs that build things like this.
By George, you're right. What's your name, son?
Tommy Coleman.
Do your people live near here?
My folks used to live in Philadelphia. Only they don't live anywhere now. They're...
I see. Well, we're from the same state. I'm from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, myself.
Oh, Pennsylvania does?
That's right.
But the big cities are the only ones that have skyscrapers.
Yes, and we're planning lots of others.
Gee, I wish I could get a job working near one of them. I like to see them go up.
Well, maybe you can. Here's my card. Come see me at my office. I might help you get a job.
Well, thanks. You bet I will, Mr. Dingleberg.
That's right.
Oh, you're an architect.
Yes.
Do you know much about skyscrapers?
Not much yet, son. I've only worked on one tall one.
But there's only the... Say, did you build the Flatiron Building?
Well, I used to think so, but maybe now I'd better say I just planned it.
You thought of it and figured it all out.
Don't forget to look me up, Tommy.
Thanks, Mr. Dingleberg. I won't forget. Gee, as if I... And he built this.
Paper, boy.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Extra paper. Get your paper right here on the windiest corner.
As the years went on, young Tommy Coleman became a steel worker, caught hot rivets in a bucket high above the sidewalks of New York, until finally, in 1930, we find him talking with his wife.
Oh, Tom, I've made you late, and you a gang boss.
Well, that's all right, dear. My gang will be on the job, all right. Now, you go on home and take it easy.
But my job.
Well, you telephone them you can't come back.
But I can't quit my job.
Well, you've got to quit it, dear. The doctor said you couldn't work another day. Now, no more talk. I'm late, darling. You will go home, won't you?
Yes, Tom. If you'll feel better about it.
Oh, I will feel better. The doctor says you're sick, Mary. You've got to take it easy. I hate to scare you, dear, but gee, I don't know how I'd get along without you.
Is it as bad as that?
Yeah. Gosh, how that building does grow. More than a story every day.
What are they going to call it?
The Empire State.
It'll be tall as any of them, won't it?
Oh, it'll be much taller. It'll be the tallest building in the world. And I'm helping to build it. Well, here's the hoist, dear. I got to go up with the next load.
Good luck, Tom.
It'll be okay if you do just as I tell you, darling. Go on home and take it easy.
I will.
now.
Yeah, glory be. Ever got to go all the way down to the 46th floor for a cup of hot coffee?
No, they got a cafeteria now on the 64th.
But we only put that up the day before yesterday.
Well, keep your eye on it, buddy. Maybe Al Smith will have an office there by Monday.
Remember when we ate in the first shack? The cafeteria, as the boss calls it. Way back on the 3rd?
Yeah, and how we thought we was getting somewhere when we got hot coffee, and on the 21st?
Yeah, and now look at the blame thing.
And we ain't done yet. Say, boss, the steel's coming in from all over the place.
From 4 mills.
Say, this new lot is from Pennsylvania. Ain't that where you come from, boss?
Yeah, my folks have been making iron and steel there a long time.
They sure ship it in fast. Right on time to the minute.
Well, they better if we're going to make our schedule.
All you think of is driving your gang. Ain't we the best gang in New York?
Yeah. How about the Eagle Gang?
Well, maybe next to the Eagle Gang.
Hey, what's got you so set on finishing up this job so quick anyway? We're doing 1 whole floor a day now.
We've got to have this building finished ahead of renting season.
Oh, renting season. Is that all that's been worrying you, boss?
No, not exactly. As a bonus.
Yeah, I guess we could all use that.
I got a use for it, all right.
Nothing to be gloomy about. Hey, you used to be a cheerful guy. You ain't cracked a smile since the day you was late. Hey, funny you being late. Lord knows you're tough enough on the rest of us.
Hey, you better eat more and talk less if you want to get filled up before that whistle.
Hot coffee goes pretty good now. Think we'll be finished before cold weather?
Yeah, almost to the top now. We can't finish any too soon for me.
Nor me. I need a vacation. Where are you going, boss?
I'm not going anywhere. My wife.
Yeah? Where are you sending her?
Up to medical center.
Oh, the medical center. I work on that job. Good job, lots of steel. But it's a heck of a place for a vacation.
Shut up, you. Can't you see it ain't no picnic?
Yeah, that's right, boys. It's an operation. She's got to have it or she'll die.
Gee, that's tough. I didn't know. Guess it costs a lot of dough, eh?
You said it, Tony. Plenty. That's why I want to beat the record and get part of that bonus.
Well, you can count on us, boss.
Every gang of it.
Oh, thanks, boys.
All right. Come on, boys. Let's go. Up they went, 1 story a day, until near the top they reached a speed of 14 stories in 10 days, with the stoneworkers and bricklayers only a short distance below them. 3,400 men at work above half a city block. The top rivet nearly a quarter of a mile above the sidewalk. 60,000 tons of steel put in place in only 6 months. 102 stories high, a record for all time. The rivet gangs and their bosses deserve their reward for work well done. But for Tom Coleman, it means an anxious vigil at the New York Medical Center.
Nurse.
Yes?
Will it be much longer?
Oh, it hasn't been long.
Seems long to me.
I think they're bringing her out now.
Oh. Well, Doctor. Doctor.
Oh, you mustn't go in.
Oh, but I gotta go in.
Wait here, please. It might be fatal.
All right. I'll wait.
They're going to take her back to her room.
Can I see her as she goes by?
Yes, but stand back, please. They're bringing her out.
She looks so still.
She's still under the anesthetic.
Was the operation all right?
The surgeon's in the operating room. You can ask him.
You mean I can go in there?
Yes.
Doctor. Doctor.
Yes?
My wife, will she live?
Of course she will. The operation was a success. In time, she should recover full health.
Oh, say. Yeah, that's great, isn't it? Thanks, Doctor. Thank you.
Excuse me, please.
Oh, look out, look out. Don't bump into that tray of instruments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Perhaps you'd be interested to see the instrument that did the trick. This one.
You mean that little knife? That's the thing that saved my wife?
Yes. New technique, especially for this delicate operation.
Oh, I see. Do you mind, can I see it?
Certainly, but be careful.
Yes. This little gadget. Look, will you? Doggone it, it's made of steel.
Workers in steel, raising high against the stars new temples for a newer and finer life. Brave, hardy men with a noble heritage, builders of an empire in the sky, builders of steel tools to cut our way into the secrets of the future. Builders of steel, we salute you, heroes of the American cavalcade.
Those of you who have visited New York or have seen pictures of that great example of modern steel construction, the Empire State Building, know how nobly it stands, gleaming against the sky. The shining metal used on the outside of the Empire State Building is stainless steel, an alloy of steel with a high amount of chromium in it. And one reason why it has such a smooth, mirror-like surface is that it was pickled after the steel was rolled into sheets. Now, most of us think of pickling as something connected with onions or cucumbers or pig's feet. But the word has an important meaning in the iron and steel business, in fact, in all metal manufacturing. It describes the process by which metal objects are cleaned of the scale and rust that accumulates on their surfaces during the earlier stages of manufacture. This is important, not merely for the sake of appearance and to make it possible for the metal to take a finish, but especially to prevent corrosion and wear. Before the year 1800, when the chemistry of metallurgy was relatively undeveloped, fermented barley water was used for this cleaning purpose, and it took a long time. Then someone started to use acids, and today various acids, sulfuric, muriatic, nitric, and hydrofluoric, are used, each having its special place and use. Most iron and steel is pickled with sulfuric acid. The stainless steel we just spoke of is pickled with a mixture of these acids. Now, in a great skyscraper, all of the galvanized piping and conduits, all of the copper and brass, the iron stairways, and the steam radiators, not to mention all of the metal furniture in the offices, have to be pickled before they're finished for use. Steel auto bodies, which have to be smoothed to take a fine finish, are another example of pickling. And I'm sure you've all seen suspension bridges, like the famous George Washington Bridge, with their great cables of wire rope. This wire rope is galvanized, too. And before it can be galvanized, it must undergo a pickling process. The acids I mentioned a short while ago are simply names to most people, but now we see how important they are to industry and to building. These acids are made by DuPont and supplied to industries the country over. The story of their usefulness serves as a good example of DuPont's phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. Now we have a special message for school teachers. So many teachers of history and English and dramatics, as well as principals of schools, have written us about the interest they and their pupils take in the Cavalcade of America and how helpful the programs are in connection with classwork in these subjects, that we shall call attention from time to time to forthcoming broadcasts. Next week's program, entitled Speed of Words, deals with the progress of communication from the days of clipper ships and the Pony Express to the present day of radio. We urge teachers to recommend it to the students. Next week, at this same time, the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Go first by long distance.
Excuse me, can you tell me where the Conleys live?
Yes, in the White House at the end of the block, on the right. But I'm not sure they're home.
Oh, we called them long distance. They're expecting us. Thank you.
A long-distance call to friends you plan to visit this summer makes good sense. It will save you driving miles and miles, then finding no one at home. Call ahead to make sure of reservations, too. Wherever you go, go first by long distance. Rates are low. Why not call now?
Hojo Radio, We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Say, Idaho. Yeah, kid? My back feels broken riding on the floor of this empty boxcar.
You'll get used to it, kid. You'll get used to it.
Oh, no, not me. Maybe you're going to go on being a hobo all your life, but not me.
Huh?
I got big ideas.
What kind of big ideas?
I'm going to be a big shot someday, Idaho.
Big shot?
Yeah. When I do, I'm going to ride the cushions in a Pullman car. First class.
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Russ Wilson of the Des Moines Tribune goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the exciting and authentic story of the case of the ambitious hobo.
You are Russ Wilson, and right now you hang your hat in the city room of a California newspaper. But actually, you're from out where the tall corn grows, in Iowa. For years, you worked for the Des Moines Tribune as a crime reporter, and it was with the Tribune that you finally nailed down your big story. It really began some 250 miles south of Des Moines, in a little home in Kansas City.
Freddie, you listen to me. Don't leave home again. Stay here.
Sorry, Mom, but I'm through hanging around the house being a burden to you.
The last time you left home, you were gone 2 years. I never even knew where you were or what you did. I worry about you, son. You're only a boy.
That's the trouble. That's what everybody thinks. Everyone around here still calls me Babyface. Babyface Freddie Berle. But I'm no kid anymore, see? Even if I look it. I'm 21. And I can't just sit around here and watch you work to support me.
Son, if you stay home, there are plenty of jobs.
Not my kind of jobs. I want to be rich, famous. I want to own a big car, a big house, have 10 suits of clothes. I want to make sure you never have to work again, Mom. I want people to turn around and look at me when I walk down the street and hear them say, "There goes Freddie Berle, the big shot."
I wish your father was alive. I wish he was here to advise you. I don't know what to do. I can only say I think you're making a terrible mistake.
Oh, no, I'm not. It's like in those stories you used to read me when I was a kid. I've got to go out and seek my fortune. You wouldn't stand in my way, would you, Mom?
No, son. If that's what you want, I won't try to stop.
Oh, now you're talking. Mom, I hate to ask you this, but I'm going to need some money to get started on my trip. How about that $20 you got saved up for that washing machine you were going to buy? Oh, I know. It's all you have, and I feel like a heel asking you for it, honest, but...
You don't have to ask me for it, Freddie. It's yours.
It'll be daylight in an hour, Idaho. When's this here freight train get to Des Moines?
This is a highball freight, kid. She's been hitting the high iron ever since we jumped aboard at Kansas City. We're in the outskirts of Des Moines now. We've played in luck.
Why, Idaho?
Brakeman hasn't been around to bother us the whole trip. Once we hit the yard, she'll slow down. We'll drop off this boxcar.
And after that?
After that, I'll take you to the Hobo jungle and introduce you to some of the other bulls riding this territory.
Well, it can't come too soon for me. My back's broken riding on this boxcar floor. Someday when I get rich, Idaho, I'm going to ride the cushions on the Pullman cars. First class.
Still think you're going to be a big shot, huh, kid?
I got my mind set on it.
Yeah, and stay away from the road. Don't go getting cinders in your blood, train whistles ringing in your ears like I did. It ain't the life for a kid like you.
You expect to be a bum all your life, Idaho?
Not a bum, kid. A hobo.
What's the difference?
Plenty. Bum's a tramp. He won't work. He'll steal. Hobo's different. He'll work if he has to. And he's got respect for the law. Hey, kid.
Yeah?
Trouble coming up. The brakeman's coming.
Where?
He's on the catwalk 2 cars ahead. Get away from the door, kid. The brakeman will be on the roof of this boxcar in a minute.
Oh, what of it?
If he sees us, he'll throw us off this train.
Oh, no, he won't, Idaho.
He won't?
You heard me.
What do you mean, kid?
I mean this, Idaho.
Where'd you get that knife?
KC. A Bowie knife, they call it. And if that breaky sticks his head through this car door, I'll cut it off for him.
Kid, wait a minute. What's come over you? Put that knife away.
Shut up, Idaho. I'll take care of this.
You shut up. The breaky's on the roof of this car now.
If he looks in, I'll shove this knife right through him. Oh. He's gone.
Yeah. He's gone, kid. Now you're gone.
Hey, Idaho, what's the idea? What do you think you're doing with that iron bar?
Get off this train, kid.
Well, wait a minute, Idaho.
You had me fooled with that baby face of yours. Now I know what kind of a big shot you want to be. You want to be a big shot like Dillinger or Legs Diamond.
Yeah, what of it?
You're a killer, kid. I don't want to be traveling around with a killer. We part company here and now. Get off this freight, kid.
Why, I'll let you have this knife
you
right through
try
you.
anything, kid, and you'll get this iron bar right across your face. Go on, jump.
Okay, Idaho. I'll jump. But I'll be seeing you. Hey, mister. Give me a lift?
Maybe. Let me get a good look at you first. Don't like to pick up strangers when it's dark like this unless... Why, you're only a kid. Okay, hop in.
Gee, thanks.
Now, what are you doing outside of Des Moines at 5 in the morning?
Oh, just hitchhiking around.
Got the itchy foot, huh?
Guess so.
I had it, too, before I got married. My name's Carl Andrews.
I'm Freddie Bell.
I'm glad to know you, Freddie.
This sure is a beautiful car.
Yep, brand new, and it's got every gadget in the book. Custom made, too.
Is it your car?
Mine? Oh, no. What would I be doing owning a car like this? I work for a garage, just delivering the car to the guy who owns it. He's a bank president in Des Moines.
So it belongs to a big shot, huh?
That's right.
This is the kind of car I'm going to drive.
Well, I wish you luck, kid. I hope you do someday.
I'm not talking about someday, pal. I mean now.
Huh?
I'm going to start right in being a big shot now.
What are you talking about?
This.
Well, I'll be... Put that knife away, kid.
Pull over to the side of the road, pal. I'm taking over.
Have you gone crazy?
Stop the car and pull over to the side. What, do I have to carve you up?
You wouldn't dare use that knife. Not a kid like you.
Oh, wouldn't I, pal? Wouldn't I? I've been waiting for a chance like this.
You're bluffing, kid. There's a state police barracks down the highway and... No! No, kid, no!
You asked for it.
Give me that wheel!
Give me that!
You, Russ Wilson of the Des Moines Tribune, get the murder flash shortly after dawn. You hightail it to the scene, and when you get there, you find the usual crowd. Radio patrolmen, detectives, deputy coroner, just plain citizens, and Officer James Hodge of the Iowa State Bureau of Investigation. You take a long look at the body, and then you manage to get Officer Hodge over to one side.
Any identification on the dead man yet, Hodge?
It's a garage mechanic named Carl Andrews.
Anything else?
What do you mean?
Any more information I can use for a story?
Look, Wilson, according to everything I read, newspaper reporters and private detectives are real bright guys. They always capture the criminal single-handed. Professional cops, just a dope, wouldn't know a clue if he saw one. So, why don't you get your own information,
Frankly, I wouldn't know how. I've never captured a criminal in my life.
Well, you probably think you could.
I know very well I couldn't. What's the matter, Hodge? Got a big hate on reporters? One of us spell your name wrong or something?
All right. So I got out of bed on the wrong side this morning. What do you want to know?
Just the regular stuff. The motive for this murder, for instance. Robbery, I suppose.
You suppose wrong. Andrews had $50 on him. Killer didn't even touch it.
That's funny. The killer wasn't interested in money. What did he want?
You figure that out, reporter. Let me know.
How about revenge? Maybe Andrews was riding with someone he knew, a personal enemy.
Unlikely. Check with the people in Andrews' garage. They said he didn't have an enemy in the world.
Then you haven't got an awful lot to go on, have you?
Enough to catch the killer.
What?
Fingerprints.
Fingerprints? Well, I thought
I know. Just like in detective stories. Only sometimes killers really do leave fingerprints. This one did. He was smart enough to wipe them off the steering wheel, but in his hurry to make a getaway, forgot to wipe them off the door handle. We'll probably know who he is within a few hours.
City desk, Russ Wilson. I'm calling from headquarters. Those fingerprints belong to a kid named Freddie Berle. He served a term in jail out west for armed robbery. Police expect to pick him up any hour now.
But the police don't pick him up. A day passes. 2, 3. The manhunt hits high gear. Goes out of the state, nationwide. You follow it close. Write story after story. The Tribune is flooded with tips. You track them down, find them worthless. And then, days later, when the authorities are just about ready to concede a clean getaway, you get a phone call.
Hello?
Is this Russ Wilson?
Yeah?
I've been reading those stories you wrote on the Carl Andrews murder case, and I got a tip on the killer.
Who's this?
Never mind. You want that tip on the killer, or don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Meet me at the Hobo's Jungle near the freight yards, midnight tonight.
The Hobo's Jungle?
That's right. And Wilson.
Yeah?
Just a word of warning. Don't talk to the cops, and come along.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story. But first, a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to pell-mell?
Four notes notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now back to our narrator, Bob Sloan, and tonight's big story.
You, Russ Wilson of the Des Moines Tribune, have a date with a mysterious voice on the telephone. Your rendezvous? A hobo jungle near the freight yards at midnight. Your mission? To find a killer. When you cross the tracks in the darkness and head for the clearing they call the hobo's jungle, you're scared plenty. Somewhere in the distance you hear a train. And right now you wish you were on that train. You wish you were anywhere but where you are. But you keep on walking. And finally, you hit the jungle itself, where the hobos camp. You see the ashes of the cooking fires, bits of cast-off clothing, and tin cans littered about. And you keep on walking.
Wilson?
Hello. Oh, it's so dark here.
You're right on time.
Who are you?
Your name's Jones, Idaho Jones. I'm a hobo.
Why did you want me to meet you out here?
I figured it was safer for me. If I met you in town, it'd be too easy for you to turn me over to the cops if you didn't believe my story.
I see. You said over the phone that you had a tip on the Carl Andrews murder.
Yeah.
What's the tip?
I seen the killer about 7 o'clock this evening.
You saw Freddie Berle?
Yep. Baby face and all.
Where?
Right here where you're standing.
You mean he's right here in Des Moines?
He was.
How'd you spot him?
Along about dark tonight, me and another beau started to burn some kindling to cook up some coffee and slum. I remember it had started to rain. My friend was telling about other hobo jungles.
You know, Idaho, the best one I ever seen was off the DL&W near Scranton. It was built against the clay bank to keep out the wind, and there was...
Whitey, hold it.
What's the matter, Idaho?
Somebody's coming.
Yeah.
I wonder if you two guys could deal me in a little stew. Oh, it's you, Idaho.
Yeah, it's me, Freddie.
Who's this baby face, Idaho?
Freddie Bell. Knifed a guy to death near here a couple of weeks ago.
Look, Idaho, I didn't do
That
it.
ain't what the Des Moines papers say, kid.
They're lying. I tell you I didn't.
Don't lie to me, kid. I know you did it.
How do you know? What makes you think I did it?
Carl Andrews was murdered at 4:30, like this reporter Wilson in the Tribune says. And at 4 o'clock, you jumped the freight we was traveling right about the place where Andrews was killed. You were carrying a knife, and you were in a killing mood. Well?
Okay, so I knifed him. So I'm on the lam. Look, guys, I'm taking the next freight south for Kansas City. All I want's a little stew.
Beat it, kid.
But I'm a hobo like the two of you.
Oh, no, you're not, kid. You're a killer. Now, beat it. And if you're going to KC, don't try to go by freight.
What do you mean?
He means not to ride the rods of boxcars. That's hobo law. Jungle law. If you're going to Kansas City, you'll have to hit the highway. It's rides by car.
Wait a minute, wise guys. You can't tell me how to travel.
Can't we, kid?
If any hobo catches you on a freight, he'll throw you off the train. That's the law. We don't want any killers riding the rails.
Brings the cops down too quick.
The highway's about a mile east of here. Now beat it, kid. Get going. That's the story, Mr. Wilson. It's the last I saw of baby-faced Bell, but it looked to me like he was still carrying a knife and still figuring on using it.
Did you call me right after he left?
Yeah.
That means he got about a 5-hour start. You think he's heading to Kansas City?
Right.
Why did you tip me off to this, Idaho?
Well, when the cops find out Freddie Bell's a hobo, they'll raid this jungle, close it up. I figured if I tipped them off through you, they might let us hobos alone, maybe. You see what I mean, Wilson?
Sure, Idaho, sure. I see what you mean. Come on. I want you to tell this story to a friend of mine. All set with those pictures, Hodge?
Yep. Got 7 different photographs here on my desk. Every one of them out of the rogues gallery, with the names blanked out.
And Freddie Bell's picture is one of them.
Right. This hobo picks it, we'll know he's not talking through his hat. We'll know that he's seen the right man. Yeah. Much as I hate to admit it, this was a good idea of yours, reporter.
Thanks. I'll let him in now. Morning, Idaho.
What's this all about, Wilson?
Take it easy, take it easy. We just want to see whether you can pick Freddie Bell from these pictures.
Go ahead, Idaho. Pick it out. Which one of these pictures is Freddie Bell?
This here one, this picture, the third from the left. That's Freddie Bell. I'd know him anywhere.
Well, Jim?
He's right, reporter. That does it.
Good. What now?
First, I'm going to send out a general alarm. Notify all road patrols and police between here and Kansas City.
Fine. That'll give me a chance to phone in a lead. I can just make my addition. After that, where do we go from here?
For a ride along the highway to Kansas City.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm on my way to Kansas City, hitchhiking. I'm hungry. I wonder if you could spare me a meal.
Why, it's a shame, nice-looking boy like you going hungry. Come in, come in.
Gee, thanks, ma'am. You're swell. You remind me of my mother.
Did you notify the police immediately after you heard that Freddie Bell was in this area, Mrs. Henshaw?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hodge. But I don't believe that this boy who had a meal right here in my house was the killer at all.
Why don't you believe it, Mrs. Henshaw?
Why, he seemed like a nice boy, and he had such a kind face.
How's chances on a ride in your truck, driver?
Oh, I don't know. We're not supposed to take any riders. Where you going?
Kansas City?
Well, you look like a nice kid, and you're a long way from home. Come ahead. Hop in.
Where did you pick up this kid in your truck, driver?
Right outside of St. Joe, Mr. Hodge. But when the state troopers put up that roadblock and looked into my truck, the kid was gone.
Well, that's that. Let's go, Hodge.
If you ask me, Mr. Wilson, you two are barking up the wrong tree.
Are we? Why?
Why, that kid was clean cut, a regular fella. He didn't look anything like a killer to me.
Let me in, Mom. Let me in.
Freddie.
Shut the door quick.
Freddie, the police were here. They told me about what you'd done.
Look, I haven't got much time, Mom. Cook up something for me to eat. Something to take along. Sandwiches, anything. I gotta get some clothes and get out of here in a hurry.
Freddie, why did you do it? Why did you
Will you stop gabbing and get busy? I'm on the lam, see?
Freddie,
they're after me, breathing on my neck.
Freddie, where are you going? Where can you go?
I'm gonna get me a job somewhere. Some place where they won't look for me. With the railroad, maybe, working on a section gang.
Don't do it, son. Give yourself up.
Have you gone nuts?
But you've got to give yourself up. You killed a man. You're a murderer.
Yeah. Ain't that something, Mom? You're the mother of a big shot now. A big shot like Blake's Diamond, Dillon, to the rest of them. I got my picture in the papers. Reporters writing stories about me.
A real public enemy. Okay, now, Mom. Get me that grub. I gotta beat it.
Still following the trail, you and Hodge check with the railroads and find that they're hiring section gangs at Liberty, Missouri, about 20 miles out of Kansas City. On a chance, you show up at the employment shack, and sure enough, the timekeeper tells you he's hired a new man. And just as you walk out in the freight yard, you see baby-face Freddie Bell. There's a hotshot freight train coming through, southbound, and Jim Hodge draws his gun and yells,
"Hey, you, Bell! Come in with your hands up!"
Oh, yeah? Try death me!
Hodge, he's making a run for it. He's going to try and catch that freight.
He's not gonna make it. Okay, Bill. Try these bracelets on for size.
Could have made it. I could have made it, see?
No, why didn't you, babyface? Afraid he might have gotten you with a second shot?
A lot different when you're on the receiving end, isn't it, kid? All right, let's go, Wilson. Right. We get the flyer back to Des Moines. We hurry.
The flyer? Ain't that a Pullman?
That's right, babyface. Why?
That's funny. That's real funny.
What's so funny?
When I was riding the boxcars, I swore that someday I'd be a big shot and ride the Pullman first class. And here I am, a big shot with my picture in all the papers. And riding a Pullman car first class. Just as I said I would.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Russ Wilson with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Russ Wilson of the Des Moines Tribune.
Youthful killer in tonight's big story was brought to trial, convicted of murder, and sentenced to life imprisonment in the Iowa State Penitentiary. 10 years later, he made a daring escape from prison, but after several weeks at liberty, he voluntarily returned to jail and is now serving out his sentence. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. The makers of Pall Mall famous cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall famous cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Nashville Banner. Byline, Marshall Morgan. A big story about two penniless parents and a reporter who saw to it that two children got what they wanted for Christmas.
Being a Lux girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
Stay tuned to Hojo Radio.
Maxwell House Coffee presents Good News of 1938. Another hour behind the scenes in Hollywood, brought to you by the makers of Maxwell House Coffee from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, home of the screen's greatest stars. Tonight you will hear Robert Montgomery, Frank Morgan, Fanny Bryce and Hanley Stafford, Rita Johnson, Gabby Hartnett of the Chicago Cubs baseball team, Louis Stone, Mickey Rooney, and Connie Boswell. And in the concert hall, Meredith Wilson will play the world's most beloved march. See if you can guess what it'll be. And now, here's your host for this evening, Mr.
Just a minute, son. I'll take charge. Yes, just a minute, son. I'll take charge.
Well, Mr. Morgan, I understood that Meredith Wilson was to be master of ceremony.
Wilson? You're new here, aren't you, son?
No, sir.
Well, would you like to keep your job?
Yes, sir.
Well, you just watch me, young fellow, and you won't make any mistakes. Ladies and gentlemen, in the absence of my very dear friend Bob Taylor, I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that your host for this evening will be none other than that beloved screen star, Frank Morgan. Yes. You may applaud if you wish. You can...
well, you're doing fine, Mr. Morgan.
Thanks, son. What's your name?
Ted Pearson?
Yes, well, stick around, Ted. Do you know Bob Taylor?
Why, yes, sir. I know quite a bit about him.
Well, Ted, we won't talk about that. I happen to know that Bob Taylor is a very nice fellow. You can forget all that stuff about his cheating at cards.
I never heard about that, sir.
Well, I'm telling you now. Taylor is not exactly a card cheat. At least all those stories have certainly been exaggerated. He's a darn good fellow, and he's got a heart as big as a mouse. I mean, a house. And I'm not going to stand here and listen to you slander him. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Well, all right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I can think of no finer way to add to Bob Taylor's happiness this evening than by putting this program over with a bang. He'll be thrilled no end when he hears you applauding his old friend, Frank Morgan. Yeah. Now, it's obvious to me we'll have to have some way of coordinating this applause. Suppose we arrange a little signal. I'll give you the signal, and then you applaud. Now, here's the signal. And remember, you're really applauding for Bob, not me. Now, let's try it. Oh, you've got them now, Mr. Morgan. Sure, now we're ready to start the program. Oh, Meredith.
All right, here we go.
Here we go where? Tell me the name of your first number so I can introduce you, Meredith.
Oh, no, Frank. I'm taking Taylor's place tonight.
Oh, no, you don't, Meredith. Why, do you think I went to all that trouble?
All what trouble?
Well,
it just happened that Bob Taylor has a heavy shooting schedule, and I've been appointed master of ceremonies for tonight.
Now, don't be naive, Meredith. Who do you think arranged that shooting schedule? I'm no fool.
Frank, you can't handle this program, and that's all there is to it.
Meredith, haven't I always been a good friend of yours?
Well, Frank, since you mention it, no.
Well,
you know darn well you told everyone I gave you a rubber check.
Why, Meredith, that's not true. I just told them that my car had a flat tire last week, and if I hadn't had your check, I wouldn't have been able to repair it. It's awful the way people get things twisted.
Well, just the same, I'm not going to let you be the master of ceremonies tonight.
No?
Why? The people don't take you seriously. You have to be impressive.
Impressive. That's the way. Why, Meredith, I can make this entire audience applaud with their hands just by making a sound.
Oh, you can, eh?
Yes. Well, listen now.
Well, I'll be hornswoggled.
Yeah.
I'll bet it was an accident.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, I've got to take my hat off to you, Frank. How do you do it?
Well, it's my personality, that's all. Can I help it if I'm electric? Why, audiences all over the world have been thrilled by the mere...
Excuse me, Mr. Morgan.
What is it, son?
Well, about that applause signal you arranged with the audience.
Aha.
The engineer says you'll have to get a different signal because the percussion on the dial is...
Just step outside, will you, please? Now, the first thing you have to learn in radio is discretion. You see, you get this...
Ladies and gentlemen, the orchestra starts the program with Merrily We Live, from the picture of the same name.
Like the love and laughter, for now and ever after, a girl, a boy, a kid.
family. We never fret or fuss. It's all the same to us. Merrily we live. Every day is sunny May Day, a bright and gay day. How well we know. Martin never in his May Day put on a finer show. Isn't this a sweet dream? When up you walk your feet dream and just between us two. It's not a dream, it's true. Merrily we live.
We come to that troublesome child we've all learned to like so well, Baby Snooks. Hurry up with my tuxedo pants, Mother. I don't want to be late for the banquet.
What you doing, Daddy?
I'm getting dressed, Snooks, and it's time you were in bed.
Where you going?
To a banquet. Now, run along. I have to rehearse my speech while I'm getting dressed, and I don't want any interruptions.
All right.
You got to memorize this thing, and I don't want to make any bonus. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Daddy.
What?
Who are you talking to?
Nobody.
Do you feel all right, Daddy?
Yes, I'm just practicing.
Practicing what?
My speech. Now, go down and get my pants.
All right, Daddy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Daddy.
Now, what is it?
Why are you saying thank you?
Because that's what I have to say.
But I didn't get your pants yet.
I'm not saying it to you. I'm saying it to the people.
What people?
At the banquet.
Can they hear you?
No.
You sure you feel all right, Daddy?
Yes.
And why are you saying it?
For their applause.
I didn't hear any.
Why, of course you didn't. But they'll applaud when I get up, and I'll have to thank them.
Oh. Why?
Because I'm the guest of honor. Now go and get my trousers and then go to bed.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Toastmaster, members of the Bar Association, ladies and gentlemen, I'm indeed honored this evening that
Daddy?
Snooks, haven't you gone yet?
No, I want to watch.
Watch what?
I want to watch you make the funny faces in the mirror.
I'm not making any funny faces. I'm rehearsing my speech, I told you.
Is that what you're going to do?
Yes.
In front of all those people?
Yes.
Without your pants?
Yes. No. Will you be quiet?
Uh-huh.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Toastmaster, members of the Bar Association, ladies and gentlemen, I come to you...
What's a chairman, Daddy?
A chairman is a man who sits in a chair.
Oh. Daddy?
Now what is it?
Does the Toastmaster sit on the toast?
No. And I don't want to be bothered by you anymore. Now, I'll go to bed.
I won't bother you, Daddy.
Well, all right. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Toastmaster, members of the Bar Association, ladies and gentlemen, I'm indeed honored this evening...
You said that before, Daddy.
I know I did, but I've got to learn it.
Why?
So I can say it.
But you just said it.
I mean to the people.
What people?
At the banquet.
Daddy?
Oh, what do you want?
What's a banquet?
It's a dinner the Bar Association is giving for me.
Are you hungry?
No.
Then why are they giving you your dinner?
Because after 12 years, I've just been made an officer.
Didn't they give you any dinner before?
No.
Oh, then you must be hungry.
Oh, this dinner isn't like any ordinary dinner.
Don't they have food there?
Oh, of course they do.
Well, what's the difference?
I'm not going to stand here and explain to you. Snooks, leave this room so I can learn my speech.
What speech?
The speech I'm making to the Bar Association.
Who's that?
It's an organization that lawyers belong to.
Are you a lawyer, Daddy?
Oh, you know I am.
Then Judge Green is a monkey.
Snooks, what are you saying?
That's what he said to his wife.
Who said?
Judge Green. I was playing with his little girl yesterday.
Well?
And the judge said if Higgins is a lawyer, I'm a monkey.
Oh, he did he? Well, never mind about that. Now, you go to bed. I'll show him.
You ain't sick, are you, Daddy?
No, I'm not.
Then why are you putting your socks on your head?
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing.
Why?
Because you're driving me crazy. Now, get out of here and let me learn my speech. Mr. Toast Chair and Barman of the Men's Association. I don't know what I'm saying.
Daddy?
Are you here again? I told you to go to bed.
I gotta get your pants, ain't I?
No, leave me alone. I'll get my own pants.
Do you know where he lives?
Who?
The man.
What man?
The man with the jelly apple.
Oh, what do I care about the man with the jelly apples? I want my tuxedo pants.
Well, he's got them.
Who's got them?
The man with the jelly apple.
You were supposed to take my pants to Taylor.
But Taylor, he didn't have any jelly apple.
Oh, good heavens. Did you really give my tuxedo pants away for a jelly apple?
Uh-huh.
Snooks, this is one time I'm really going to give you a sound thrashing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy.
Oh, what's the use? Now listen, Snooks. I don't want anything like this ever to happen again. You realize what an awful thing it was to give away my pants for that jelly apple, don't you?
Yes, Daddy.
You do? Oh, why was it wrong?
Because the apple had a worm in it.
And now, folks, I sort of feel a song coming on. I've just gargled, and I've done my meat. Well, what's the matter here? This is mutiny. I don't, Meredith. What? Well, it looks like they want you, Connie. All right, you go ahead.
Nico J, pull away your pitchfork, pull away your rake, hallelujah. We all is blind, swinging in the corn. Hey, Daniel Boone, pick up your guitar, flunk us out of tune, hallelujah. We all is blind, swinging in the corn. Mammy and Pap will do the big apple, Farmer Brown will truck on down, and even Ebenezer, that old geezer, he's gonna kick this song around. Land sakes alive, everybody jam, everybody jive, hallelujah. We all is blind, swinging in the corn.
Reuben, I've been thinking.
Let's go swinging in the corn.
Hallelujah with the turkey and the straw, and the hay and the little come along, go swinging in the corn.
Getting tired of swinging in my rocking chair. Wanna swing in the corn where I can get me some mail. Brother, listen to this, the show you're born. You'll have the time of your life while swinging in the corn. Come on while the weather's clear. We won't have this corn all year. Swing your partner from ear to ear. Come on there, Brother Wilson. Pick it up right from here. We don't fight, don't you no more. All fighting days are through. And now the thing to do is swinging in the corn. Oh, Chico J, put away your pitchfork, put away your rake. Hallelujah. We all is blind, swinging in the corn. Hey, Daniel Boone, pick up your guitar, flunk us out of tune.
Hallelujah.
We all is blind, swinging in the corn.
Hallelujah.
Mammy and Pap will do the big apple, Farmer Brown will truck on down. Even Ebenezer, that old geezer, he's gonna kick this song around.
And sakes alive, everybody jam and everybody jive.
Thank you, Meredith. You and the boys got in some pretty good licks yourselves.
Well, spring is in the air, and as most of the baseball fans know, the Chicago Cubs are doing their spring training out here, out on Catalina Island. And so, to please you fans who want to know what's going on, we've brought to our program tonight a gentleman who's long been a mainstay of the Chicago Cubs, the dean of the Major League Catchers, Mr. Gabby Hartnett.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson. Thanks, everybody.
It's great to have you here, because I've been hearing some rumors that I want you to correct for me.
Yeah?
Yeah. I understand that some folks are trying to start propaganda to the effect that the National League is washed up.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, don't get me wrong, Gabby. I don't believe it either. But I just wanted to get your slant on it.
Sorry, pal. But when I hear that rumor, I wish I had a ball bat in my hand. National League washed up. Did you see what we did to the White Sox right here in Los Angeles on Tuesday and Wednesday?
Well, I know you Cubs have been a little rough on them.
Yes, and that's only the beginning. I'll admit the National League has had a lot of tough luck in the last few seasons. In some ways, the Giants didn't look too good against the Yankees in the World Series last year. But that don't mean a thing.
The Nationals are fundamentally sound. Is that it, Gabby?
You bet your bottom dollar they are, Mr. Wilson.
Now, tell me something. How did you ever get the name of Gabby?
Well, Mr. Wilson, you won't believe this, but I get the name for just the opposite reason. When I left home as a kid, I came from Woonsocket, Rhode Island. No crack. My dad said to me, Charlie, the only advice I can give you, now that you are leaving home, is to keep your ears open and your mouth shut.
So you did it?
Sure. I was the quietest fellow you've ever seen. Finally, the newspaper men started kidding me about it and calling me Gabby, just because I didn't hardly talk. Well, the name stuck, and all of a sudden I started living up to it. I haven't stopped talking since.
Say, just a minute, what's going on around here anyway? I'm master of ceremonies, and I think I should be introducing the people. Get this man out of here. I've got a program to put on. I'm expecting a baseball player.
Well, Frank, this is Gabby Hartnett.
Well, I've never heard of it. Oh, Gabby Hartnett. Well, that's different. How are you, Mr. Hartnett?
Fine, thanks, Mr. Morgan.
Well, it's good to see you. Wilson, who is this man?
I just told you, Frank. This is Gabby Hartnett, the catcher for the Chicago Cubs. They're in spring training over on the island.
Oh, well, of course, the island. Oh, Alcatraz. Do they have baseball there, too? How did you get away?
Catalina Island, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're out anyway.
Frank, are you interested in baseball?
Interested? I love it. I used to pitch on a team at Vassar.
At Vassar. Frank, Vassar is a girls' school.
Yes, I found that out. But my real baseball career began when I joined the Baltimore Orioles.
That was a great team, Mr. Morgan.
Yes.
What position did you play?
Well, I was sort of a roving infield man. I had a terrific speed in those days, of course, and sometimes I used to pitch and catch at the same time.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Morgan. How could you pitch and catch at the same time?
Well, I was very fast. I'd throw the ball and then run to the plate and catch it.
You must have been fast, all right.
Oh, I was, my boy. Only once did I have any trouble. I put a little too much zing on the ball and hit myself in the back of the head.
I suppose you had a little trouble getting out to left field when somebody hit one.
Oh, they never hit him, but hitting, now that was my real specialty. I was one of the greatest pinch hitters of my day.
Now, look, Frank, if you were so good, why did you ever quit baseball?
Well, that was a little incident, Meredith. Didn't mean a thing, but it finished me. It was the night before the big game. I was having trouble with my glasses.
Your glasses?
Yes, I had too many of them. I mean, I was being fitted with new glasses. They put drops in my eyes, so naturally the next day my vision was none too clear.
Oh, you were seeing double, eh?
Yeah, triple. Well, these were very powerful drops, sherry and Angostura bitters. So the manager was trying to save me for the crucial moment, and finally, in the ninth inning, it arrived. We were one run behind, the bases were loaded, and they sent me in to pinch hit.
What a spot.
Well, sir, the pitch wound up, and zing, I saw 3 balls whiz past me. I turned to the manager, and I said, Joe, what can I do? I'm seeing 3 balls.
What did he say?
Well, he said, don't worry, Frank, just hit the one in the middle. So the next one I looked over carefully. I wanted to get a good line on the middle ball. Well, it was 2 strikes on me. The pitch wound up, and those 3 balls came at me again. Wham! I swung at the middle ball.
Did you connect?
Yes, but I hit it with the wrong bat. Well, so long, boys. I got to make a phone call. I'll be back in a minute. Don't go away.
Well, Gabby, you certainly did well with our audience.
Why not? I've got the whole Cub team sitting out in front.
Well, anyway, it was nice of you to come up here and clown with us, and lots of luck to you and the Cubs all season.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson.
Tonight, we're going to pay a quick visit to a typical American home. Well, let's call it the house next door. This evening, and two couples, close friends, have just finished a rubber of bridge. Time for refreshments, and the two girls are out in the kitchen.
Darling, would you mind making the coffee?
Well, of course not. Where? Oh, here, I've got it.
Oh, dear. I do hope the coffee turns out well. I know Tom's so particular about coffee. I'm careful as can be, but it does seem to vary so. I mean, the coffee I make.
Well, it wouldn't, dear, if you'd use the same coffee right along. Oh, I know you use the same brand of coffee, but that's not the same thing.
Why, Grace, what do you mean?
I mean, I was having the same trouble as you till I changed to Maxwell House coffee. One day I spoke to my grocer, and he said...
I understand, Mrs. Smith. Well, of course, I can't guarantee uniformity in the coffee you make when you use one packed in an ordinary container. You see, ground coffee packed this way is constantly losing its strength and flavor, not only daily, but hourly. So naturally, it can't help but vary in freshness, pound by pound. Why don't you try Maxwell House? This can, they call it the super vacuum can, keeps the coffee roaster fresh, so it's always the same in strength and flavor, always uniform.
Of course, that's true. That's why women who use Maxwell House will find they make a uniformly good cup of coffee. When they buy Maxwell House, they're assured of roaster fresh coffee. Coffee always full flavors. So let me suggest, if you've been having trouble making uniformly good coffee, try Maxwell House. You should find that it'll help you. And here's something else that'll interest you. Maxwell House coffee is now packed in both 1 and 2 pound super vacuum cans. Thrifty housewives everywhere who use lots of coffee are discovering the convenience and added economy in buying the 2 pound can.
Well, that's that. And now I think I'll tell a little anecdote.
Now, wait a minute here, Frank. I'm telling the anecdote. In fact, I've been laboring over some witticisms the last few days.
You have?
Sure, and believe me, I picked up some beauties over the weekend.
Well, I didn't do bad either, but say, how do you square it with a wife? Oh, you mean jokes.
Yes, I mean jokes. Now, step away from the microphone. I'm in charge.
Now, listen, Meredith, you can't take that microphone away from me. I've waited too many weeks for this opportunity.
What for, to be a master of ceremony?
No, it's just that I have a girl in Long Beach, and she has no telephone. A cute number, though, demure in a risque sort of a way.
Well, what's your idea? Do you want to talk to her over the mic?
Sure, I wanted to talk to her every week, but I didn't want to do it in front of Taylor. You know him, Meredith. I can't understand it. As long as Taylor's around, the girls never notice me. But the minute he leaves, they ignore me. What has he got that makes me so repulsive?
Well, nevertheless, Frank, I don't think you ought to take up the time of the program with your personal messages.
Wilson, have you no feeling for l'amour?
Dorothy or toujours?
Well, the band seems to like it. I'm going to talk to my girl.
No.
Have you no soul you heal?
Excuse me, Miss Morgan.
Who are you?
I'm with the broadcasting company, and I must inform you there's a federal law against personal communications on network programs.
Well, now, let me get this straight, son. You mean I can't talk over the microphone to my girl, Miss Anemia Nozzle, who lives at 445 Hobart Circle, Long Beach?
Mr. Morgan, you must not communicate with Miss Nozzle.
I can't even make an appointment with her for this evening?
No, sir.
Do you mean to tell me it's against the law just for me to say, Anemia, I'll meet you at 4th and Main right after the program?
That's what I mean to say.
Well, all right, the law's the law. But I'll be there.
The season's biggest song hit, Tippy Tim.
One night the moon was so mellow, Rosita met young Manuelo. She held her like this lovely miss, then stole a kiss, this fellow. He said he was glad he met her, and soon he would come and get her. But she said, no, I can't on the ceiling, and he had a feeling she was satisfied.
Tippy, tippy, tip, tippy, tip. Tippy, tippy, tom, tippy, tom.
She was saying ghosts, so he held her close, and that's how he can fly. Tippy, tippy, tip, tippy, tip. Tippy, tippy, tom, tippy, tom.
He was on the ceiling, and he had a feeling she was satisfied.
Tippy, tippy, tip, tippy, tip. Tippy, tippy, tom, tippy, tom.
She was saying ghosts, so he held her close, and that's how he can fly.
Now, in the absence of Robert Taylor, I'm very glad to welcome Robert Montgomery to our program. Tonight he will appear in a drama written especially for the Good News program by Paul Raffel, called Happy Birthday to You. Hello, Bob. The scene is a one-room and bath apartment, the home of Ken Larkin and his wife, Kay, played by Miss Rita Johnson. Ken, played by Mr. Montgomery, is an actor out of a job. The time is 11 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, hush up, cat. You're not hungry. You just had some mackerel an hour ago. Drink your milk.
Hello, dear. It's that man again.
Oh, hello, Ken. What was that noise?
Noise?
Yes, a kind of a thumping noise, as if someone were dragging something along the hall.
Well, I don't know, darling, unless it was my wooden leg.
Oh, don't be silly, Ken. What was it?
I don't know. I didn't see anything. I'm a stranger here myself.
You can be such a... Ken, did you...
No, darling.
Oh. Didn't you even get to see your agent?
Sure, I saw him.
What did he say?
Well, there might be a part for me in a play going into production next month.
Next month? Oh, well, something else will break. You're too good an actor to go. You're hungry, dear.
No, not
Well,
very.
better eat something. Went out this morning without even a cup of coffee.
No, I was in a hurry.
Well, I'll fix you something. I know, I'll fix you some cream mackerel.
Some what?
Some cream mackerel.
Oh.
What did you say?
I said, oh.
I know you said, oh. It was the way you said it.
The way I said, oh?
Yes.
Oh.
Just what did you mean by it?
Oh, you know, oh, it's just an expression.
An expression meaning what?
Well, if you must know, it means I dote on cream mackerel, my pet.
Go on.
You think it's right to rob the cat?
I'm only trying to stretch things out just as long as I can. If I get things to eat that the cat can eat, too, it's
all right. Don't get excited. Maybe it's all a good idea. In time, we may have to eat the cat.
Well, if you think for 1 minute that I... Oh, Ken, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be nasty all the time.
I know, darling. I guess things have gone on so long, they've made us both a little crazy.
Well, I'll fix you some coffee and... Oh,
What's the matter?
I forgot.
Forgot what?
Ken, they turned off the gas today.
They turned off the gas? Why did... Oh, well, never mind, darling. We can get our meals on the electric grill for a few days. You don't mind, do you?
No, I don't mind, only...
Only what?
They turned off the electricity, too.
Well, that's an outrage. We're only 2 months behind. I'll call them up and tell them exactly what I think of them.
Ken,
At least
I
I'll have the
wouldn't, dear.
satisfaction
No,
of...
please.
Oh.
Yeah, they disconnected the phone, too.
This is fine. Supposing somebody called me for a job.
Oh, never mind, darling. It'll work out somehow.
I wouldn't mind, Kay, if tomorrow's your birthday, and here we are, me without a job, and you...
Me exactly where I want to be.
Darling, you're sweet.
Yeah, I know. And kind of winsome, too. Can you sit down for a minute, read the paper or something? I'll be right there.
Hey, wait a minute, Kay. Where are you going?
Just down to the delicatessen.
Yeah,
I'll be
but
back
wait
in-
just a sec.
Ken, what's the name of having of these?
Well, I was going to tell you about them in a minute or two.
Well, what are they?
Well, they're a surprise. I got them for you for your birthday.
You got them for me? But what are they?
Well, they're stilts.
Stilts?
Yeah, you climb on them and walk around and look down at people.
Why?
I said to myself, you never know when Kay might take a notion to go out walking on stilts, I
Ken,
said.
you're an idiot. Tell me this minute what these things are doing.
All right, but come on in and shut the door before the landlord sees you.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
I don't suppose he really would throw us out for a month's rent, though, do you?
Don't try to change the subject.
Did you ever see me put a curse on a landlord, Mrs. Larkin? First I draw a circle on the floor, then I leap in the air and revolve 3 times, constantly frothing at the mouth.
Ken, stop
After that, I...
Well, what about the stilts?
Oh, yes. Well, they can wait. I've got something else to tell you. Kay, tomorrow we celebrate.
Celebrate?
Your birthday. With an 8-course dinner. Soup, salad, steak, mashed potatoes, everything. With a cocktail before and mince pie after.
Oh, but how?
I got the dinner and $1 for doing a little job for somebody.
A job? What kind of a job?
Well, it's kind of an advertising job.
Oh, Ken, I think that's wonderful. It's wonderful. Who for?
Well, for Mammy's old Southern Dixie Carolina plantation dining room.
Who?
Brown's Elite Restaurant. It's down on the corner.
Oh. Well, I think that's wonderful. And Ken,
Yeah?
has your job for Mr. Brown anything to do with the stilt?
Well, in a way it has, yes.
Tell me.
Well, it's a dinner, Kay, and $1 besides, and it won't be so bad.
What do you have to do?
Well, there's a kind of a sign that goes with the stills. It's very smart, really. It has a very beautiful and lifelike picture of a roast chicken on one side of it.
Oh,
and you stick your head between 2 pieces of pasteboard and... Oh, now,
Kid.
look, honey, don't take it that way. I wouldn't have told you about it.
You a swell actor. Is that his name up in lights?
Only in Brooklyn, honey, and the play only lasted 2 weeks. Oh, now, please don't cry, Kay.
Oh, I'm not crying because of that.
Well, then what are you crying for?
Crying because you're so brave and wonderful.
Oh, no, I'm not.
You are, too. You're brave and you're wonderful.
I'm not either.
Yes, you are.
All right, then, I'm brave and I'm wonderful. You want to make something out of it?
Oh, darling, you're such a fool. Besides that, I think you're a little crazy.
Well, all actors are crazy, my pet. They have to be, or they go mad.
Let me go, darling. I must look a sight. I'm going to powder my nose and get my hat and coat.
Sure. Wait a minute, Kay. You don't think that you're going to...
Of course I am. You don't think I'd let you go alone, do you? Why, you might fall off those things.
I won't fall off. As a matter of fact, I was the champion stilt walker in our neighborhood. Besides, I had a rehearsal on him this morning in the alley.
Well, I'm going with you just the
But,
same.
Kay, you don't understand. I've got to walk up Broadway on them.
Broadway?
Yeah. Don't look like that, Kay. Nobody will know who I am. Mr. Brown has very kindly provided a costume and a mask to go with the stilts.
Well, I'm going. There's no use talking. I'm going with you.
Okay, don't be a sentimental idiot. It's just a job, and you're making something else out of it.
It's not just a job. It's something you're doing because of me. And well, I'm going with you. That's all there is to it.
Oh, you are?
Yes, I am.
Well, you're a cussed, pig-headed, perverse, and obstinate female. And I love you. Come on.
Look, Mommy. Look at the man. Isn't he funny?
Hey, move along, you. Can't you see you're collecting a crowd? You guys give me a pain. Move along with you.
Don't mind it, darling. Think of the steak and the mashed potatoes and the mince pie.
Look at that guy, will you? I guess you got to be pretty flat to do that for a living.
Say, didn't I tell you to get a move on? You're blocking traffic here.
Don't
Go
mind
on,
it, Ken.
feed it.
Don't mind them, darling. They'll soon be all over, Ken. Wait a minute, Ken. I'll light the candle. All right, you can close the door now.
Well, I guess that was one of the best performances I ever gave, my sweet.
Yes, darling.
I always told you I'd be a big hit on Broadway. Are you tired, Kay?
Just a little, are you?
No, I feel swell. Kay,
Yeah?
do you mind an awful lot?
Mine?
Well, it's being your birthday tomorrow and us not having... Kay, I got you a little present. I was going to wait to give it to you.
Oh, Ken, you shouldn't have. Oh, Ken, it's the doorbell. It couldn't be a bill collector at this hour, could it?
Well, it might be. Wait a minute. Yeah, who's there?
Is this Ken Larkin's apartment?
Mr. Larkin, he's not here.
What?
Where is he? I don't know where Mr. Larkin is. I think maybe he's dead.
Dead?
Yeah. If you're a bill collector, you want to collect the bill, I think...
I'm not collecting any bills. I've got a job for Ken Larkin. If he's not here, we're...
A job?
We pause briefly for station identification.
I'll introduce the play I was in Brooklyn that night.
Did he do come in, Mr. Allen? Sit down, Mr. Allen. Don't mind the candles. You see, tomorrow's my birthday.
Your birthday?
Yes, you see, it's just a funny old custom of Ken's of mine. The night before my birthday, we burn candles.
Burn candles.
Nothing but candles the night before my birthday.
Yes, that's right. Nothing but candles.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, won't you have a cigar, Mr.
Yeah.
Allen? Or I mean a cigarette. I guess we're kind of out of cigarettes. This is my wife, Kay, Mr. Arlen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do? And this is our cat, Miss Jones.
Oh.
I think it's so nice you dropped in, Mr. Allen. I
Yes.
think it's so nice.
Oh, yes. Well, I can't stay a minute. Just took a chance of finding you in on my way home, Larkin. Been trying to get you on the phone all day.
Trying to get me on the phone?
Yes, your phone must be out of order or something.
You don't say. Well, we'll have to complain to the company about that.
Yes. Well, I've got a part for you, Larkin.
A part. You mean in a play?
Yes, sir.
Well-
Going into rehearsal next week.
Of course, you always were my favorite producer, Mr. Allen, and if you think I'm right for the part,
You know, it's a funny thing. I'd almost forgotten about you since that play you did for me last year. But the minute I saw this fellow, I thought of you. And right away, I knew you were perfect for the part.
You saw this fellow?
Yeah, a fellow on stilts.
Fellow?
Advertising some restaurant or other.
Oh, yeah.
I saw him walking down Broadway. For some reason or other, he made me think of you.
He did?
Yes, sir. You see, I've got to have a tall juvenile for this play.
Yeah.
And something about this fellow on stilts made me think of you.
Of me?
And right away, I knew that... Oh, I said that before, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Well, I've got to be running along. See you at my office tomorrow?
Yes, Mr.
Allen.
A happy birthday to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Allen.
Ah, that was swell, Bob Montgomery and Rita Johnson. Now, friends, it's time for us all to partake of a friendly cup of Maxwell House coffee. Coming along, Rob?
You bet, Ted. The last time I was on Good News, I learned of that pleasant custom of yours along about this time. I guess our friend Gabby Hartnett here would call it our seventh inning stretch. How about it, Gabby? Will you join us all in a grand cup of Maxwell House coffee?
Sure will, Bob. I'd just like to say to all my friends back in Chicago that a cup of Maxwell House coffee certainly makes a clean hit with me.
Ah, that's swell. Let's get everybody together, Ted, and you lead the way.
Right. Friends, we're inviting you to join us in a steaming, fragrant cup of the coffee that's good to the last drop. Here we go, folks. Meredith, pipe us a tune, will you?
This is Frank Morgan again, continuing as master of...
All right, boys, let's
What?
go.
Oh,
And now I'd like you to meet Louis Stone. He has just finished making a grand picture called Judge Hardy's Children, a picture that is a fine tribute to clean living, which I felt we needed to offset the reputation of a certain comedian on this show.
Here. What's that?
You know Mr. Stone, don't you, Frank?
Oh, certainly. Lou's an old pal of mine.
Hello, Frank.
Yes.
Say, I've been hearing a lot lately about you and your telephone numbers.
Oh, you're interested in those too, eh?
No, not exactly.
You don't happen to have any spares, Judge, do you?
Frank, Mr. Stone didn't come here to swap telephone numbers. He
Oh.
came here to tell us something about a picture.
Well, if that's what he'd rather talk about, let him go ahead. I know. I'll
No.
even be a sport and talk pictures myself if he wants.
No, Frank, I don't want to talk pictures. I want to talk picture.
Oh.
Judge Hardy's Children.
I think that's given me a bigger thrill than anything I've ever done.
You mean more of a thrill than the trial of Mary Dugan in the big house?
And The Secret Six, Scaramouche and Grand Hotel.
And White Sister and David Copperfield?
And Treasure Island and Badman of Brimstone.
Phew, say, Lou, how did you miss the birth of a nation?
Well, I've made so many I'm not even sure I wasn't in that.
You are sure you were in Judge Hardy's Children?
Yes, Frank, that's a fine picture. One that'll be thoroughly enjoyed for its grand entertainment by every member of the family.
Say, Lou, are you the star of the picture or the press agent?
Well, I can't help being a booster for this one, Frank. I can't help it when I see letters like Mr. Mayer showed me this morning. Let me read one of them to you. It's from Charles Skouras, head of the West Coast Theater Circuit. Dear Mr. Mayer, may I take this opportunity to extend sincere personal congratulations to you, to Mr. Lou Ostro, Miss Kay Van Riper, and Mr. Carey Wilson for your fine contribution to the motion picture industry, the Judge Hardy series. As you know, the West Coast Circuit of Theaters plays virtually every picture produced, and we find that our patrons enjoy this new family series with unlimited enthusiasm.
That's a fine compliment, Mr. Stone. It makes me want to know what the new picture is about.
Well, Meredith, we anticipated that, so I brought Mickey Rooney with me. We'll do a scene from Judge Hardy's Children.
Oh, that'll be grand.
So, Mickey.
Yes, Dad?
Mickey, how'd you like to help me here with a scene from our picture?
Well, sure thing. Which scene?
You know, the one about the tuxedo? After you've met little Suzanne Corte, the daughter of the French diplomat. You know, where I'm in my bedroom in the hotel in Washington, and you come in and say,
Pardonnez-moi, Dad. That's French for excuse me.
Andy, your mother's a positive magician when it comes to hiding the aspirin.
Gee, do you feel bad, Dad?
No. Just a headache.
Well, here, let me help. Here's the aspirin.
Oh, thank you, son.
Just take a good swallow of water first, then look up. Way back. How do you feel now?
Well, I think I'm going to live.
Anything I can get you?
For heaven's sake, stop that whispering, Andy. Speak up. Quit acting so worried. You make me nervous.
Yes, sir.
Got anything on your mind, son?
Yes, sir. Dad, look, can I talk to you, you know, man to man?
Well, that's the way I hope it'll always be with us, son.
Well, man to man, I need $20.
Dollars. What do you want $20 for? That's an awful lot of money for anybody, let alone a 15-year-old boy.
I want a tuxedo.
At your age?
Well, you know why I had to leave town, Dad.
Leave town?
Well, sure, I had to leave Carvel because I couldn't go to that football banquet because Polly asked me to wear a tuxedo, and I didn't dare ask you for the money. Now, Suzanne, she's asked me to this cotillion, and it's formal.
Mm-hmm. You like this little Suzanne pretty well?
Sure do.
She like you?
I think so. But, gee, she's always got her chaperone. Why, say, Dad, would you believe this? I've been alone with that girl only 20 seconds, and then that was in an art gallery.
Oh, I see. You sort of figure this cotillion give you a little more, leeway, huh?
Well, gee, I can't dance with both Suzanne and her chaperone at the same time, can I?
No.
Dad, were you like I am when you were a kid?
That's it?
I want to kiss every pretty girl I meet. Dad, do you think I'm normal?
Yes, Andy, I really think you are.
Well, anyway, you see how important this tuxedo is to me. I investigated, and it's $20.
Andy, I'll make you a little business proposition.
Okay, Pop.
You promise me that you'll stand first in your class for the next 3 months when you get back to school, and you can have the tuxedo.
Gee. It's a deal, Dad. You're un homer marvelaire. That's French for you're the berry.
Mr. Stone and Mickey, that was grand. You know, after 20 weeks with Frank Morgan, those characters certainly sounded refreshing to me. When's the picture going to be released?
Well, Meredith, that isn't in my department. I couldn't say.
Well, it'll be released in over 100 key cities in your favorite motion picture theater within the next few weeks.
Thank you, Mickey.
Thanks, Mr. Stone.
Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Stone and Mickey Rooney. Thanks a lot. And you can be sure that Mayor Wilson, the kid from the other side of the tracks in Mason City, Iowa, is going to be one of the first to see it. Now, there's a song that's been a tremendous hit this spring, ladies and gentlemen. I've heard several top-flight songwriters say it's the greatest popular lyric ever written and that the tune fits it perfectly. You'll hear it again now, sung by our own Connie Boswell as only she can sing it. Thanks for the memory.
Thanks for the memory of rainy afternoons, swingy Harlem tunes, motor trips and burning lips, burning toast and spoons. How lovely it was. Thanks for the memory of candlelight and wine, castles on the Rhine, your cozy chair and parties where we sang Sweet Outta Line. How lovely it was. Many's the time that we feasted, and many's the time that we fasted. Oh, well, it was swell while it lasted. We did have fun and no harm done. Thanks for the memory of sunburns at the shore, nights in Singapore. You might have been a headache, but you never were a bore. So thank you so much. I'm trying so hard to be blasé, but I just can't go on this way. Playing a role that I know isn't real. Deep in my soul is the way that I feel. We said goodbye with a highball. I tried to drown my sorrow, for I knew there'd be no tomorrow. My hopes are gone, but my dreams will live on. So thanks for the memory of kisses in the hall, that final curtain call. But it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Farewell, sweetheart, and bless you. I'll be around if you should call. Goodbye and thanks.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a few words of wisdom from Ted Pearson.
Daddy,
Keep quiet, Snooks.
I want to sing that song.
Not now. All right, Ted.
Thank you, Meredith. Tonight I want to make clear one point in particular about Maxwell House coffee. And to visualize this point, I have here 2 cans of Maxwell House coffee. They both look alike, of course, and they both have Maxwell House coffee in them. But you'll notice on one of them a white band at the top with the words Drip Grind printed on it. The other can is marked Regular Grind.
Hello.
Hello, Snook.
What you doing?
I'm explaining to the people some facts about Maxwell House coffee,
Why?
so they'll understand why it's the best. Tonight I want to tell them the truth about this wonderful coffee.
Tonight?
Yes.
Didn't you tell him that last week?
No.
You said it was good,
Well, I know I did.
but it wasn't the truth, huh?
Of course it was. Tonight I want to tell the people another truth, that's all.
Oh. Why?
Well, listen, and you'll find out why. Friends, the fact I want to point out is that when you make coffee correctly by the drip method, the water passes through the coffee only once. That's why you need a special grind. a finer grind, so the water can extract all the flavor of the coffee quickly.
Is there water in it?
No, I'm talking about the water you use to make coffee.
Can you make coffee from water?
Well, of course.
And why do you have to buy Maxwell House?
Oh, Snooks, please. Well, remember, friends, if you make your coffee by the drip method, use the special drip grind Maxwell House. It comes ground just right to give you a better cup of coffee by the drip method. On the other hand, you folks who use a percolator or boil your coffee will get a better cup of coffee when you use the regular grind Maxwell House. Used according to your method with Maxwell House, you'll get rich, mellow, satisfying cups of coffee every time.
Daddy,
What?
is that man finished?
Yes, keep quiet.
Now can I sing that song for you?
No. All right, go ahead and sing.
For the memory of lollipops and gum, my dolls and little drum, I'm sitting in your lap, I'm learning how to do a sum. Just Daddy and Snooks. Daddy for memory of nice things that you said and stories that you read when you carried me upstairs and you tucked me into bed. Just Daddy and Snooks. I can remember each Christmas when Santa Claus came down the stairs. I knew it was you in those whiskers. But, Daddy, dear, I didn't care. Thanks, Daddy, for memory. And then when I is grown up and I's a lady fair, before I go to sleep at night, I'll say a little prayer. But, Daddy and Mommy and Snooks.
Meredith, did you make that arrangement yourself?
Bet I did, Frank.
Well, no matter what anybody tells you, keep on making those arrangements the way you like them. Now, ladies and gentlemen...
Go away, Frank. I told you before that I'm handling the announcement.
Meredith, now don't say that. When you're talking to me, you're talking to the greatest announcer at large.
But you haven't had any experience.
Well, I don't need it. I've been listening to the radio for years. Pretty bad, too, isn't it? I say, Wilson, last week I heard the tail end of a program called Good News of 1938. And I want to tell you that
Frank,
that was the...
Frank,
What?
Ixnay. That's our program.
Oh, well, what do I... It's our program. Oh, that was great, wasn't it?
Well, it will be if you'll go away and let me handle the announcement.
But, Meredith, I'm so good I can pick up speeches on the spur of the moment.
Go on. You'd be helpless without a script.
Oh, Meredith, you don't know the real Morgan.
No.
I can talk for 5 minutes on any subject in the world.
What? Stuff and nonsense. You
Yes.
couldn't even pass the test they give the junior announcers. They make them talk for 1 minute without a script.
Well, give me any subject now.
Okay.
Yes.
Imagine you're announcing a race program at Santa Anita.
Oh, Meredith, you're playing right into my hands. That race stuff is my dish. All those technicalities, the paddock, why...
Take it away, Morgan. We're on the air for a minute.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Frank Morgan ad-libbing to you from Santa Anita Park. It's located in Santa Anita, California, right near the Santa Anita racetrack. Santa Anita. The place is full of people. And there are horses. Yes, sir. I wish you could all be with us here at Santa Anita today. The track is, there it is. It's round. The people are all dressed. They've got the most, they're in clothes. And, by the way, I never saw so many people. There's a great crowd here today. It's a great crowd. Yes, sir. It's a great crowd. How's the time, Meredith?
30 seconds to go.
Oh, 30 seconds. Well, here we are, still at Santa Anita, ladies and gentlemen. 2 more people just came in. Oh, and there's 2 more. They're coming in by 2s and 3s now. Yes, sir. The track, there it is. It's right in front of us. And behind us, there's a lot of cars parked. It's an awful lot of, plenty of, there's cars. You should, yes, sir. There are a few taxis, too. There's a lot of celebrities here. If I can get one of them to come up with the mic, I will, but I don't see any just now. There's a lot of people, though. There's certainly, yes, sir.
Time, Frank.
Oh, well, there you are, Meredith. I hope that convinces you.
I'm convinced. We'll let the announcer announce.
In the MGM Concert Hall tonight, Meredith Wilson continues his new series of music pieces with the most beloved march melody ever written. Did you happen to guess its name? It was composed, of course, by John Philip Sousa, the March King, with whose famous band Meredith was once a featured soloist. He presents now The Stars and Stripes Forever.
Bob Montgomery.
Yes, Frank.
Well, how'd you like the show tonight?
Oh, I thought it was swell.
You didn't miss anybody, did you?
No, I don't think so.
Now, Bob, I don't want any flattery, but how am I as master of ceremonies?
Frank, you're terrific.
You bet I am.
I think you're superb.
You bet I am.
In fact, I think you're mediocre.
You bet I... What?
Good night, Taylor.
Oh. Hey, Frank, wait a minute now. Here's a telegram just came in for you, Frank.
For me?
Yep.
Thanks. Let me see. Well, it's from Bob Taylor.
Well, what does he say?
Well, he says, Dear Frank, program fine. You did great job. Stop. By the way, don't trouble to come to 4th and Main tonight. I'm meeting your girl, Anemia.
Oh, boy, he certainly put one over on you, Frank.
You think so? Wait till he sees Anemia.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, next week, Robert Taylor, a real master of ceremonies, will be back on this program again.
Yes, it's politics. I demand a recount.
Well, anyway, listen to the Good News program next Thursday, and you'll be members of one of the greatest international radio audiences in history. Next Thursday, Louis B. Mayer, Jack Conway, Robert Taylor, Maureen O'Sullivan, Lionel Barrymore, the entire American cast of Yank at Oxford will salute their English colleagues who will be attending the English premiere of the picture at the Empire Theatre in London, with the Good News broadcast a feature of the occasion. In addition, we will have, as usual, Frank Morgan, Fanny Bryce, Hanley Stafford, Connie Boswell, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and we sincerely hope that you will be with us, too. Remember, your ticket of admission is just your loyalty to Maxwell House Coffee. In the meantime, go to the movies and take the family with you. Heard on tonight's program were thanks for the memory from the big broadcast of 1938, Swingin' in the Corn from Radio City Rebels. This is Ted Pearson saying good night and good luck for the makers of Maxwell House. Coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop.
Thanks for listening to Hojo Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is ink. I-N-K.
Really?
You bet your life. The one, the only...
Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fanneman, who's first? Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,000. But right now, I want you to pay attention to some interesting advice.
Stay tuned to Hojo Radio.
See if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play your Bet Your Life. Fenneman, give out with the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Prominent sports figures.
That's right. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
10.
$10? In what sport is Earl Cashel famous?
Golf.
No, I'm sorry. It's tennis. Well known. I think he ranked about 6th this year in the United States.
They now have $10.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight, and that's the big prize.
5.
How much of the $10 you going to try?
5.
5. Okay. Ralph Neves, N-E-V-E-S, or Nevis, is famous in what sport?
Horse racing.
Horse racing is right. Now I know where you bet your money.
Now they're on their way. They have $15.
Now I know where your money goes. Now you have $15. In what sport are you going to bet how much?
10.
10. In what sport is Bob Dillinger famous? Take a guess.
Boxing.
No, I'm sorry. It's baseball. He's with the St. Louis Browns, I believe.
They now have $5.
Well, you've now got $5. You can't get married on $5, you know.
We'll end up 5.
You're going to bet $5, huh? In what sport is Jim Ferrier famous? F-E-R-R-I-E-R. Jim Ferrier.
Football, I'll say.
No, it's golf. I'm going to give you one more chance to get rich quick. You answer this question correctly, I'll hand over $10 in cash. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? Grant is right. Don't go away now. You're still in the running for the big question.
Groucho, the next couple has been in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is ink. Perhaps they'll say it. Just before we went on the air, the studio audience selected a man who works for the city public health department and a housewife to be his partner. And here they come. Mrs. Emma Ziegler and Mr. Al Toribio. Meet Groucho Marx.
Mrs. Ziegler? I'll call you Emma, huh? Where are you from?
From 1550 West 52nd Street in Los Angeles.
Is that upstairs or down? I meant, where are you from originally, Emma? And I don't want to hear any nonsense about the stork either, huh?
Well, originally I was born in a barn near Lansdale, Pennsylvania.
You were born in a barn?
That's right.
Well, that was a horse on you, wasn't it, Emma? How long have you been married, Emma?
For 12 and a half years.
12 and a half years. Do you have any children?
I have 4 kids.
Oh. You have 4 kids, huh? Very interesting, huh? Do you have any children?
Yes, I have 4 children.
How did you meet your husband? I didn't mean to be so fresh, Mrs. Ziegler.
When we were deep sea fishing, I handed...
You were deep sea fishing? And you pulled him out?
No. He sort of helped me out. I handed him my uncle's false teeth.
What were you using that for, bait?
No, my uncle had given them to me.
You gave your boyfriend your uncle's teeth?
He wasn't my boyfriend then. He was a perfect stranger.
Well, did he put... And then you put the bite on him?
Shortly after that, he put the bite on me.
Mr. Toribio?
That's right, Groucho.
You're from the public health department, huh?
That's right, Groucho.
How do you feel?
I can't kick.
Rheumatism? Where are you from, Al?
City Health Department.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel, huh?
Swell.
Swell, huh? Got the mumps? I mean, what town are you from, Al?
Oh, Trinidad, Colorado.
How's the health in your family, Mrs. Ziegler?
We're all in top shape.
You're all in top shape. Shake like a top, huh? Suppose on Sunday you go out for a spin, huh?
Sometimes we do.
With all those children, Emma, do you ever have a case of the sniffles or a cold around the house?
Quite frequently.
What do you do in a case like that?
Well, one time when 3 of them came down at one time, I got out the sewing machine and started making dresses.
You always make dresses when the kids have a cold?
It's a good time.
Well, don't you give them any medication of any kind?
Well, I did that in between the scenes.
Well, you threw me that time, Emma. Mr. Toribio, how would you handle it if you came home and found 4 youngsters all broken out?
Well, I'd check to see whose children they were first.
You have a very suspicious nature. Haven't you got 4 children?
3, Groucho.
Well, don't come running to me with your trouble. Okay, now let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. Run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The secretary and the optometrist lost all their money, so these people have a clear field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Movie biographies.
How much you going to bet?
Oh, $10. $10.
Okay. Who played the title role in Wilson?
Alexander Knox.
Alexander Knox is correct.
Well, on the way with $30, Groucho.
Okay, you've got $30. You're betting how much?
25.
Who played authoress George Sand in A Song to Remember? The authoress.
Was it Merle Oberon?
It was Merle Oberon on the nose.
We're on the way now. They have $55.
Now, how much are you going to try of the 55?
40.
$40. Who played composer George Gershwin in Rhapsody in Blue? It's a toughie.
He's a director in New York now, stage director. Name of...
Take a stab. I'm sorry. As Archie Mayo would say, the bell is tolled. It was Robert Alder, and that's a pretty tough one.
They now have $15.
Okay, now how much are you going to try the $15?
15. Let's take it 10.
You're going to
10? She says 10.
$10. Who played composer Jerome Kern Until the Clouds Roll By? Oh, that's a shame. It was Robert Walker.
And they wind up with $5.
Well, thanks and good luck. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,000 question. But at the moment, I'd like you to listen to this.
Stay tuned to Hojo Radio.
Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's ahead so far?
Well, the health inspector and the housewife with $5 are leading. Our final couple doesn't know the secret word is ink, since they've been in a waiting room off stage. Perhaps they'll say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a cross-country bus driver and a roller coaster operator. And here they are, Mr. Bernard Sampson and Mr. Robert Sewell. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gentlemen, to You Bet Your Life. Mr. Sampson, you're the bus driver, huh? Which bus do you drive, Bernard?
Pacific Greyhound Lines.
Mr. Sewell, Mr. Robert Sewell, huh? What do you do?
I'm a roller coaster operator.
Where do you do your operating, Bob?
An Ocean Park Pier.
Just where is Ocean Park Pier?
It's an ocean park.
You don't get around much, do you? Huh? Bus driver, are you still here blocking the traffic?
I'm still here.
Where are you from?
Chicago.
Are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
How'd you meet your wife?
I met her on a Pacific Electric train going to work. All the way downtown, I just kept looking at her, and she didn't say nothing to me, and I didn't say nothing to her. And,
Oh, you had a very interesting conversation.
Well, before I got off, I asked her for a phone number, and I told her I'd write the number down, and she'd give it to me, and she gave it me pretty fast, and just about to write, and I ran out of ink. And
Now, where were we when you spilled ink all over the joint, huh? So, you ran out of ink?
And wrote down her number with a pencil on a piece of paper and called her up and told her I was going to marry her. And here I am.
And since that time, you've been riding buses, huh?
Well, I'm pushing the Greyhound down the highway.
What time does your bus stop at Long Beach, driver?
I don't stop in Long Beach.
What have you got against Long Beach? Let's take another ride on the roller coaster, operator. Just what do you do on your job, Mr. Sewell?
Oh, I release the brake levers.
That's all you do? Just pull the lever? Don't you do anything else?
Oh, we load the people in the train first.
And what do you do while the coaster is going over the track?
Oh, I just stand there and wait for it to come back down.
I mean, you just stand there and hope it comes down. Is that what you mean?
Oh, it'll come back all right.
You're pretty despondent about the whole thing, aren't you? Well, what do you do if the thing doesn't come down? How do you get it down?
Well, it's always came back.
Well, I can't shake your story, can I? Huh? Well, if it didn't come down, what would you do? Put an ad in the paper or something? Lost one roller coaster? Now, how long a trip is it on your booby trap, huh?
7/8 of a mile around.
7/8 of a mile. And how long does it take to cover that distance?
It takes 1 minute and 45 seconds.
And how much does it cost for the ride?
25 cents.
For 7/8 of a mile, 25 cents. Huh? It's pretty expensive, isn't it? Bus driver, how far can I go in your bus for a quarter?
Oh, about 12.5 miles.
In which direction?
Anywhere you want to go.
Okay, up. What time is your bus stop at Anaheim?
I don't stop in Anaheim.
What have you got against Anaheim? Operator, how do you explain your exorbitant rates compared with the bus company?
Well, we have a very thrilling ride there on the coaster. It takes you up and down and around, a lot of twists and curves. That's a lot of fun.
A lot of thrills, huh?
Lots of thrills.
It's evident you've never been on a bus. Say, Greyhound, what time is your bus stop at Santa Barbara?
About 3:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, you stop at Santa Barbara, eh? What have you got against Santa Barbara? By the way, those roller coasters look pretty rickety to me. How do you know they won't collapse?
Oh, they're inspected each day.
Mm-hmm. Who inspects them?
I do. The building inspector comes around once a month.
Mr. Sewell, you say you inspect them?
Yes, sir.
How?
Well, I'll walk over the track and see that everything's all right.
You go up over the top and all that stuff?
Yes. Then the building inspector comes around once a month.
You make him
looks
ride
it over. No, he won't ride it.
He won't ride it. That building inspector is no fool, you know. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. If you can beat our other two couples in the quiz, you'll get a crack at the $1,000 question. Can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The health inspector and the housewife are ahead with $5.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Latin songs.
Latin songs. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much you going to try?
10.
Jerry Fielding will supply the music. You name the song. Okay, Jerry.
Amapola.
Amapola is right.
And they're off to a good start with $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now you have $30. How much you going to try?
$30.
You going to try? Here we go. Give me the title of this Latin melody. What do you say? Take a stab at it.
Star Eyes, isn't it?
No, I'm sorry. You were close. It's Green Eyes. I'll give you one last chance to get rich. Answer this one, I'll pay you $10. What oceans have the same names as the Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company?
Atlantic and Pacific.
Atlantic and Pacific is right.
And that means the health inspector and the housewife with $5 get the chance of the $1,000 question.
Shouldn't have been so much.
Stay tuned to Hojo Radio.
And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the housewife and the man from the Department of Public Health.
Are you ready to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly and no help in the audience, please. I hope you've been reading your newspapers for the past couple of years. Careful now. Who was the Secretary General of the United Nations? Are you ready? What's the answer you two have decided upon?
We've decided upon Trigby Lee.
Trigby Lee is absolutely right. That's right. That's right. You win $1,000. You had the right answer, so you win $1,000. What are you going to do with all that money?
I'm going to improve the health of my children. We all need dental work.
What are you going to do with your money, Al?
I think I'll
clean up the city?
No, I'll look at the new car.
Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, Groucho.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding.
Pepsi-Cola, it's the spot. 12 full ounces, that's a lot. Twice as much for a nickel, too. Pepsi-Cola is the drink for you. Nickel, 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 trickle, 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 nickel, 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 nickel.
Due to the extreme heat in New York, Milton Berle was taken suddenly ill after the early show tonight. Therefore, the following broadcast comes to you by transcription.
If every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris. Johnny presents The Milton Berle Show. Here comes Johnny, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny on the spot for Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette. If every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris. Yes, they'd all. From Radio City, New York, Philip Morris presents The Milton Berle Show. With Bert Kelton, Jack Albertson, Arnold Stang, Mary Shipp, Arthur Q. Bryan, Al Kelly, our singing star Dick Phoney, the music of Ray Block and his orchestra, and yours truly, Frank Gallup. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we salute the railways of America. We now bring you a man who was a great inspiration for railroad building. One look at him and you want to make tracks. And here he is, Milton Berle.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Gallup, that introduction, one look at me, you want to make tracks? I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate all the trouble you go through just to get jokes like that. Creeping through those dark cemeteries and copying lines off tombstones.
Oh, come now, Bert.
No, Mr. Gallup, I really appreciate it. Imagine digging your way out of your grave every night just for that.
Berle, I'm getting quite fed up with your constant references to my physical appearance.
Mr. Gallup, it's all in fun.
Well, I find your boorish jesting not only crass, coarse, uncouth, and acrimonious, but extremely perverse.
Oh. Perverse?
Yes.
And just a minute ago, you said you didn't like it.
Berle, I can only say of you what the great Toscanini once said of his fourth French horn player who showed up at a big concert with a leaky valve.
And what did he say?
Graziazza lentano manicotti.
Translated?
Schmo. And may I add, it loses nothing in the translation.
A schmo. My, Mr. Gallup, that's awful. That's the first time that I've ever been called that. In Italian. But I'm sorry, Mr. Gallup, if I've offended you. I really am.
That's quite all right. Perhaps I am a bit touchy tonight. Big weekend, you know.
Oh, yeah. You were up at that camp for music lovers again?
Uh-huh, Camp Beethoven. And this weekend it was riotous.
Big fun again, eh?
It was a romp. All day Sunday we played games.
You played games?
Uh-huh. There was a big three-legged race. And as usual, Mr. Anatole Barini of the Boston Pots Orchestra won.
He always wins?
He has 3 legs.
Wait a minute, Mr. Gallup. A man with 3 legs and he plays in an orchestra?
Well, not really. They use him as a music stand.
Oh, that's right. I remember him now. Old tripod Barini. They used to turn him upside down, throw canvas over him, and use him as a beach umbrella. What other games, Mr. Gallup, did you play at Camp Beethoven?
Well, all Saturday night we played What Is It?
That's a new game?
Yes.
It's called What Is It?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
We all sit around the campfire, and one of the guests, Ephraim Zimbalist, he plucks the E string on his violin, and we all try to guess what note it is.
Oh, that's good. And if you guess right...
Zimbalist takes off his E string and gives it to you.
Isn't that good? Have you ever won any E strings?
4 in one night.
Oh, you must have been hot.
Well, I do declare...
You do declare what?
I do declare if Ephraim hadn't tried enough, I would have had his rosin.
Oh, no. Gosh, Mr. Gallup, you know, I could stand around here all night just listening to you. But I'm too young to die.
We have a program to do, you know.
Oh, yes, that old thing again. Berle, what's the reason for the salute to railroads this week?
Well, Mr. Gallup, this is the big day in railroad history. Tonight, we're commemorating the first transcontinental railroad.
Really?
Just think, Mr. Gallup. 78 years ago, at Ogden, Utah, the president of the Southern Pacific Railroad, with thousands cheering, drove a solid gold spike right through the foot of the president of the Union Pacific. And if you don't believe it, just go to Ogden, Utah. The president of the Union Pacific is still standing there yelling for a crowbar. And that is why tonight we salute the American Railroad. The story of the railroads is the story of America. To tell about it isn't very exciting, but to read about it is even duller. It all began in a little carpenter shop in Pennsylvania. An invention was being completed.
Better nail it down some more, Hank.
Okay, boss.
That's it. Now, more glue. More cement.
Right, boss.
Now, paint it down.
Yes, sir.
There, quick, let me try it. It didn't even budge. Success at last.
Thus, the first Pullman window was invented. But the mighty railroads went forward. Once they had the Pullman window, they built a car around it. And in 1871, Mr. Pullman himself demonstrated his first sleeping car to a breathless crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a sleeping car. I will now pull aside this green curtain and show for the first time an upper berth. Ready? There. Pardon me, madam.
Yes, it was after this that they put numbers on the curtains. Then on went the mighty railroad. As the progress of railroads continued, safety became the watchword. New devices were added. Air brakes, couplings, all steel cars, all for the safety and protection of the passengers. But to this day, the greatest danger facing the innocent traveler on a train still exists. It is this.
Pardon me, friend. Care to play a little poker to kill some time?
Thank you very much. Thank you. That is the story of the railroads. And today, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, you cannot escape hearing that haunting rhythm of the railroads that so richly fills the air of America. Thank you, Whispering Jack Smith. But Mr. Gallup, breathes there a man who hasn't found romance on a train? Remember when you held her hand and sang to that one and only girl? To Niagara on a sleeper, there's nothing of the cheaper. The train goes slow. Ooh, off we're going to shuffle off to Buffalo. Cynthia, shuffling off to Buffalo with my Cynthia. The way she shuffled, you couldn't tell her from the buffalo. Remember, Cynthia, the first time I saw you on the train, how jealous I was because you sat next to the same man for the whole trip. It wasn't until later that I saw the handcuffs. Impetuous, fun-loving Cynthia. How you love to stick your head way out of the window train. The train window. It was a Studebaker. How you used to laugh when I warned you about the telephone poles until one day, boing, boing, boing. And then, Cynthia, when we pulled you in, how frightened I was when I saw that big bump behind your ear. What a relief. It was only your nose. As I remember about Cynthia. Your delicate way of getting off a train. You just lean a nail hook, snap you off. Cynthia, how different you were from the other girls who worked in the roundhouse. You were the only square. Yes, Cynthia. I'll never forget the last time that I saw you. You were racing a train to a crossing. I'll bet if you had made it. But don't worry, Cynthia. As soon as they wire you together up, we're going to shuffle off to Buffalo. Thank you. Hold it. Now, please. No applause. If you just like it, throw money on the stage. That's it. Berle? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's your line.
Berle, in our salute to railroads, let us pay tribute to an honored railroad profession that is fast disappearing, the candy butcher.
The candy butcher? Yes, sir.
You wait for just that moment when the tired passengers at last think they're about to get some rest. Then you come through the car.
I come through the cars. Ladies and gentlemen, just a moment of your time. I have here in a basket tasty refreshments and fascinating souvenirs. Genuine, artificial, imitation, orange-type drink. Ice cold frankfurters, chocolate-covered nuts, chocolate-covered candy, and that new confection that's sweeping the country, chocolate-covered tomato herring. And while the girls of the ensemble are changing... No, wrong place, Ron. Pardon me. We have comic books, jerk beef... What is it, madam?
I'd like some Philip Morris cigarettes.
Would you do me a favor? Would you repeat that for the benefit of this large, challenging audience?
Philip Morris cigarettes.
Yes, sir. Once more, please. I want to stay on.
Philip Morris cigarettes.
Thank you. You heard what the lady said. Philip Morris. Oh, that reminds me. What am I doing here? I got to put Johnny on the spot. Tell me, Johnny, and don't be hesitant about it. Why is Philip Morris so much better to smoke?
Here's your answer, sir. It's because the Philip Morris smoker really gets what other smokers only hope to get.
Right, Johnny. Philip Morris is the one leading cigarette with an exclusive difference in manufacture. The only leading cigarette scientifically proved far less irritating to the nose and throat. Remember, less irritation means more enjoyment. That's why the Philip Morris smoker really gets what other smokers only hope to get. Better taste, finer flavor, perfect smoking pleasure.
Just a moment, please. Doesn't every smoker know that?
No. If every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette. For perfect smoking pleasure, try a pack of Philip Morris today.
That was Ragtime Cowboy Joe, played by Ray Block and the Philip Morris Cowhands. Mighty fine, Ray, mighty fine. I sure would like to have that orchestra out on a range, a shooting range. I'm only kidding, Ray. You just see the look that man gave me? He's a tenderfoot. That's a switch. I'm only kidding, Ray. But on with the subject, ladies and gentlemen, of American railroads as we present...
Railroad Forum tonight. Railroad Forum tonight. The question, will smoking room conversation ever take the place of burlesque?
Thank you. Thank you. You heard the question beautifully stated by Mr. Gallup. Now, let's have questions from the floor. Let's start with this gentleman here with the false eyelashes. Young man, you have a question, sir?
Mr. Berle, I'm a nervous wreck. Every time a train goes through a tunnel, I wake up shaking.
You can't sleep on a train?
What train? I sleep in the tunnel.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next question. This young man here in the aisle emptying a hot water bottle. Young man, what is your name?
My name is Temptation.
Temptation?
Yeah, I was named after the song.
Yes.
The whole family's named after songs. We're music-type people.
Oh, I see, I see.
My father's name is Annie Laurie.
What's your mother's name?
Old Black Joe.
Wait a minute. Isn't there anyone in your family that has a name that fits him?
Oh, yeah, my baby brother.
What's his name?
Bleep Bloop.
All right, temptation. Have you got a problem?
Sure, I got a problem. I want to get married and I can't.
Well, look,
I ain't got enough dough, no apartment. The girl's father hates me.
Please, we're discussing railroads.
Oh, so my problem ain't big enough. I'm going to maybe stay a bachelor all my life, but that ain't a big enough problem for you.
I
want to be like other guys. I want to get married. I want to have kids.
But you...
I want a little white bungalow and Kew Gardens with a rubber plant on the porch.
Please.
I want to hear little voices saying, Da, da. I want to belong to the Parent Teachers Association.
Yeah, but look...
What's the matter? What's the matter? Did Hardship have a little happiness?
I didn't...
Shut up, you home wrecker!
Please, let's not get emotional. Now, if you have a question, ask it.
Okay. You want to buy a lady's home journal?
Thank you. Next question. Let's hear what the women have to say. You, madam, in the first row, rendering a chicken. What is your name, please?
Tallulah Feeney, I'm a homemaker.
I see. And you have a question concerning railroads?
Yeah, how can I teach my husband manners on a train? He's sure a slob.
Your husband has bad manners on the train?
Bad. He's been thrown off cattle cars.
No kidding.
He gets confused on a train. Once he looked out the window and started yelling for him to stop.
Why?
He seen a filling station. He thought he was on a bus.
I see.
What a jerk. He waits until the train goes around curves. Then he starts shaving with that straight razor of his.
Gosh.
Last time he come back from the washroom holding his ear.
It was cut?
It was off.
You have your troubles.
Him and his crazy habits. On trains, he likes to sleep without pajamas. It's amazing.
Well, what's amazing about sleeping without pajamas?
On the observation platform?
I see.
So does everybody else.
Oh.
In the dining car. That's when he's really cute.
He's cute, eh?
Yeah. At the table, he opens up a newspaper, takes off his shoes and stockings, and starts flexing his toes.
His toes? Why?
He's holding the paper with his hands saying he's got to eat with something.
Well, that's awful. He's some problem when you're traveling.
Not anymore. Now when we have to go anywhere by train.
Yes?
I ship him ahead by freight.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Feeney. Thank you. And now, as a tribute to those famous underground trains New Yorkers know so well, we've been asked to repeat our rendition of the official subway song. Music, Skitch. Oh, I wish I was on the Sea Beach local, sipping on a Coca-Cola. Look away, look away, look away, Coney Isle.
Oh, you push and shove, but it's waste of fighting just to spend the day at Brighton. Look away,
look away, look away, Coney Isle. Then we wish we were at Coney.
Hooray, hooray.
And Coney Island hot dog stands will fill ourselves with relish. Away,
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 away down south in Brooklyn. Away,
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 away down south in Brooklyn. And here's our young South American singing star, Dick Phoney, to sing.
We saw an apple blossom wedding underneath apple blossom love. I saw the apple blossom wedding from the balcony above. You had your apple blossom wedding. I lost my apple blossom love.
Wonderful, Dick. Take a bow. Wonderful, Dick Phoney. It's swell. Oh, Mr. Gallup.
Yes?
Would you just say the word railroad?
Very well. Railroads.
What was that?
Railroads.
Oh. Speaking of railroads, an incident happened to me. You notice how clever we got into the subject again? That's how this program's constructed, like a tightly well-knit sieve. But really, Mr. Gallagher, just think. Just this week, I had an experience about meeting a train. It was one morning after breakfast. I was about to leave the house, and I'll never forget. Well, goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Milton.
Goodbye, Junior. Junior, you be a good boy.
You're kidding.
I know. Gosh, I'll be late for rehearsal. Who can this be? Come in.
Telegram for Milton Berle, $1.20 collect. Sign here.
There. Here's the money. Oh, wait a minute, young man. Here's a tip.
A nickel. Oh, goody. Now I won't have to swim home to Staten Island tonight.
Boy, you sure throw it around, don't you, sport?
Quiet.
Well, open the telegram, Milton. Who's it from?
It was sent collect.
Collect? That's Uncle Julius's pen name.
Quiet now. Well, Junior's right. It's from Kansas City. It says arriving on the Monarch at Grand Central Depot today. Please meet the train. Uncle Julius.
Milton, today?
Gee, I better rush down to Grand Central and meet him.
I'll go with you, Pop. You know what happens to you in a crowd.
What about me in a crowd?
If you see more than 4 people in one place, you start doing your old vaudeville act.
Oh, stop it.
I'm tired of passing through the crowd with that tambourine.
Quiet. Come on, let's go. Come on.
Train leaving New York on track 5 for Hackensack, Hoboken, Newark, and all points in New Jersey. Please let the bookies on first.
Junior, let's find out what time the Monarch gets in.
Attention, coming in on track 5, it's Super Chief, Broadway Limited, and the Lark. And here are the mutuals, 620 to win, 440 to place the show.
That's the 4th favorite to win today. Gosh, Uncle Julius may be in already.
Hey, Pop, here's the timetable.
Oh, good, Junior. Let me read it.
You read it?
Yeah.
But, Pop, it ain't all in capital letters.
Give it to me. Here it is. Trains from Kansas City to New York. Super Monarch arrives 2:15. Oh, wait. See footnote A. Here's footnote A. Except Sundays, weekdays, and holidays. Oh, that's great.
But here's another train, Pop. See, the Super Monarch.
Oh, yeah. Arrives 3 p.m. That must be... Wait. See footnote B. Footnote B. Oh, here it is. Footnote B. See footnote A. This is awful.
Well, here's another, Pop. The Old Reliable.
Oh, the Old Reliable. That sounds like it. See footnote C. C. Discontinued as of January 1906. Wait, this must be the one, Junior. The Labor Day special.
Look at the footnote.
Runs daily, except Labor Day. Oh, wait. Why are we knocking ourselves out with a timetable? Here's an information booth. Clerk.
Next?
Yes, I'm next, clerk.
What can I do for you, sir?
Clerk, my Uncle Julius is arriving from Kansas City on the Monarch. Can you tell me what time it gets in?
Of course, sir. The Monarch is due at 5:12 at Tennessee. It just left us a flight forward because we realized that anything that we had the beautiful air-cooled toys, the diesel toys, and as it rolls through the hills about a stalemate, it leaves you with the kind of a toy that affords everybody a definite thrill. But that's without a diner. Next.
Wait a minute. I asked what time does the
I told you. It left Arbitration Place on the way to the Stormhead. And as we told you about the trees, there's only one paddock beam that's cut back for the trees. You are the one that's holding the Stormhead. And please hold on to your stuff. Next.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, please. My Uncle Julius from Kansas City.
Mister, you're just like another man who was here the other day. He came up to me and he says, I would like to get a ticket to Strut and White back with Flammers. Strut and White back with Flammers. I says to him, what do I look like, a priest? Do I want to be back with Troy? After all, it's only a sieve. And would you believe it? Today that man is dead. Next.
No, look, I just want to know what time the Monarch comes in. This is ridiculous. Come on, Junior. This guy is nuts.
Well, let me try it, Pop. Look, mister, what my father wants to know is, does the Corporal stop at Spima Risen Drizza Drama climbing?
Oh, the Monarch from Kansas City. It just got in on track 6.
That's the Stylers.
It's a Philippine.
Hey.
Flat.
Banaplan.
Sunlight.
Quiet. Quick. Junior, the Monarch's on track 6. Uncle Julius is on it. Let's get on the train and search through every car. Come on. Here, Junior, this is the Monarch. Let's get on there. There, now we'll start from this end of the train and walk through.
Looks empty, Pop.
Uncle Julius must be in the next car. Come on. Wait a minute. Look, the train is moving. Come on, let's get off.
No, you don't understand, Pop. This train isn't moving.
It isn't?
No, it's the train next to us that's moving. Optical illusion. I learned that in science class.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, optical illusion. Gosh, Junior, sometimes you're amazed at it. You're so intelligent. But let's go through the rest of the cars. Uncle Julius! Uncle Julius!
Hello?
Hello, Mom.
Junior, Uncle Julius has been here for 2 days. Where are you?
Kansas City.
Kansas City?
Yeah, Pop's in jail.
Jail?
Yeah, when we got here, he wouldn't pay the fare. He kept yelling he wasn't a passenger. He was just an optical illusion.
Poor Daddy. What can we do for him?
Well, he only asked one thing, Mom.
Yes?
He says when we come home, he wants Uncle Julius to meet the train. Head on.
Thank you. I'll be back as soon as Mr. Gallup tells you about...
Philip Morris is the only leading cigarette scientifically proved far less irritating to the nose and throat. Remember, less irritation means more enjoyment. That's why the Philip Morris smoker really gets what other smokers only hope to get. Better taste, finer flavor, perfect smoking pleasure. Yes, it's true.
If every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris. Made by Americans, for Americans, to suit American taste. Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette.
Well, thank you. That about winds up and closes the lid for tonight. And on behalf, ladies and gentlemen, of our cast and our sponsor, Philip Morris, may I welcome the thousands of American Legion members who have gathered here in New York for their annual convention. In case any of you Legionnaires would wish to have some tickets to our broadcast, here's Mr. Peblum of NBC's guest relations staff who will tell you just how to get them. Mr. Peblum.
Legionnaires, all you have to do is to apply to the nearest strongmate. Ask for Miss Tafelbaum, who will take very good care of your grain. Always give you the ticket for same, employment, and 3 for that.
Simple, isn't it? Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone.
This is Johnny again reminding you for perfect smoking pleasure, call for Philip Morris! Call for Philip Morris!
Yes, if every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette. And now, goodbye, Johnny. See you next Tuesday, same time, same station, when Philip Morris will again present the Milton Berle Show. Until then...
Mr. Clean gets rid of dirt and grime and grease in just a minute.
Mr. Clean will clean your whole house and everything that's in it.
Floors, doors, walls, halls, white sidewall tires, and old golf balls.
Sinks, stoves, bathtubs he'll do. He'll even help clean laundry, too.
Mr. Clean gets rid of dirt and grime and grease in just a minute.
Mr. Clean will clean your whole house and everything that's in it.
Can he clean a kitchen sink?
Quicker than a wink.
Can he clean a window sash?
Faster than a flash.
Can he clean a dirty mirror?
He'll make it bright and clear.
Can he clean a diamond ring?
Mr. Clean cleans anything.
Mr. Clean gets rid of dirt and grime and grease in just a minute. Mr. Clean will clean your whole house and everything that's in it. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Keep it tuned right here to Hojo Radio for more classic old-time radio.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company as a public service and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another feature of the NBC Inter-American University of the Air, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. old China.
Standing against the enemy in the Far East is China. For 50 years, China has been a victim of Japanese aggression. For 6 years, China has successfully fought Japan. With the avalanche of events in the Pacific since Pearl Harbor, China has become more important to us than ever before. To win the war in the Pacific, we must have the friendship and the help of China. But China is not only great because she has successfully fought Japan for 6 years, nor because of her 450 million people. China is great because of her history and her culture. 600 years ago, a traveler returned from China with tales of such wonderment.
All Venice is jubilant over your return, Marco.
You honor us beyond what we deserve.
Well, we are your friends and relatives, and whom better could we feast than you?
But for our diligence in proving that we are not impostors, you, Federico, and all Venice would have turned us away.
For 16 years, 26 years you were gone. How could we know you?
Even my own relative here, Gian, refused to admit us to our own house.
Oh, but your clothes were coarse and tattered, and the Marco Polo I last saw was not more than a boy.
Gian regarded us with suspicion, and the dogs barked at us.
I should not have recognized you.
Your father Niccolo and your uncle Maffio, they looked like wayfarers.
That we all are.
No. Such splendor as those crimson robes you wear, we of Venice have never seen.
They come from the court of Kubla Khan, a court more wondrous than that of the Doges of Venice.
Kubla Khan. In the far-off land of China you visited.
Yes. They are gifts to my father, my uncle, and me.
Crimson robes of velvet and damask and satin. Such riches.
China possesses riches greater than any land we saw in the 26 years of our absence. For currency, they use paper money.
Paper money?
Money made of paper?
Yes, Federico. Even our city of Venice here, a trading and banking city, is not so far advanced.
Oh, but money made of paper, I do not understand, Marco Polo.
It is printed in the city of Convolute. They print pieces of different sizes, each of which has a different value. Of these, the smallest pass for a half a ton watt, the next size for a Venetian silver cloth, and so on. Some are for 2, 3, and even as far as 10 byzants of gold.
Oh, but Marco Polo, will tradesmen accept this paper currency?
Yes, Gian. It is circulated in every part of the great Khan's dominions. All His Majesty's armies are paid with this currency, which is to them the same as if it was gold or silver.
Money made of paper.
In far-off China, mechanical devices superior to ours are not lacking. Water clocks are found on bridges. Astronomical instruments are in constant use, and valuable minerals are mined. One of these minerals is a sort of black stone which they burn.
A stone that burns?
Yes, and it gives off an uncommon amount of heat. The Chinese dig it out of the mountains and burn it like firewood. If you supply the fire with these stones at night, you will find them still alight in the morning.
Well, perhaps they are not stones at all.
The earth is rich, and from it come not only these black stones, but... Here, look you here.
You cut open the seams of your old garments?
Why, those were the garments you wore when you came to my house in tatters.
The same.
You have something hidden in the seams and the pleats.
Look.
Rubies. Sapphires.
And diamonds. Emeralds. And pearls.
You brought these jewels from faraway China?
Oh, it must be a land of surpassing wealth and wonder.
More wondrous than this world has ever dreamed. More wondrous than this world has ever dreamed.
Marco Polo returned to Venice from China in 1295, nearly 200 years before Columbus came to America. China then was far ahead of Europe, for China has the oldest living civilization on earth. Egypt and Greece and Rome rose before the birth of Christ, but fell. China has lived 5,000 years.
2,300 years ago, the Chinese built the Great Wall of China, the greatest continuous fortification ever erected.
50 1,500 years ago, the Chinese built the Grand Canal, the longest artificial waterway in the world.
1,000 years ago, the Chinese built Peking with courts, palaces, gardens, marble bridges.
For 2,000 years, ideas, developments, discoveries, inventions flowed from China to the rest of the world by camel caravans. 200 years before Christ, camel caravans laden with silk crossed the deserts from China through Turkestan, through Persia to the shores of the Mediterranean, and on to the powerful empire of Rome. By camel caravans over this long, long road, Rome and China, then the two mightiest empires in the world, were linked.
The making of silk is known to the Chinese alone. By the time the silk of this caravan reaches Rome, it will be worth its weight in gold.
China manufactured silk for 1,000 years before craftsmen in other lands learned to make it. China gave the world tea. China gave the world porcelain. And China gave the world a product which has become a keystone of civilization. In A.D. 105, a Chinese artisan named Cai Lun reported to his emperor,
"For everyday purposes, silk is too expensive for writing, and bamboo is too heavy. Thus, I have contrived to make this product of tree bark, hem, rags, and fish nets."
Strange. Have you succeeded?
Here, Your Majesty, is some of it. Paper.
You made this? Are you able to write on it?
Yes, writing on it is very easy. Here is a piece with writing on it.
It is delicate to the touch and strong.
I'm able to make as much of this paper as I have supplied.
Excellent. With this paper, it will be possible.
Cai Lun put paper within the reach of all, from king to commoner. Without this cheap paper, printing could hardly have come into general use. And printing, too, China gave to the world.
This Buddhist sacred text I dedicate for free general distribution in order, in deep reverence, to perpetuate the memory of my parents. Signed, Wang Qi.
Today, an expert examines this world's oldest existing printed book and says,
"This book, beautifully printed in Chinese characters, was published in the year A.D. 868 by Wang Qi. It was done in block printing, in which a single block of wood is engraved for each page of the book printed. 173 years later, in 1041, another Chinese, P. Sheng, invented separate movable type. The famous Gutenberg Bible was printed in Europe in 1456. So you see, China was printing with movable type 400 years before the rest of the world, and with block printing 150 years before that.
Printing and paper, both gifts of China to the world. Up to the year 1800, more books were printed in China than in the entire rest of the world put together. From China also came gunpowder. In 1232, when the Mongols laid siege to the North China city of Kaifeng, the defending Chinese hurled explosives upon them.
The men are stricken with panic.
Order them back into the line.
They are fleeing for their lives from the heaven-quaking thunder.
Order them back. Stand! Stand! Back to your line! Stand!
China gave the world gunpowder. Without gunpowder, modern war would be impossible. But so also would be great construction projects like the Panama Canal and Boulder Dam. China gave the world luscious fruits, the peach and the apricot, the grapefruit and the lemon. China gave the world the chrysanthemum, the tea rose, the camellia. And China set an example for all the world in the realms of literature, art, philosophy, and government. These wonders it was that attracted the European world to China in the 18th century. So self-sufficient was China that at the time of the American Revolution, her emperor, Chen Lung, wrote this message to King George III of England.
Our celestial empire possesses all things in prolific abundance and lacks no products within its own borders. There is therefore
No need to import the products of outside barbarians.
But now on the eastern coast of North America, a new nation was taking form. A nation of rugged, enterprising builders and traders. On George Washington's 52nd birthday, February 22nd, 1784, this nation made its humble entrance into the Pacific.
Trim the mainsails and the upper topsails. Aye, aye, sir. All right, get it together.
This is the Empress of China, a 360-ton privateer under sail for Canton, South China. The Yankees making the 13,000-mile passage from the newest nation on earth to the oldest. Yankees sailing a vessel hardly larger than a cockle shell to strange, mysterious Canton, the only Chinese port open to the Western world.
That's well. Make her fast. Aye, aye, sir. Make her fast.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes, I did, Shaw. I will be making port tomorrow. There are several things which you, as a supercargo, should know in carrying on your commerce with the people.
I know they regard us with suspicion, sir.
More than that, Shaw. They'll not treat you as an equal. They believe they are the only truly civilized people on earth. And, Shaw, we are here for commerce.
I understand, sir.
We are here to bring back their cheese and silk. Keep that in mind in all your transactions.
Will you go ashore with me, sir?
No, I'll send one of the men. But remember, we are the first vessel of the United States to visit China. Your success or failure in dealing with the merchants will largely set the policy of our future in the Pacific.
You mean, Shaw, that we can't leave this plot of ground here in the waterfront?
We're foreigners here, remember. And that's their rule.
But this here isn't much more than an acre.
It's 1/4 of a mile square.
After 6 months at sea, they confine us to a plot 1/4 of a mile square.
Well, we're lucky to land at all. This is the only port in China open to foreigners.
Canton here?
Yes, Canton. And this is the only season in the year when landing is permitted. Winter.
We might just as well have stayed aboard ship. It's cold and wet here.
No, they're not anxious to see us. They feel they're doing us a favor. That's why we must deal with the Kohong.
The Kohong?
Now, that's a special body of Chinese merchants. Captain says they're respectable men. They're intelligent, and they're exact accountants. Oh, come along.
This is no pleasure. You don't even have time to look.
Well, we have an appointment. The Kohong are punctual. They value themselves on maintaining a fair character. Well, the captain says we can be none the worse for watching them. The relationship between China and the West was changing. The first Westerners sailed to China for luxury goods, tea, silk, and porcelain. The British dominated the China trade until the beginning of the 19th century. And then, down the ways of New England shipyards, slid a new and formidable type of sailing vessel, the American clipper. Into the keel and ribs and masts of these swiftest of craft went the sturdy and stalwart timber of the forests of Maine. Across the seas they went, the tea clippers, the China clippers, challenging Britain for the trade of China. Now a remarkable change was taking place in Britain and America, perhaps the most notable development in all the history of mankind, the Industrial Revolution. Within the space of a few years, man's ways of working, thinking, and living were changed.
Hargraves invented the spinning jenny.
Cartwright invented the spinning machine.
Watt invented the steam engine.
Cartwright invented the spinning loom.
Whitney invented the cotton gin.
The effects of the Industrial Revolution spread throughout the world and made themselves felt in China. Britain and America competed for the China trade, but no longer for the luxury goods, tea, silk, and porcelain to bring back to the West. The rivalry now was the selling of the products of the Industrial Revolution to China's millions. China resisted, but we insisted. We demanded they open their markets to Western goods, especially cotton textiles. By the early 1800s...
It's not only our clipper ships, it's our products.
You Yankees have us at a disadvantage.
We've taken half the Canton trade.
You'll not have it long. We British merchants have demanded the privilege of free trade. We've been hamstrung by the limitations of the East India Company, but now the King has taken measures to correct that. His Majesty is guaranteeing protection to any British merchant.
And what do you reckon that's going to mean?
Nothing to you Yankees. To us, It will mean that we will no longer deal with the Kohong, but directly...
The Chinese will never agree to that.
His Majesty has already sent representations to the Emperor in Peking and to the Viceroy here in Canton. This means that in the future...
One other factor complicated the situation. Along with their manufactured goods, British merchants sought to sell opium brought from India. Free trade meant the unrestricted selling of these products to the Chinese, prohibited by the government of China. The tension grew. The Chinese stood firm. Incidents ensued and violence flared.
Hey, John Chinaman. Come on, get into this doorway. You want to get shot?
I'm only trying to get home.
It's dangerous out there. Don't you know fights have broken out all along the coast?
Yes, I know.
Well, you don't seem to be very thankful that I pulled you out of the way of those bullets.
If you were not here, it would not have been necessary.
Hey, look. I'm American. This war's with the British.
You are neutral, as the French are neutral. But you are here for the same thing as the British. You will participate in the concessions they hope to wring from us.
Oh, now look. We're here to give you the benefit of all the advances we've made. Why, it's just horse sense to see that it's a matter of plain business.
The Treaty of 1842 became the Western world's foot in the door in China. Hong Kong was ceded to Britain. 5 Chinese ports were opened to the Western world: Canton, Amoy, Fuzhou, Ningpo, and Shanghai. The Chinese agreed to treat the British as equals, and extraterritorial rights were established. The year after the treaty, the United States requested and got the same extraterritorial rights, and soon after, other nations secured the same rights. The Opium War marked the beginning of the gunboat policy, the policy of Western powers protecting their interests in China with gunboats. The Opium War marked also the decline of enlightened China. The Treaty of 1842 was satisfactory neither to the Western powers nor to the Chinese. The Westerners said,
"What does it grant us? The Chinese don't permit us to travel in the interior. The treaty didn't grant us enough."
And the Chinese said,
"The treaty was extracted from us by force. It granted too much, and we will not regard the foreign barbarians as equals. The treaty said nothing about opium, and the traffic in the drug continues in defiance of the prohibitions of the Chinese government."
16 years of troubled truce, the Western powers pushing for greater concessions, the Chinese resisting. And then again, violence flared.
The French have joined the British against the Chinese in the driving with all power on the capital.
The British and French have taken Canton, and today they took the Chinese capital, Peking.
The Chinese have asked for terms. Those Chinese had nothing to fight with. They had to give up.
With each year, weakened China suffered ever-mounting pressure from the outside world.
Russia seized part of Chinese Turkestan.
Japan seized the Luchu Island.
France seized authority over Annam.
Britain annexed Upper Burma.
Japan attacked China, and China ceded Japan Formosa and the Pescadores Islands.
China had been forced at the point of a gun to yield trading ports to the Westerners, had been forced to permit traveling in her interior. Now the Westerners closed in on her, as wolves closed in on their leader once they find him weak. One by one, her outlying provinces were seized, and now the interior she had so zealously defended was divided into spheres of interest.
Germany claims Shantung as its sphere of interest.
France claims Yunnan province as its sphere of interest.
Britain claims the Yangtze Valley as its sphere of interest.
Rivalry for the prizes of China ran high among the encroaching Westerners, and the man in the street said,
"Far right in those spheres, my foot. You know what those spheres of interest mean, don't you? If China is partitioned, those are the parts those powers are going to grab."
Intellectual leaders in China became alive to the fate that faced them, and cries for reform echoed throughout the land. Extremists rose. The Empress Dowager seized power, ordered all foreigners thrown out once and for all. Again, violence flared. The Boxer Rebellion. Guns thundered through China's great cities. The Westerners against the Chinese secret society, the patriotic union of fists. Blood and sorrow and suffering and death. And when the last gun was stilled,
China is at the mercy of the Western powers.
advanced and enlightened China lay prostrate as the 19th century drew to a close. Ahead lay a new century. Ahead lay new struggles to achieve two things: to free their country from foreign control, and to build within their country a government representing the people. To clarify these spectacular events and to tell the meaning behind them, the National Broadcasting Company presents Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific, who for many years lived in China, and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
China has the oldest living civilization in the world. The ability to read and write, for instance, is one of the fundamental necessities of a high civilization. Now, in spite of the fact that they had a system of writing for more than 3,000 years, the percentage of people in China who can't read and write is much higher than the percentage in a new country like America. That's true, of course, but why is it true? Well, one very important reason is that China has never had a machine industry. The Chinese did all their work by human labor. People who do all their work with their own muscle don't have time left over for education. You can check this by looking at Europe and Russia. Before the Napoleonic Wars and the Industrial Revolution, the percentage of illiteracy and ignorance was as high in Europe as it is today in China. Before the Russian Revolution and the mechanizing of the Soviet Union under the 5-year plan, the percentage was just as high in Russia. We can pretty safely assume that as industrial mechanization in China approaches the standards of America, Europe, and the Soviet Union, the Chinese will also catch up with us in the numbers of people who can read and write. Then look at it from the other side. What actual advantage is it to the Chinese that they have such an old civilization? There is this very real advantage. The values of culture and being civilized have existed in China so long and so continuously that they have soaked right through the whole people. Even the poorest Chinese with no education is likely to have the bearing and consciousness of being a civilized man. Even if he knows the history of his country and his native region only by legend and folklore instead of reading, still he knows it, usually a surprising amount of it, and he sets great store by things like personal dignity, self-respect, and respect for others. This means, if you stop to think about it, that he has the instincts and behavior of an educated man, even when he is not educated. And this, in turn, prepares you for a national characteristic in which the Chinese probably outrank any people in the world. I mean, the ability to absorb education. It has been my experience, and the experience of many others, that the average Chinese needs no incentives to education. All he needs is the opportunity. If we combine the two things I have been talking about, the lack of mechanization and the hunger and aptitude for education, we can state a very interesting theory, namely, that the future progress of China is likely to be amazingly rapid, because China's lack of certain things is fully matched by China's potential ability to learn how to make and use those very things. Once more, we can check this by our own history. One of the stories Marco Polo brought back from China was that the Chinese had a kind of mineral, a kind of stone, which you can burn. That mineral is coal. It is one of the most everyday things in our modern life. But in Marco Polo's time, the people of Europe weren't much interested in it. The Chinese burned coal because they were short of wood, but the Europeans had plenty of wood. Coal was not much used in Europe until industry began to develop. When iron began to be made in really large quantities, coal became a convenience. The English began to use coal after they had burned up most of their forests. They called it, for a long time, stone coal, to distinguish it from charcoal, which was the old standard fuel of industry. And then when the steam engine came along, coal became a necessity instead of just a convenience. The point, you see, is that a civilization, a way of life, is a complex. What you add to it must fit into the complex. Otherwise, it is just an ornament or a curio. When the Europeans heard from Marco Polo about coal, it was just a curiosity. But when European life, as a complex, in all its manifold activities, had reached the point at which industrialism was the next logical development, then the whole of European economy began to change. That was the Industrial Revolution. Turning back to China, we can check again. The old and highly developed civilization of China was not by any means rigidly opposed to everything that could be learned from the West. Within a few years of seeing the first steamships, the Chinese began to experiment with the idea themselves. They did not treat it just as a curiosity, the way Marco Polo's Europe treated coal. Machinery and steam power were things that could logically fit into the complex of Chinese culture. In fact, it was not any backwardness of the Chinese which disturbed industrial progress in the 19th century, so much as military and political control by the Western countries, of which America was one. The system of unequal treaties imposed on China by force 100 years ago gave the Western countries the power to turn the economic life of China to their own profit. They used this power ruthlessly. Under foreign flags, in foreign concessions in China, paying no taxes to the Chinese government, foreign industry and trade were able to defy Chinese competition. The shackles were fastened on China even more firmly after the Boxer Rebellion. It is only now, as a consequence of their long and successful stand against Japan, that the Chinese have broken the shackles. As a result, after the war, they will, for the first time, have a chance to show how well they can adapt the mechanical power of the Western world to their own civilization, making it possible for that civilization to become available to the whole people in education and in training. The result will be that in 20 years at most, China will be able to catch up with nearly 200 years of European and American history.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. You have just heard the third program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, the fourth will be broadcast, The New China, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story, which gives background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coins to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
Hojo Radio, where the classics come alive.
Ports of call.
Beyond blue horizons, far at the world's end, strange, fascinating lands beckon us, bid us revel in their exotic splendors. Come with us as we head for ports of call. Far away over the western ocean, 5,000 miles down the path of the setting sun, lies a long, narrow chain of islands, smiling and green like an emerald diadem for the coast of Asia. We are about to visit the island empire whose legendary beauty surpasses imagination, a lotus land of ancient shrines and temples, the fairy realm of cherry blossoms, Japan. We land at Yokohama, Japan's great modern seaport.
Rickshaw boys. Number one, very fine rickshaw boys.
My dear, will you look at that darling baby? Just like a little doll. I've never seen anything.
I'll say east meets west here. Get a load of that fellow wearing a derby hat and a kimono.
Oh, please. You mind speaking English with me? Teacher saying in school, practice making perfect speaking.
We are bewildered by our first glimpse of Japan, this land of miracles. Everywhere about us is an astonishing mixture of last-minute Western modernity and age-old Oriental customs. Ancient temples alongside concrete office buildings. Smart Japanese women in tailleurs from the Rue de la Paix hurry toward the modern department stores with their sisters in gay kimonos, high, glistening coiffures and obis, their tiny, white-stockinged feet shuffling along in clattering wooden gaiters. Japan is governed by an enlightened and constitutional monarchy, with a House of Peers and a House of Representatives. The emperor, known as the Mikado, is the direct descendant of the dynasty which has ruled Japan for 2,700 years. For many centuries, the Mikado ruled an undisputed absolute sovereignty. But during the 12th century A.D., great powerful families arose, and their quarrels and intrigues began to threaten the solidarity of the empire itself. There is grave concern in the palace at Kyoto as the Mikado discusses the rising crisis with his lords.
There is trouble and dissension everywhere, Imperial Highness. I know it only too well.
There has been civil war since I was a boy, and for as long as my father before me could remember.
I know. The great families have become too rich, too powerful. Their jealousies keep them constantly quarreling. Their allegiance to me has become weak, and I cannot cope with them any longer.
May I speak, Imperial Highness?
Speak, Yorimoto.
Imperial Highness, it is true that the great families have become too powerful, and that their jealous quarrels may prove fatal to the Empire. Still, there is a way to prevent it.
And what is that, Yorimoto?
If your Imperial Highness will deign to signal out one of the great families above all others, and bestow upon its head your gracious protection, then the others can be brought to reason.
That will be difficult and very dangerous. What family would undertake the risk of being exterminated?
Mine, Imperial Highness. If you will give me the necessary power, I pledge myself to bring all Japan to order.
And what help from me would you need to do this?
Your protection and goodwill. And then I must have control of the civil power of the Empire to punish by law, and also the military power to compel by force of arms.
Very well, then, Yorimoto. Your request is granted. You shall henceforth be responsible to no one but me. You have power of life and death over my subjects. You shall have the title of Shogun of Japan.
Vigorous, warlike Yorimoto made good his promise to the Mikado, established a stern militaristic regime, bringing internal cohesion again to Japan. The Mikado continued as descendant of the sun goddess to be titular head of the empire. But the shoguns, with whom the office soon became hereditary, actually ruled the country through a system of barons called daimyos, each of whom had his following of gentlemen warriors, the two-sworded samurai. No story is more eloquent of the Japanese ideal of knightly honor which developed during these feudal times than the story of the 47 Ronin, that great national heroic tale of Japan. The scene is a gallery opening on the magnificent gardens of the Shogun's palace at Yedo in the last years of the 17th century. Asano Takumi, Baron of Ako, in attendance upon the Shogun, is approached by one of the courtiers.
Good morning, Kira-san. Have you a moment to spare?
Perhaps, but I'm in a hurry. I'm on my way to see the Shogun. They tell me there is an envoy coming from the Mikado.
Precisely, and that's what I wanted to speak to you about, Kira.
Why, what do you know about it?
Why, I do know a little about it. You see, I've been informed that, although I am so unworthy, the Shogun has chosen me to receive this envoy. So I wanted to ask...
You receive the envoy?
Well, I have not sought this honor, I assure you.
No.
I would be the last to do so. But you see...
Yes, I see. I suppose now you want me to tell you the proper etiquette in receiving the envoy, eh? Well, if you don't know, I shan't tell you. The idea. What are we coming to when such offices are bestowed upon rustic barons who would be more at home splattering about in their rice paddies than under the same roof with the Shogun? People with a knowledge of the world should be selected for such honors. Farmers should stay in their stables with their water buffalo.
Your words are ill-tempered, Kira. I'm only asking you a courtesy.
Courtesy? And what do you know about courtesy, you clown?
Enough of that, Kira. Not another word. You had best not insult me further. I am a warrior and know little of etiquette, it's true. But I do know this...
Gentlemen, calm yourselves.
I do know this, Kira. You insult me thus only because you know very well that a private brawl in the Shogun's palace would disgrace me.
Ah, so you do know etiquette when it will help save your face, eh? Come, coward, I must be going. Adjust the strap of my gaiter.
Asano, drop your sword.
Think. This is too much. Here, scoundrel!
Ow!
Asano, what have you done? In the Shogun's palace.
I know. He taunted me beyond my strength. I would have killed him had he not run away. But now I'm disgraced. I've shed blood in a private quarrel in the palace.
Honor requires that you do away with yourself.
Yes. I'm ready to take the consequences. I have been guilty of weakness and discourtesy. You will stay with me until the end, Tommy. You are my friend.
I am greatly honored.
Very well. Let us make ready. Here is my long sword. Stand over me as I kneel. And if my hand falters as I draw the short sword across my stomach, you know what to do.
Rely on me, noble Asano. And farewell.
Farewell, Tommy. I go to join my ancestors.
And I, Kami, was present and saw this quarrel as I have described it to you, O followers of Asano. Kira is responsible for your lord's disgrace.
Hear me, comrades. We are now 47 Ronin, 47 knights without a leader. I, Oishi, and all of you have followed the noble Asano into many a battle. He was our brave, glorious, and beloved chieftain. Now, through the fault of this cowardly Kira, his valor has been extinguished. I propose that we devote our lives to avenging him, and then, when our work is done, we will pay the price and follow him into the land of shadows. Therefore, if you will bestow upon my unworthy self the task of organizing our revenge, I shall live but to execute it. Very well. Then listen to me. Kira is cowardly, but cunning. He is suspicious. We must be very careful. We will have to wait until he fancies himself secure. We must scatter, disappear. We must slowly gain the confidence of Kira's followers to gain access to him. I, Oishi Kurinosuke, will leave my wife and my family. I will disguise myself and wait until Kira is off his guard. You must do the same. Then we will strike. Do you promise, O 46 Ronin, O masterless men? Aye, we promise. At last. Come. Here is Kira's house. Walk softly, or your steps may be heard in spite of the snow. Our brothers inside the gate are waiting. Open in memory of Asano of Ako.
Come, brothers. I will take you to Kira.
Help! Help!
What is this? Help!
No use, Kira. Your men have been overpowered. We have waited long for this moment.
What do you want here?
You know what we want. We are the 47 Ronin, the men without a leader. We have come to avenge the death of Asano, Baron of Akko. Make ready.
But that, you can't harm me.
Silence, Kira. You are a nobleman, and your rank entitles you to some consideration. Therefore, you may take your own sword and exercise your own right to commit harakiri.
Oh, no.
The coward, stop him. He's trying to run away again. Oh, brothers, he does not know how to die. Strike him down. We have avenged our master, Asano.
Thus perished Kira. The band of the Ronin cut off his head and carried it in solemn procession through the snow-covered streets of Kyoto. The news of their deed preceded them, but their progress was unchecked. Respectfully, the people watched them pass. They were fulfilling the stern code of their honor, though each one knew his life was to be forfeited. They placed the head of Kira on Asano's tomb, then burned incense and solemnly gave themselves up to the Supreme Court of Yedo. Each one was condemned to do away with himself, and each satisfied the law by committing harakiri. Today, when we visit the tomb of Asano and his followers near Tokyo, we are but a few of the many thousands who yearly visit the last resting place of these heroes of feudal Japan, the 47 Ronin. The chivalrous spirit of the old feudal system still dominates the Japanese. The feudal system itself might still obtain in Japan had it not been for the adroit, tactful diplomacy of an American naval officer, Commodore Matthew C. Perry. For in the 17th century, the Japanese, dissatisfied with their first contacts with the races of Europe, closed the frontiers of their empire to the Occidentals. And for over 200 years, the frontiers remained closed by a rigid policy of voluntary isolation. Laws were enacted to punish belief in Christianity, forbidding foreign travel, the study of foreign languages, or the introduction of foreign customs. But Japan's isolation was doomed when Commodore Perry steamed into Yokohama Harbor in 1854.
Swing up the gig! Lower away!
Reboot at the gangway, Commodore.
Very well. Come, Mr. Portman. High Commissioner of Japan is waiting for us ashore.
Yes, Commodore Perry.
Shove off, coxswain.
Aye, aye, sir. Give way together.
This is an anxious moment, Mr. Portman. I confess I feel a bit nervous.
These negotiations may prove momentous, Commodore.
Yes, indeed. Perhaps none of us realize how important they are. The discovery of gold in California and the commercial development of our west coast make it imperative for us to open new markets in the Pacific. Steam navigation has made great progress in the last few years. Our Navy will need coaling stations in the Orient.
Fortunately, the Japanese are beginning to realize that the world is moving on. Something can be done, I am certain.
I sincerely hope so. Well, here we are. I must say they look pleasant enough. See how they smile.
Very reassuring. It's a good omen, I'm sure. What picturesque costumes.
This is indeed a cordial welcome.
And now, will you do us the honor of looking at the unworthy presents we dare hope you will have the indulgence to accept? Here are gold and silver brocades. Here are embroidered silks from Kyoto. And here rare lacquer from Ishikawa. Here now are ancient ceremonial garments. These here are paintings by Hokusai and Hiroshige. And here is rice from Emperor's own storehouse.
It is all magnificent. I'm deeply touched and most grateful. You have shown me the grace and beauty of your marvelous geisha dancing girls and the strength and skill of your powerful wrestlers. And now, if you please, I would like to show you the gifts the West brings to the East. First, this miniature railway. This machine is called a locomotive. It functions by steam, the same power that moves our ships that you see in the harbor. It moves over these iron rails and pulls behind it these coaches, each one of which, in a full-size train, will carry 100 people.
Oh, and it moves by itself.
Yes, indeed.
With no horses, no men for pushing it.
You shall see. McPherson, start the train.
Aye, sir.
Oh, that is miraculous invention. Japan needs trains.
It is wonderful indeed. But here is something perhaps more wonderful still. It's called a telegraph. There is the key, and this is the apparatus. From it leads a wire. The wire has been strung into another room. When this man works the little key, a message is sent over the wire, and the operator in the other room can receive it. Now, tell me, what shall we send to the other room over this wire?
Oh, please, send Banzai.
Very well. Operator, send Banzai. Now, let us go into the other room. We will find the word Banzai written on the invisible man's pad. Show us your pad, Henderson. There. You see? There is the word Banzai.
Oh, this is even more wonderful than train, I'm thinking.
Please be good enough to accept both the train and the telegraph.
Oh, you are most kind. Your gifts we accept gladly. We are happy that after all these years, we have at last learned of these marvelous inventions. Japan will make good use of them.
I am sure you will. And I'm very happy to have the honor of introducing them to your wonderful country.
Then came the long negotiations concerning the treaty. With infinite tact and patience, the American envoy finally succeeded in signing a mutually satisfactory agreement, which opened after 2 centuries of complete isolation 3 ports, Hakodate, Shimoda, and Napa, to American vessels. With the first barrier thus broken, thanks to Commodore Perry, it was not long before the nations of Europe obtained trading privileges in other Japanese ports, and Japan's amazing era of modern development began. 2 hours from busy Tokyo, encircled by green hills and dotted with curving temple roofs, among the somber foliage of the Japanese pine, lies Kamakura, the shrine of one of the world's most famous statues, the great bronze Buddha. Tall trees hide the statue from sight as we approach. We hold our breath with expectation. And suddenly the colossal figure appears before us.
Oh, George, give me your hand.
Are you frightened, dear?
No, not frightened, but... Why, it's overwhelming.
You know, it's as high as a 5-story building, and made entirely of bronze plates. But they're fitted so closely together you can't see the joints. But come on, let's get closer.
What a marvelous face, George. Who could be afraid of such a kindly God? See those half-closed eyes. Why, they're as gentle as a child's.
It seems to be the soul of the East.
Perhaps that statue explains the calm joyousness of the Japanese as they worship. There seems to be no fear, no sorrow, only gladness. But, George, the statue grows bigger and bigger. I have never seen anything like it.
And the curls on the head, see them?
Yes.
The guidebook says they represent snails, because Buddha was so kind to all the animals that as he sat in meditation, snails crawled up to shield his head from the sun.
Oh, look. There's a door in the lotus blossom he's sitting on.
You want to go in? We can climb up inside as high as the shoulders. There are little windows there.
Oh, no, George, if you don't mind. Let's stay here on the ground. Let's contemplate Buddha from a distance. Somehow I've never felt so peaceful. so happy. I begin to feel that I understand the Japanese a little better now.
Beauty will be the word most often on our lips during our stay in Japan. And our hearts will open under its spell like the cherry blossoms, which every spring draw millions of these sensitive people to contemplate them in silent rapture. For in no other place on the globe is the cult of the beautiful so highly developed. Come, let's climb aboard a rickshaw for a visit to a tea house nestling in a garden filled with wisteria bloom and opening onto a pool filled with lotus blossoms, cool and delightful with its arched bridges and stone lanterns. Hovering like a frozen cloud above this fairyland scene is eternal, holy Mount Fujiyama. We replace our shoes with felt slippers so as not to soil the spotless rice straw matting and squat on flat cushions before low lacquered tables. Smiling maids, blue-black hair piled high upon their slender necks, gay kimonos bound with gorgeous sashes, dainty feet encased in spotless white bring a great number of tiny bowls and set them before us with a low bow. At the same time, 3 dainty geishas take possession of the veranda. One seats herself and begins to play the long-necked 3-string samisen. 2 others begin the slow, graceful movements of an ancient Japanese dance. Each attitude is a faultless picture, each gesture a carefully studied symbol. The gold and black fans flutter in their tiny hands. Their baby faces, white with rice powder, are unspeakably grave. The studied poses bring us the classic poetry of centuries. We divide our attention between the dancers and the contents of the tiny dishes before us. What might this one contain?
Raw fish and rice, honorable visitor.
And this?
Rice and daikon, pickled radish, honorable visitor.
And this?
A baby octopus.
And this?
A broiled eel.
And this?
This, fried seaweed.
This cuisine requires a little practice to appreciate. In the meantime, we will concentrate on the rice, the straw-colored tea, the warm sake, and the sweetmeats. Twilight is falling. We leave our rickshaws at the tea house and continue up the hill through the trees. Our feet follow the stone steps which for centuries have led lovers of beauty to the high ridge behind Nagasaki. We pause near a deserted temple and look down at the dream world below us. The twilight deepens. Fireflies begin to glimmer here and there. The horizon is dimmed by successive layers of indigo mist. Above the mist, stars appear. Then a ship comes steaming slowly into the harbor. The magic beauty of Japan holds us enthralled. Near us in the darkness, we seem to feel the presence of another watcher, the dainty Madame Butterfly, little Cho-Cho-San. Over the faint whisper of the pine needles comes her voice.
Every day I have watched, all day long, and into the dark night. Every day since the big white ship sailed away with my handsome officer. It was so long ago. Perhaps he is coming back now. Perhaps the sailors are rowing him ashore. Perhaps even now he is hurrying up the hill to me. Listen. Listen. Are those his footsteps? Ah, no. It is only a deer in the forest. No. He is not coming. He will never come back. Never.
And now we must leave. Leave the lonely shade of Madame Butterfly standing among the trees in her gay kimono. But we hope to return someday to this marvelous land of poetry and beauty. And in the meantime, Japan, we thank you for this charming interlude. May the march of progress spare you delightful manners and the picturesque customs which make you the visitor's paradise. May your hospitable people continue to smile their warm-hearted welcome. May our friendship with the land of the rising sun steadily deepen and grow stronger in mutual understanding and confidence. Farewell, Japan. Dai Nippon. Sayonara.
Where DuPont's better things for better living are produced, DuPont engineers use all kinds of construction materials: stainless steels, copper alloys, lead, rubber, and plastics, to name just a few. The requirements of the chemical industry are so exacting that all these materials must meet certain standards of quality. These standards have been set by the American Society for Testing Materials, one of the important technical associations in which DuPont men are active members. Membership in societies such as these does much to broaden the knowledge of the engineers, scientists, and other technical people who bring you the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
Hojo Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Proudly we hail.
Hello from Hollywood. This is C.P. McGregor speaking, and welcoming you to another broadcast of your War Department program, Proudly We Hail. Through the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, we present the distinguished actor, Mr. Robert Mitchum, as the star of our play, The Ears of the Eagle, with music by Eddie Scrivanik. This story isn't about a battle or heroics under fire. It's simply about somebody doing a job. In telling about it, our star Robert Mitchum steps into the role of Bill Conway, a radio operator in World War II.
Well, I was like a lot of other guys. I hadn't done much before I got into the Army, so I wasn't sure what I could do. But the Army sort of takes care of that. And after a series of tests, I found myself at Scott Field, Illinois, the radio school where the Air Forces tuned the ears of its eagles. I was kind of scared. It was okay with me if the Army wanted to try to turn out a radio operator, only I didn't know if I'd ever be any good at it. But that was because I didn't know Scott Field. Holy cow, I used to think the only letters in the Morse code were SOS.
Well, forget that, Bill. Instructor says we'll soon be sending and receiving 16 words a minute.
Remember now, if you're not sure you've got your message through, keep sending.
Keep sending. Keep sending.
Learn the fundamentals. Dig into those radio sets and see what makes them tick.
Oh! Wrong wire. I thought they wanted us to learn how to use a radio, not build one.
Easy, Bill. Someday you'll be glad you know how to repair one of these babies. It says here.
Gentlemen, you've reached graduation day, the end of your studies, but the beginning in your new career as qualified radio men. From here, some of you will be assigned to communications groups, or to handle and supervise our radio ranges or maintenance units. And some will go on to become members of a bomber team. In any event, gentlemen, good luck, and the congratulations of your commanding general and the President of the United States.
Some of us would go on to become members of a bomber team. Well, I was one of the lucky ones. At least I thought I was lucky, because a few weeks later, the roar of a giant B-29's motors sounded mighty sweet. I'll never forget our team's first flight together. That old feeling kind of came back on me when I took over in the radio operator's compartment and called the tower to clear us for landing. Power from 9179. How are you receiving me?
9179 from tower. I'm receiving you RSS5. And relax, Conway. Relax.
Roger. Yeah, that's the way it was that first hop. Oh, I guess all of us were nervous. Everybody from pilot to tail gunner. But that was just at first. After a while, we got the feel of things and got to know everybody on the team. And what a team they were. Then one morning, we started off on what we thought was just another routine training flight. We were heading out over the coast to get in some more overwater navigation, or so we thought. Suddenly, the intercom cracked on, and the pilot's voice came over, talking to all of us.
Pilot to crew. Listen, everybody, this might interest you. Sorry I couldn't tell you last night so you could have kissed the gals goodbye, but this morning we took off under sealed orders. We're on our way across.
Oh, brother, we're on our way across. Only none of us knew that something was going to happen before we ever got there.
Our play, Ears of the Eagle, will continue immediately following a message from the Honorable Mon C. Waldron, Governor of the State of Washington, who recently said,
"The maximum number of voluntary enlistments in the new regular Army is necessary in order to release men who have had long and arduous war service, and also to build up the regular Army to a strength adequate to meet our needs for occupational duty overseas and to protect our national interests. The success of the voluntary enlistment program will be an indication to the other nations of the world of our attitude toward our post-war commitments for international order and peace. The regular Army offers men of 17 to 34 years of age inclusive security in the form of pay and allowances, liberal retirement benefits, allowances for dependents, generous opportunities for education, both while in service and after release under the GI Bill of Rights, and the still more broadening phase of education gained by travel, experience, and the acquisition of new skills. I earnestly urge the people of our nation to make every effort to assist in this urgent campaign to build up the new regular Army."
Now, Robert Mitchum, in the role of radio operator Bill Conway, continues his story.
Yes, after weeks, after months of training, we had our wish. We were on our way over. That excited feeling kept up for quite a few miles. But after 6 hours out, fickle old Lady Luck turned against us when our two right engines quit. That caused us a ditch. In less than a minute after Skip Hapgood, our pilot, landed us on the water, we were into the life rafts. The great fin of our bomber was slipping under the waves. We were alone in the middle of the Pacific. We had a pretty good idea of how invisible we were on the surface of that ocean. 9 pairs of eyes turned on me.
How's the portable transmitter, Bill?
It's not so good, Skipper. The antenna's out. I guess it's because of the impact when we hit. And part of the... Oh, well, don't worry. I'll get something out of it.
Yeah, sure hope so, Bill. We all sure hope so.
But they all knew that finding us without radio contact made looking for a needle in a haystack easy. I just couldn't let them down. Somehow, some way, I had to get that transmitter working again. I only had a... Hey, Skipper. Skipper, I think I got her.
Huh? Well, go on, Bill. Try her.
Okay.
Well, is it all right?
Well, she's got to warm up first.
Oh.
No, it's no good.
For Pete's sake, Bill, what are you doing with that transmitter? Just playing?
Oh, cut it out, Hank. Just keep track of our course. All right, Bill. Fiddle around with her again for a while. We're still counting on you, you know. Any water left, Skipper? Oh, sure. Here. Take it easy. You don't want to flood your carburetor, do you?
Skipper, how's the chocolate holding out?
Sorry, Hank. You've had yours for the day. Fellas, why didn't you phone me before we left? You know, I'm not going to fall for that busy signal again.
Now, easy, Joe. That's the boy. Now, you'll be all right. We all will. I hope.
It was driving me crazy, too. No, not the sun and not the lack of food and water and not even the fear. Just the idea that they were all counting on me. I was the only one who could do it. I had to do it. I racked my brain for everything I had learned at Scott Field.
Learn the fundamentals. Dig into those sets and see what makes them tick.
Someday you'll be glad to know how to repair one of these babies.
Suddenly I had an idea. Hey, Skipper, toss me your shoe, will you?
Oh, you got something figured, Bill?
I don't know yet, but it's worth a try.
Well, here you are.
I can use this rubber heel for insulation.
Well, how about this bridge work of mine, Bill, if you can use it?
Ah, you better hang on to that, Steve. You can't tell when Ed might catch something with that fishing outfit, and you'll need your teeth. Only, hey, Hank, lend me your specs, will you? I need some of the metal from that frame. Hey, fellas, I've got it. It works.
Oh, wonderful, Bill, wonderful.
You hear that? You hear it?
Well, what are we waiting for? Hank, give him our position. Okay. Go on, Bill, send it out.
No, it's still no use.
Why not? What's the matter?
Oh, the set's working, but I've got no antenna. The signals won't carry a mile. How are we going to send anything? Hey, wait a minute. Ed, give me that fishing pole. Skipper, let me have your shirt.
What, my shirt?
Give it to me. We're going to fly a kite to lift our radio antenna into the sky.
I'm afraid it's hopeless looking for those guys. Not a sign of anything out here.
Yeah, we better head back. Gas is running low.
No, wait. I'm getting something. I'm getting a signal. Listen.
Hey, it's them, all right. That's Bill Conway on the key sending their position. Oh, there'll be no trouble picking them up now.
So Bill Conway got his set working and he got a message through. He lived up to everything the crew expected of him. And the ingenuity he displayed in rebuilding the damaged transmitter and in flying a kite made of a torn shirt and an emergency fishing pole led to a citation and a promotion when Bill and the rest of his bomber team were safe on shore again. But I wanted to tell his story because it had to do with a lot more than just heroics. It had to do with a guy who understood his job because he'd learned it right. Bill Conway's still in the Army, by the way. He found a career, a future in world communications, radio, television, the magic of radar. An exciting job to be done, to be enjoyed. This is Robert Mitchum saying, thanks for listening to Bill and to me.
To impress upon us the military needs of our nation, Proudly We Hail is pleased to present a distinguished officer who commanded the United States Army forces during the final stages in the heroic defense of Bataan, and who is presently...
Everybody understands its nature. The American people must not permit wishful thinking to lead them into the erroneous conclusion that our international commitments can be profitable or successful without the strong backing of an effective military establishment. The people expect their army to do the job, but doing the job depends fundamentally upon the citizens' interest in the army. We cannot succeed without public support. The job before us is to disarm and readjust our recent antagonists, to spread hope among millions of confused and hungry peoples, to stand as a rampart for freedom as we understand the word, and to bring order out of the wreckage and chaos of war. To do this great work, a military force of 1,550,000 men is required. This force must not only be obtained, it must be maintained. This can be done if the citizens adopt a resolute attitude and a frankly displayed determination to live up to the dignity of our country's position.
Proudly we hail.
Hello from Hollywood. This is C.P. McGregor speaking, and welcoming you to another broadcast of your War Department program, Proudly We Hail. Through the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, we present the brilliant actor, Mr. Glenn Ford, as the star of our play, Luck of the Roaring Camp, with music by Eddie Scrivanik. In telling Bret Hart's famous American story of the gold rush days, Luck of the Roaring Camp, our star, Glenn Ford, appears in the role of Oakhurst, the gambler.
Yeah, there was quite a commotion in Roaring Camp that night. That is to say, the usual state of commotion prevailed, for the really big event hadn't taken place yet. It all began at the camp's principal social center, innocently called Tuttle's Grocery. Sandy Tipton was pounding out a tune on a broken-down piano while a few of us, we just sat around playing cards. Suddenly, Sandy stopped. The place quieted down as one of the town's leading citizens, known only as Kentuck, addressed a few pointed remarks in my direction.
Oakhurst, reckon it's about time to tell you about a friend of mine who died kind of sudden-like during a card game.
Oh, really, Kentuck? Too much excitement, eh?
No. Too many aces. Now, those 4 aces you just laid down, Oakhurst...
Oh, now, wait a minute, Kentuck. You're not going to start a fight over a friendly little game now.
Well, if I do, it'll be a friendly little fight.
Are you saying that I'd resort to trickery?
No, I wouldn't say that, Oakhurst. But I would say that you're a cussed crook.
That's strong language, Kentuck.
Oh, here you are, fellas. Gosh, have I got news for you.
Prepare to defend yourself, Oakhurst.
Yes,
I'm prepared to do more than defend myself, Kentuck.
Nothing like this has ever happened in Roaring Camp.
We've been playing your kind of draw with cards, Oakhurst.
Hey,
now
fellas,
we're going to play my kind with lead.
We didn't have no warning at all.
In cards or lead, the hand is still quicker than the eye.
And then the first thing we knew, it happened.
Shut up, Stumpy. You'd better get up from that table, Oakhurst.
All right, Kentuck.
But listen.
If that's the way you want it, I'm up.
Now listen, shoot each other later. This is important.
Out of the way, Stumpy.
But, fellas, in Roaring Camp, it ain't every day a baby is born.
Look, I don't know about that, Stumpy. What did you say? A baby?
A baby?
Yep, I said a baby. Gosh, fellas, ain't it wonderful?
I tell you, it's amazing. It's astounding. I didn't even know there was a woman within 40 miles of here.
Well, neither did anybody else till this Cherokee Sal comes wandering into town, and now this happens.
Yeah, but about the woman, Samuel says she's not going to live.
Worse than that, Kentuck. She's already gone.
Oh, that's tough. Mighty tough.
Well, you can't tell how the cards will fall, can you? Well, now remember, there's a little guy to think of, though.
That's right. A kid in Roaring Camp. What are we going to do with him? Yes, well, I'd say the first thing to do is celebrate his arrival.
You betcha. I'm going to get a keg of powder. We'll set her off.
Wait a minute. Hold on, fellas, now.
That's right. Oakhurst is right. Boys, we ain't going to blast no powder nohow. Might scare the kid.
That's right.
Any celebrating will be respectable and quiet-like. Just use your 6 guns.
Yes, you're right, Kentuck. Okay, boys.
Didn't I tell you, fellas? Ain't it wonderful?
Hold it.
Well, shucks, Kentuck. We're just getting started.
How are we going to take care of this kid? What would no woman folks hear about?
See, I hadn't thought of that.
Of course, I reckon we could send him down to the town.
Yeah, we could.
Send him to town.
No, it's a bad idea. Reckon we could send down to the town and fetch a woman up here to take care of him.
That'd be all right, Kentuck.
Yeah, that sounds good.
No, that's a bad idea, too.
Well, gee, Kentuck, then what are we going to do?
Well, we could keep him here ourselves.
Yeah? What can we do about feeding him?
That's right, Sandy. Yeah, there's a few tricks to it, I understand.
I know. We can use gin.
Gin? Oh, no, you don't. Nobody's feeding this kid no gin.
No, but I mean Jenny the goat, Kentuck, Samuel's goat. Well, she gives wonderful milk.
Yeah, now, wait a minute, Kentuck. That sounds like a first-rate idea.
All right, that's one problem settled. Now we got to choose one of us to watch over the young'un. Who's it going to be?
How about Tuttle? He ought to know about these things. He left a wife and family to come out here.
Yeah, well, how about Stumpy? He left 2 wives and 2 families.
Can I help it from the romantic time?
Never mind that now. Stumpy, you're elected, and that settles everything.
Everything but one sordid detail. Money. Well, I'm taking up a collection, gentlemen, and I'll start it with the money I won from you, Kentuck. Give, gentlemen. Give for luck.
Say, we'll need a name for the kid. How about that? Luck.
Sure, Tommy Luck.
Tommy Luck. Not bad at all.
Fine. Now let's give, gentlemen. Give one, give all. Give for the luck of Roaring Camp.
You're right, then. Come on.
Before continuing our story starring Glenn Ford, we bring you an important message from the Reverend Norbert M. Shoemaker, Superintendent of Catholic Schools in the city of Toledo, Ohio, who recently said,
Peace on earth and goodwill among men are expressions of the hope which civilized peoples everywhere cherish for the future. Twice within a generation, our country has participated in worldwide struggles to bring this hope closer to realization. Today, with the nations of the world, we cling to the hope that out of the chaos of war and international politics, man, under divine guidance, will establish the foundation of an enduring world peace. The period of world reconstruction will call for all the safeguards against another outbreak of war. We must, for the present at least, maintain arms in defense of peace. The Congress of the United States passed the Armed Forces Voluntary Recruitment Act of 1945. Young men between the ages of 17 and 34 are urged to heed the call for enlistment. The inducements offered are physical well-being, education, travel, and security. Patriotic service and the opportunity to replace men of long service are ideals worthy of conscientious consideration. Our veterans have made their sacrifice. The young men of our great nation today, who will be our leaders of tomorrow, should volunteer now so that we can advance steadily and speedily toward the goal of an imperishable peace.
We return to our star, Mr. Glenn Ford, as he continues in the role of Oakhurst, the gambler in our story, Luck of the Roaring Camp.
Oh, that concludes the inventory, gentlemen, except, of course, for this solid silver teaspoon, the initials on which I regret to say do not match up with the initials of the giver.
Quite a haul for the kid, eh? By the way, how's he coming, Stumpy?
Oh, he's doing fine. Tommy Luck's no trouble at all.
Let me take a look.
Now, wait a minute, Stumpy. You got it all wrong, don't you know? The pointed part of those things, they go in the front, not the back.
Oh, gosh, they do?
Yeah, you a family man.
Hey, Oakhurst, look at that kid.
Yeah.
Mighty small specimen, ain't he? Well, I reckon I'll be getting no place for me around no kid. Here, let go there, young fella.
What is it? What's the matter?
Why, he just grabbed right under my finger. Look at that. Won't let go of it at all.
Hey, say, I think he kind of likes you.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Really? Well, what do you know about that? Why, the cussed little cuss.
Hey, how come they're whitewashing Stumpy's shack?
Why, for the luck, of course. He lives there, and Kentuck says it ain't sanitary without it.
Hey, that was Kentuck shooting at me. What's the idea?
Because you used a cuss word, that's why. Kentuck says nobody's to use cuss words within 100 yards of the kid's place. And that don't mean no 99. All right. Cards, gentlemen.
Well, I'll take 3. Say, where's Kentuck tonight?
He left early because of the storm. Thought he'd better visit Stumpy and the Luck. Standing pat.
Yeah. You know, Oakhurst, I still can't get over it. We named that kid right, all right. Ever since he came, we've all been striking it rich.
Yeah, if it keeps up, Roaring Camp might really amount to something.
Oh, look who's talking. Ain't seen you change your ways, Oakhurst.
Oakhurst, Tipton, Teddy.
Oh, hello, sir.
What's you look all put out. What's the matter?
Good reason to be. Ain't you heard about the cloudburst up in the mountains?
Cloudburst?
It's what I said, Abaddon, too. Creek's rising like fury.
Hey, our minds will all be washed out.
Yes, now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. How high's the water, Sam? Stumpy's place is practically down in the stream bed.
Oh, jumping fish hooks. I hadn't thought of that.
The Luck's down there.
The game's over, gentlemen. We got to find out about this, and fast.
Here, we can get through this way. The shack is right...
Good Lord, look. Nothing left of it, not even a trace.
Where's the luck? In Stumpy, in Kentucky.
Look at the ravine.
You ever see dirty water a-boiling like that? No, look.
They're in there, and I'm going in after them.
Come back, Oakhurst, you fool! You'll never make it. Come back!
I went in. I found Stumpy's body. His face was all covered with mud. His hands clutched the doorknob off the shack. I guess he didn't have a chance. Then I reached the tree. Kentuck held the kid in his arms, tight. I guess he must have crawled out of the water with him. And yet, you know, right then, I wished I knew a prayer. What can you say? What can you do? Gentle as I could, I started to drag them out. And a funny thing. Yeah, Kentuck had a smile on his face. There weren't many smiles around Roaring Camp in the days following. Everybody, they felt pretty bad about what happened. Stumpy, the kid, Kentuck. But now about Kentuck. I never cared much about him. I never got along with him too well. But when people said what a shame it was he had to go that way, I used to tell him how much the luck meant to him. I told him about that smile on his face and how if he had to go, it was better that way. He had the luck with him forever, didn't he? Sure. It's all in the cards.
And now we present Major General Edward F. Witzel, the Adjutant General of the United States Army. General Witzel.
Today, your regular army is in the process of reconversion from a wartime citizen army of 10 million men to an interim force of 1.5 million men, which can discharge the complicated tasks of our national commitments throughout the world. For this all-important job, the Army requires specially trained young men who earnestly seek a useful life and success in a fine profession. Specifically, the Army needs men who can operate radar equipment, who can overhaul aircraft engines, who are experienced photographers, who can send and receive Morse code. The Army expects to secure many of these men already trained. Our excellent service schools are providing the necessary training for the others. Ambition and ability alone will limit the advancement of these high-caliber regular Army soldiers to positions of real responsibility. The regular Army is a valuable service to the nation and to the individual. It is an historical fact that the Army has made an immense contribution to the peaceful development of this country. It will continue its important work in such fields as public works, civil engineering, flood control, experimental aviation, medical and technical research. The personnel of our new regular Army will be the eager, intelligent young Americans who have acknowledged this opportunity for a challenging career in the military profession, who clearly recognize and proudly accept the regular Army's great responsibilities to serve the nation, to secure the victories, to assure the peace.
Families prefer it by an overwhelming average of 3-1 over all other toothpastes in a recent nationwide test. They said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter. Remember, new Pepsodent gives you more invigorating irium foam. It sweeps dulling film away. No wonder it's the 3-1 favorite with families all over America. Get new Pepsodent with irium for your family right away.
Stay tuned to Hojo Radio.
Broadcasting Company brings you The Sound of War, the actual sound record of World War II. 2,191 days from the time Hitler's Panzer divisions moved across the Polish borders to the ceremony of the Japanese surrender aboard the United States battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay. World War II, The most terrible period of death and destruction in the long history of man. World War II, a drama preserved for all time through the medium of radio. An era never to be forgotten. Tonight, Sitzkrieg, the Phoney War.
War und ist eine deutsche Stadt.
Danzig was and is a German city.
Alle diese Gebiete verdanken.
You are listening to Adolf Hitler. He is speaking in Berlin. It is less than 30 days since German panzer divisions moved across the Polish borders on September 1st. Hitler's legions had introduced a new word in the language of warfare. Blitzkrieg, lightning warfare. It is now September 29th. 12 days before, Russian armies, adhering to the terms of the Moscow Pact, signed 8 days before the German attack on Poland, moved across Polish borders from the east. The squeeze was on. Poland was gone. Now Russia looked to the Baltic states. On the day of the signing of the Polish peace treaty, Russia forced Estonia to permit the Soviet military machine to establish bases on Estonian soil. Similar treaties were signed within 2 weeks with Latvia and Lithuania. But what about Finland? Independent, freedom-loving Finland. Finland, a land of 65,000 lakes, of white-covered lands. Finland, a picturesque Christmas card inhabited by strong men of goodwill, of courage. Russia, Finland was strategically situated. The great city of Leningrad was only 20 miles from the Finnish border. The Russians made demands. They wanted the Finns to relinquish territory on the Russian border near Leningrad so that the Russian bastion would be beyond effective military range of an enemy. The Finns, to preserve their peace, agreed. But Russia asked for more. They wanted to establish military bases on Finnish soil. The Finns stood firm. They would not give up their land for foreign use. The Russians demanded the Finns retire from the Russian-Finnish border. Finland refused to pull back its troops until the Russians did the same. On November 30th, Russia invaded Finland. "100,000 Russian troops moved across the Finnish borders. World attention moved from France, Germany, and Great Britain to the lands and waters of Finland. New names became known in every home. Helsinki, Finland's capital city. The Mannerheim Line, a magnificent series of fortifications named after Finnish Commander-in-Chief, Field Marshal Karl von Mannerheim. Russians made 5 separate drives into Finnish territory. They outnumbered the gallant defenders by 50 to 1. But as Germany introduced Blitzkrieg to the world, the Finns introduced another new form of war. The Silent War. Heavily armed Finnish ski patrols, their white uniforms blending into the snow of the countryside, darted and probed the Russian invader into helpless confusion. In London, Winston Churchill watched.
Only Finland, superb, nay, sublime. Sublime in the jaws of peril. Finland shows what free men can do. The service rendered by Finland to mankind is
In the United States, there was much sympathy for the Finnish people and the Finnish nation. Finland, the nation that had fully paid its World War I debt to the United States. Finland, the country that President Roosevelt called in a major speech so infinitesimally small it can do no injury to the Soviet Union. Finland, its heroic defenders immortalized by Robert Sherwood's 1941 Pulitzer Prize-winning play, There Shall Be No Night. Finland, small, heroic Finland, soon to be overcome only by the avalanche of massive Russian manpower and armor. In the West, with Poland gone, there was now what historians call the Phoney War. Another name entered the international language: Sitzkrieg, sit-down war, war of words, war of inaction. But in Great Britain, air raid instructions were constantly broadcast throughout the day.
The government have given instructions for the following important announcements. Closing of places of entertainment. All cinemas, theaters, and other places of entertainment are to be closed immediately until further notice. In the light of experience, it may be possible to allow the reopening of such places in some areas. They are being closed because if they were hit by a bomb, large numbers would be killed or injured. Sports gatherings and all gatherings for purposes of entertainment and amusement, whether outdoor or indoor, which involve large numbers congregating together, are prohibited until further notice. This refers especially to gatherings for purposes of entertainment. But people are earnestly requested not to crowd together unnecessarily in any circumstances. Air raid warning. As from now, no hooter or siren may be sounded except on the instructions of the police. In the event of threatened air raids, warnings will be given in urban areas by means of sirens or hooters, which will be sounded in some places by short intermittent blasts, and in other places by a warbling note changing every few seconds.
To a waiting world, the war had settled down to what they remembered wars to be: armies settled behind fixed fortifications. In 1929, French War Minister André Maginot devised a series of fortifications of concrete and steel that would forever and for all time protect the homeland, the Maginot Line. The Germans had their own series of fortifications, the Siegfried Line. Both defenses were termed impregnable. History would later prove that both fortifications were obsolete. As Christmas 1939 neared, great news was building up for the British Empire. The place, Montevideo, Uruguay. In the harbor of the Rio de la Plata, 3 British cruisers with the majestic-sounding names Ajax, Achilles, and Exeter trapped the pride of the German Navy, the pocket battleship Graf Spee. It is Sunday, December 17, 1939. And the Graf Spee, wounded by the British warships, has been ordered out to sea by neutral Uruguay. Graf Spee Captain Hans Langsdorff knows his ship is badly wounded. Outside the harbor, the British cruisers circle and wait. It is 6 p.m. The scene is an incongruous one. On the shore, more than 300,000 spectators watch, awaiting the impending duel. The Graf Spee weighs anchor and moves to the open sea. Suddenly, the massive German pocket battleship slows, then stops. In the United States, radio programs were interrupted by the excited voice of an announcer who broadcast the flash over the crackling imperfections of transocean radio.
We interrupt our regular program to bring you a special broadcast. We take you now to Montevideo, Uruguay. The Graf Spee explodes 5 miles from the coast. The ship has been scuttled.
The Graf Spee had been scuttled. Now an eyewitness to the last of the drama.
The ship is moving, rolling from side to side. There goes another explosion. The after turret has gone up. She's going down. She's going down by the stern. The stern is completely underwater. Flames are still shooting up into the air. Smoke.
When it was over, there was jubilation throughout the English-speaking world. From the British cruiser Exeter, there were many heroes. Here is a gunner, a day after the attack.
Dawn had just broken when we were woken up with a bugle calling action station, and we tumbled out and there was a wild rush to station. Some of us were in pants and shirts, while others were in overalls, because a few of the fellows sleep in these. Anyhow, there was every sort of rig-out you could think of.
Now a midshipman aboard the badly bruised Exeter.
It was about 6:15, and one of the finest days I'd ever seen, with a clear sky and a calm sea. My action station was officer of the 4-inch gun quarters, and when I had reached my proper billet, the enemy had opened fire on us. I could see her on our starboard beam. We thought she was the sheer. As I watched her, I saw 6 jets of flame leap from her 11-inch guns. After a short interval, I saw the results of these jets, as fountains of water suddenly rose up near us. As no orders had come through from the control to load the guns I was in charge of, because the enemy was out of range of them, I ordered the guns' crews to rig hoses and wet the decks. We were still doing this when I saw the Marine's turret being hit.
Now Captain Bell of the Exeter.
What did we do on that Wednesday morning? Nothing very much, really. But that which every officer and man is so accustomed to do, that it is really second nature to him.
In London, First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill.
Ladies and gentlemen, the news which has come from Montevideo has been received with thankfulness in our island and with unconcealed satisfaction throughout the greater part of the world. The pocket battleship Graf Spee, which has been for many weeks preying upon the trade of the South Atlantic, has met her doom.
The Graf Spee was dead. There was much controversy following the scuttling. Naval experts the world over condemned Chancellor Hitler for ordering the end of the great ship while she was still able to travel at great speed, while still able to fire her massive power. For Graf Spee Captain Longsdorff, there was a similar end. 3 days after his ship went down in the waters of Montevideo, he performed a ceremonial suicide. He wrapped around him the flag of the old Imperial Navy. Then Longsdorff, veteran of Jutland, put a bullet in his head. On May 5th, the final epitaph of the Graf Spee. An item from Montevideo read, "The steel of the Graf Spee today was sold for £1,000 to Senor Julio Vigalajara." The Graf Spee, dead after only 5 years of life, had cost £3.75 million to build. Now an aftermath to the sinking of the Graf Spee, which many historians believe may have brought the war more quickly to Scandinavia. The auxiliary of the Graf Spee was the German ship Altmark. Aboard the Altmark were many British merchantmen picked up after the Graf Spee had sunk their ships, some 300 men. After the Spee was scuttled, the Altmark used all her cunning to avoid capture. She moved from South American waters to the waters surrounding the Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Denmark, Norway. Finally, she moved into the territorial waters of Norway. British reconnaissance planes moved into the area. One of the pilots who spotted her said,
So I flew round her several times and saw that she was flying the Norwegian flag.
Here's a report from another one of the pilots who spotted the Altmark.
My navigator was able to identify the ship immediately as the Altmark through his binoculars, though she was painted a different color from what we had been told. And I closed formation with the leader to inform him that we had sighted our quarry at last.
February 16, 1940, His Majesty's ship Cossack intercepted the Altmark. 2 Norwegian gunboats signaled the Cossack that the Altmark had been searched and been found empty of prisoners. Winston Churchill personally wired the Cossack captain to make certain. That evening, a Cossack boarding party went aboard the Altmark. They found 299 British prisoners. Here is one of them.
I cannot find words to express our admiration for the magnificent seamanship and bravery of all those engaged in our rescue.
Now the aftermath of the recapturing of the Altmark prisoners. In Germany, Chancellor Hitler watched with concern the movements of British ships in Scandinavian waters. The reason? Neutral Norway and neutral Sweden were important keys to the German war effort. Sweden's great iron ore deposits were Germany's main source of supply for the industrial Ruhr war plants. In winter, ice-locked Swedish ports forced the shipments to go through the Norwegian port of Narvik, where German ships transported the ore to the homeland. Almost since the war's beginning, First Admiralty Lord Winston Churchill pleaded for the mining of the Norwegian territorial waters to prevent the unhampered movement of German ships. Fearing world scorn if they brought the war to neutral Scandinavia, the British government turned down 12 Churchill warnings. But now the Altmark action off Norway brought fear to Germany. An Allied takeover of Norway's ports would immobilize the Ruhr war effort. Operation Weser is planned, the takeover of Norway. The date of the invasion, April 9th. Now the unbelievable. As Germany prepared for the invasion of Norway, Great Britain finally reacted to the danger. On April 8th, they mined the Norwegian territorial waters. Norway protested. The following day, Denmark was informed by Germany that they had evidence that the Allies were about to invade Scandinavia. Hitler said, since the Scandinavian countries cannot adequately protect themselves, German armies would move in to protect them. The following day, Germany informed Norway of the Allied invasion. Germany, too, would come to their aid. The invasion of Norway and Denmark was underway. Here is the actual BBC announcement.
This is the BBC Home Service. Here is a special news bulletin. As listeners to our early morning bulletins will have heard, Denmark has been invaded by German forces, and Norway is at war with Germany.
Clement Attlee, later to become British Prime Minister, spoke of the attack.
The brutal, unprovoked attack on the 2 neutral, peaceful Scandinavian states shows clearly that the rulers of Germany are devoid of any respect for international law and morality. Denmark and Norway, 2 small, weak states, had done nothing which could give the Germans any cause of complaint against them, unless indeed the mere fact that these countries were the homes of highly civilized free peoples was in itself an offense to these modern barbarians.
The Phoney War was over. The Germans were again on the march. Just 3 days before in Great Britain, Prime Minister Chamberlain in a major speech said, "After 7 months of war, I feel 10 times as confident as I did in the beginning. I feel that our position now is stronger against the enemy than it was in the beginning." Then came the statement that in 35 days would ring derisively through the House of Commons as his government began to fall. Said Chamberlain on April 5th, "When war broke out, it was natural, since German preparations were far ahead of our own, that the enemy would take advantage of his initial superiority and attempt to overwhelm us and France before we had time to make good our deficiencies. Is it not a very extraordinary thing that no such attempt was made? Whatever the reason, one thing is certain. Hitler has missed the bus." A token British expeditionary force was sent to Norway. It met with disaster. Here is a British soldier just returned from Norway.
One thing about the Germans. They're not the same Germans as in the last war. They won't come close at you. They just keep popping at you from a distance. They are poor fighters, and they're dirty fighters. I saw 20 Norwegian Red Cross lorries on the road between Donbass and Aldersnes, being deliberately bombed and machine gunned by German aeroplanes.
So Operation Vesser was successful. In Norway, a new name would arise that would, until the end of hostilities, stand as a symbol for treachery and treason the world over. Quisling. Vidkun Quisling. Quisling, former Minister of War, collaborator. Quisling, Prime Minister of Norway during the German occupation. Quisling, hanged as a collaborator and traitor by his own country immediately after the war. So now the Germans were on the march again. In a few short weeks, the war would explode with unequaled fury. With Operation Vesser successful, the German High Command could now turn their full attention to Operation Yellow, the invasion of Belgium and the Low Countries, and simultaneously the invasion of France. It is May 7th, 1940. In the House of Commons, there is crisis. Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain stands almost alone against the abuse of almost all the House members. The debacle in Scandinavia has all but tottered the government. There are again cries of "Speak for England," and the once calm, unperturbed Chamberlain is now shaken and defeated. One by one, the speakers call him to the mark, and he is verbally annihilated by friend and foe. The cries ring throughout the chamber. Hitler missed the bus. Hitler missed the bus. An angry Leopold Amory leaps to his feet and brings other members cheering to his side when he rings out Cromwell's famous words, "Depart, I say, and let us have done with you. In the name of God, go." And finally, the venerable, beloved David Lloyd George, in one of his last major utterances to the group that cheered him 100-fold times in the past, spoke these crushing words. It is not a question of who are the Prime Minister's friends. It is a far bigger issue. He has appealed for sacrifice. The nation is prepared for every sacrifice, so long as the nation is confident that those who are leading are doing their best. I say solemnly that the Prime Minister should give an example of sacrifice, because there is nothing which can contribute more to victory in this war than that he should sacrifice his seals of office. In 3 days, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain would resign, and Winston Churchill would be called to kiss the hand of the King. Winston Churchill would become Prime Minister of Great Britain. Westinghouse Broadcasting Company has brought you the Phoney War, the actual voices and sounds of the most dramatic and tragic era of the century. This program was written, produced, and directed by Bud Greenspan. My name is David Perry.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting.
a medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight.
Keep it tuned right here to Hojo Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you a story that is both true and exciting, and a star who is both talented and lovely, Geraldine Fitzgerald. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. They are the kind of cards you can be proud to send, proud to receive. That's why, through the years, Hallmark cards have been America's favorite greeting cards. So if you want to send the very finest, look on the back for the three identifying words, a Hallmark card. These three words are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. Now to preside over the Hallmark program this evening, here's a young man well known to Broadway both as actor and producer, Richard Calmer.
Thank you, Tom Shirley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Ever since Geraldine Fitzgerald first graced American shores and American movie screens, she's been one of my favorite performers. And ever since I came to work on the Hallmark program, I've been hoping to find a vehicle for her splendid talent. Strangely enough, as the search for material in the Reader's Digest went on, I became convinced that Miss Fitzgerald should portray an American role. For few actresses who visit us from foreign countries have ever caught the American manner, the American idiom, and most important, the American spirit so readily as Miss Fitzgerald. When Robert Sloane brought in his adaptation of Which Was the Rescuer, I knew the search was over. I read the script with the agreeable vision of Miss Fitzgerald in my mind's eye. This was the drama I'd been looking for. And so tonight, the Hallmark program proudly presents Which Was the Rescuer, starring Geraldine Fitzgerald. In the early days of the war, when people all over the world were hurrying home from foreign lands, passage aboard any steamship bound for the Western Hemisphere was a rare and cherished privilege, especially for an American. Yet, for Mrs. Ann Martin, a young widow whose husband had only recently passed on, the hot, painfully slow voyage from Bombay to Rio de Janeiro had none of the excitement it held for the other passengers. To them, each day at sea was a day nearer home. To her, it was just another day of mourning for the man she loved, the man she left behind.
Mrs. Martin! Mrs. Martin?
Yes? Who is it?
Dr. Pryor.
Oh, come in, Dr. Pryor.
Thank you. Feeling any better this afternoon?
I'm all right, Doctor.
Well, if you don't mind my saying so, Mrs. Martin, I don't see how you can be. Staying inside your cabin all the time, reading old letters, missing meals. You've got to get hold of yourself, though, if you want to get well.
Can I get well, Doctor? Is there any cure for loneliness?
Not if you lock yourself up in a room and think about it all day.
But it's so much worse when I go out. When I'm alone out there on deck, I just keep staring at the ocean, wondering, waiting, almost hoping for it to swallow me up.
And it will if you're not careful, young lady. Don't you realize there are people aboard this ship? People you should know and take an interest in?
I wish I could, but it's so hard for me to talk to anybody these days. They all try to be so kind and cheerful. And everything they say reminds me of something about him.
Only because you haven't tried to forget about
That's not so, Doctor. I have tried desperately. But how can I forget when there's so much to remember? His smile, hands, the way he shaved in the morning, Even the silliest little things take me back to him.
My dear girl, you can't go on mourning your husband forever.
Even though he was my whole life.
No matter what he was. That part of your life is all over now.
Can't be, Doctor. Don't you understand? Without him, there isn't any me.
Then what are you going to do with yourself? Lie down and die?
I don't know. It almost seems as if I've died already.
Here. I won't have you talking like that. Young lady, I'm going to take charge of you for the rest of this voyage. The first thing I want you to do is to meet everybody aboard ship.
Oh, no.
Now, come with me.
No, please.
Well, you're not going to bury yourself in this cabin, I tell you.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Doctor, will you leave me alone? I don't want to go out.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to, Mrs. Martin. We all have to when that bell starts ringing. Come along, young lady. This is a lifeboat drill. Here, let's have a straight line along here, if you will. No crowd in the back. Just keep the deck clear.
Tommy, where are you, Tommy? Right here, Mrs. Gilby.
He's with me, dear.
Well, you're in the wrong place. You belong on the other side of the ship.
Here, keep an hand on that boy, will you, Governor? I'm in the wrong place. Then let's find the right one. We haven't got all day.
Oh, excuse me, I was looking for my...
Now, what are you doing, Mum? Is this your boat station?
I believe so. My cabin's just a few steps from here, and Dr. Pryor said I was on boat number 3.
Well, this is it, Mum. Just take a place in this here line and see if we can't keep the blooming deck clear. That's it, Mum. Right next to the lady with the small foot.
Yeah, we can make room for you. Oh, thank you.
Well, quite a bit of excitement, isn't there?
Yes.
There always is at a drill, but it's nothing compared to an actual hit. With a torpedo, I mean. I've been down twice now, and I'm just praying this won't be the third time. Careful now, Tommy.
I'm going to America.
Yes, of course you are, dear. We've got all these children to look after, you know, Mr. Gilby and I. We came aboard at Cape Town, and we've been on the go ever since. You're Mrs. Martin, aren't you?
Yes.
I thought you were. You poor dear. I've heard about what you've been through, and my heart goes right out to you. Now, if there's anything Mr. Gilby or I can do to ease the pain...
No, I'm quite all right, thank you.
Is she the lady who hasn't got a husband, Mrs. Gilby? The little devil. She hears everything. Is she? Don't say she, dear. It's not nice. This is Mrs. Martin.
Paul, how do you do?
Really, Mrs. Martin, you should be out on deck more. It's so bad for you to stay cooped up in your cabin all day. Of course, I know exactly how you feel. If I ever lost Mr. Gilby, I just couldn't get over it. Please. But that's because we mean so much to each other. Now, you're just a young woman.
Must you go on?
Here, where are you going, Mum? The drill isn't over yet.
I'm sorry, Steward. I have to be excused.
Well, what did you say, Tommy? Whatever did we say to her?
Sure you won't have another walk around the deck with me, Mrs. Martin?
No, thanks, Doctor. I'm so tired, I think I'll go in now.
Very well. I'll look in on you again this evening. In the meantime, have a good rest.
Thank you, Doctor. Hello. Well, hello. What are you doing here, son? Did you get into my cabin by mistake?
No, ma'am. I came to see you on purpose. Don't you remember me?
Oh, yes, I believe I do. You're the boy I saw at the lifeboat drill this afternoon with Mrs. Gilby.
That's right, ma'am. My name's Tommy. And I know something I'll bet you don't know.
I'm sure you do, Tommy.
We're the only 2 Americans on this ship, Mrs. Martin. Did you know that?
No.
Well, we are. We ought to stick together, don't you think?
Yes, I suppose we should.
That's what I thought. It gets kind of lonely on a ship like this with a lot of people that don't know anything about America or anything. Well, that's why I came to see you. I thought you might want to talk to an American.
Well, I do, but don't you think you should be getting back to Mrs. Gilby?
I've got a flag and everything, Mrs. Martin. You want to see it?
Oh, no. No, not just now. Thank you. I'm sort of tired, Tommy.
What's the matter? Don't you like me?
Well, of course I like you.
Then why are you trying to get rid of me?
Well, I'm not really, Tommy. I just thought Mrs. Gilby might be worried about you.
No, she knows I'm here. I can stay as long as I want.
Oh.
You know any good games?
Well, no, not any boys' games.
Well, why not? Didn't you play any games with your husband?
Tommy, I'd rather you wouldn't talk about my husband. I know you don't mean to hurt me just now, but somehow it does hurt when anybody talks about him.
Gee, I didn't know that.
You're not really old enough to understand, Tommy, but when you're in love with someone, it's just as if that someone were your mother or your daddy. And you'd be hurt if anything happened to either of them, wouldn't you?
something has happened to them.
What do you mean?
Didn't Mrs. Gilby tell you? They were both killed in an air raid on Rangoon. That's why I'm coming home alone. I'm an orphan.
Oh, Tommy, I'm so terribly sorry.
That's all right. I'm used to being an orphan.
Oh, poor kid. I wish there was something I could do. I mean, come here, Tommy. Sit on the bunk next to me.
Yes, ma'am.
You're proud of being an American, aren't you, Tommy?
I'll say. My father was an American, and so's the whole family.
Well, how would you like it if I were to tell you some stories about America?
Now?
Now, or whenever you'd like me to.
Well, if it's all right with you, Mrs. Martin, could you come down to our cabin and tell me some stories just before Mrs. Gilby puts me to bed? The only stories she knows are about Australia.
Very well, Tommy. I'll come down tonight.
But what do you know when it's 7 o'clock? I mean, how will you remember to come down and see me?
Oh, I'll remember all right. I'll set my alarm clock right now. And when the bell starts ringing, I'll know it's time to come down and tell you a story.
Gee, is that a promise?
You bet it is, Tommy. Don't forget, we're both Americans, and we're both in the same boat.
And they brought the whole island of Manhattan for $24?
That's right, Tommy.
Gosh. What are you going to tell me tomorrow night?
And Washington left the fires burning in his camp, so the Hessians would think his men weren't going to attack. But he fooled them. That night, an entire regiment of soldiers.
Good heavens, Mrs. Martin, what's that?
Just my alarm clock, Doctor. I'm sorry, but I'll have to interrupt our little visit. Tommy's waiting for a story.
Now there, Mrs. Martin. Isn't that a gorgeous sunset? The prettiest one I've seen on the entire voyage.
The first one I've seen, Doctor. From the deck, I mean. The others had to filter through my cabin window.
Well, they won't anymore, young lady. You're looking much better now. I want you to stay that way.
Thank you, Doctor. You've been so kind. You know, I'm beginning to take an interest in people again. Some people. And for the first time since I boarded this ship, I've begun to look forward instead of aft.
Good girl.
Do you think I'm a fool to look forward?
Don't be absurd. When the Lord gave us eyes, he took care to put them in the front of our heads. And then he gave us necks that wouldn't turn completely around. Don't go against nature, girl. Look forward and keep looking forward. The whole world is before you.
What's happened?
Quick, Miss Marty, get your light belt. Go to your boat station. We've been torpedoed. We've been hit amidship.
Geraldine Fitzgerald will be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's Hallmark drama from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. And now, here's Dick Calmer.
Right now, I have a special announcement for men. This year, you can send Christmas cards to speak your language. Cards as masculine as a briar pipe, friendly as a log fire, as colorful as all outdoors. For the makers of Hallmark cards created 12 exclusive new Christmas cards featuring beautiful reproductions of Lynn Bogue Hunt's famous paintings, Game Birds of America. Paintings highly praised by leading sportsmen, and you should see those Hallmark cards. In fact, if you have the December issue of Esquire, you can see a colorful illustration of these cards tonight. You'll see beautiful shallow water ducks in all their natural setting and full rich color, and the other cards portray ring-necked pheasant, quail, and many other favorite game birds. They're cards to set you dreaming, designed to send to any man, and for every man to send. Tomorrow, go to your friendly Hallmark dealer and ask to see the Hallmark Game Bird cards, the new Christmas cards for men.
I'd like to make a suggestion to the ladies listening, Dick. Why not surprise your husband when he comes home tomorrow night with a set of Hallmark Game Bird cards for him to send his special buddies? Go to your friendly Hallmark dealer tomorrow and pick up a set. And while you're there, you can select all your Christmas cards from his complete selection. You'll find Hallmark cards that suit your taste, your personality. And you can be sure when you send Hallmark cards that you are sending the finest. Because for more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. So at Christmas, as always, look on the back of the card you send for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those words tell your friends you cared enough to choose the very best.
Somewhere in the warm waters of the South Atlantic, the crushing impact of an exploding torpedo has blown a hole through the hull of a vessel bound for Rio. With water pouring into the engine room and the entire ship threatening to break in two, passengers and crew alike swarm over the boat deck in answer to the command to abandon ship. Among them is Mrs. Martin.
Up here, Mum. Don't stand around in the way. Get into the boat.
I'm sorry. I'm doing the best I can.
Well, don't talk about it. Hurry along. We'll be loading away in half a mile. Here, Mum. Take my hand.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, well.
I never would have made it without you.
Here, sit right here. Hold on to your bag now. There'll be more coming in on that side. Hey, how much room we got? Place for about 3 more. 4 if you need them. Don't stock us up too full or we'll never get in the water. I know. Here, young lady. I thought I told you to sit down. Never mind what you wanted. Get your place in the boat. Yes. All right, Elf. I guess we can start loading away now. Hang on to the line.
Wait, just a moment, please.
What's wrong now?
That bell, can't you hear it? It's the alarm clock in my cabin.
What if it is? Blimey, Mum, this ain't no bloody time to be thinking about clocks. Load away,
No, don't. He isn't here yet. Don't you understand? This is the boat he belongs on, and he isn't here.
Oh.
The little boy, Tommy. Oh, something must have happened to him. Mrs. Gilby isn't here either.
Well, it's too late to worry about that.
No, please, they're still inside the ship. I've got to find them.
Stay where you are.
No, let me go. I've got to go back there. I've got to find them.
You'll be killed, you little fool. This ship won't be afloat another 10 minutes. She's breaking up in the middle.
I don't care. Take your hands off.
All right, Elf. Let her go if she wants to. But I'm warning you, Mum. I can't risk 20 lives on account of yours. If you go now, we won't be here when you get back.
Good luck to you wherever you are. I'm going back just the same. Tommy, if you're in there, tell me. Answer me, Tommy. Why have you locked the door?
Is that you, Mrs. Martin?
Oh, yes, Tommy, yes. Can you come to the door and open it for me? I can't get inside if you don't.
Just a minute, Mrs. Martin.
Oh, hurry, son, hurry. Every second counts. Oh, Tommy. Thank God you're still alive. Where's Mrs. Gilby?
Over there on the floor. She's so still, Mrs. Martin. That's why I locked the door. I was afraid.
Oh. Don't look, Tommy. Bless her soul. There's no way to help her anymore. There may not even be time to help ourselves. Come along, Tommy, and don't look back. Not even once.
Yes, ma'am. Where are we going?
Out on deck if we can make it. The ship's lifting more and more every second.
Is that why it's so hard to walk?
Yes, Tommy. But I think we'll manage. Here, let me have your hand. There. That's the way.
Gee, there's nobody on deck. Where's everybody gone?
Well, I guess they're all down at the other end. I mean, quick, Tommy. Maybe the number 4 boat. Maybe it's still there. No. It's no use.
What's the matter?
Number 4 is gone, too.
What are we going to do? Who's going to take us off the ship?
I don't know, Tommy. This time, I just don't know.
Oh!
Wait. What's that?
Sounds like there's somebody out there on the water.
Tommy, quick, get over to the rail. Maybe we can see what it is.
Gee, I can't see a thing, Mrs. Martin. Can you?
No, but There, Tommy, down there. It's a boat, a lifeboat.
Ahoy! Ahoy on deck! Anybody up there?
Yes, 2 of us. We're stranded up here. Can't you see us?
Up yet? Wave your hands over the rail.
Wave, Tommy. Wave.
I am, Mrs. Martin. I'm waving my hands off.
All right, let's put it up. Hey, right where you are. We're coming alongside to pick you up.
Isn't it time yet?
Keep those oars going, men. We don't stop till the sun's overhead.
It's overhead now.
Keep it going, Harold. I'll tell you when to quit.
Gee, Mrs. Martin, do you think we'll ever get to America in a boat like this? We're in the same place we were yesterday and the day before.
No, Tommy. It just seems that way. The ocean looks the same no matter where you are.
Where does the ocean end?
Now. Don't you think about things like that. We just keep on telling stories and playing our word games, and before you know it, we'll be there.
Sure. We'll be there, all right. All we've got to do is row 400 miles, that's all. We'll be there in 20 minutes.
Leave him alone, Harold.
What's the matter with that man, Mrs. Martin?
Nothing, Tommy. We just won't listen to him, that's all.
But looks like he's scared or something. He's afraid we won't get there?
Oh, don't be silly. Only very little boys are afraid. Come on now. We'll play that furniture game you like so much. Remember how it goes? We build a house in our minds, and then we fill up every one of the rooms with the right pieces of furniture.
I'm thirsty, Mrs. Martin.
Yes, well, we'll have a drink as soon as they pass the cup around. Now, what kind of a house do you see, Tommy?
Green one.
A green one? That's fine.
Big green one with a fountain in the front.
Sure. Fountain in the front, cold water running in all the rooms, and the icebox is full of food.
Shut up.
Well, make them stop it, will you?
Leave them alone. They're not hurting you. Come on, get that oar moving.
He is afraid, Mrs. Martin.
No, Tommy. I told you. Only little boys are afraid. He's just tired and hot from the sun. Come on now. We'd better furnish our house. We won't have a place to sleep tonight. Let's do your room first, Tommy. Now, what sort of a desk would you like?
All right, men. Paws up.
Tell me about the desk, Tommy.
All right, go on, tell her. Well, what are you waiting for?
Leave us alone.
Not bothering you. Go on, play your game. Only don't sing any more of those hymns or we'll never get sure.
What do you mean?
The desk, Tommy, the desk. Is it green? Or is it maple?
Make it gray. Match the color of these sharks out here.
Get away from Harold.
We'll all be gray. Gray and green and every color of the rainbow. That's how we'll all look when we're dead.
Confounded Harold, I warn you not.
Oh, no, please. Don't fight. No.
Now you be quiet for a while.
Stop it. I can't stand anymore.
Mrs. Martin, please, don't cry, please.
I can't help it, Tommy. I'm not made of iron. I can't hold it back anymore.
The game, Mrs. Martin. We haven't finished the game. What kind of a chair should I have? A wooden one or a leather one?
A wooden one, Tommy. A leather one wouldn't be right for you.
Sure. A wooden one like this boat that's going to take us to America.
Yes, Tommy.
Don't be afraid, Mrs. Martin. Only little boys are afraid.
That's it, Mrs. Martin. Straight ahead. That thin little line on the horizon.
Land.
Yeah, Trinidad. We'll be on the beach before sundown.
Gee, if that's land, why isn't everybody yelling and shouting? Doesn't that mean we're going to be saved?
Sure it does, Tommy. Only I guess we're all too tired and too happy to make much fuss about it.
Gee, land. All we've seen is water for almost a month. How many times did we furnish that house of ours, Mrs. Martin?
I don't know, Tommy. But this time we're going to get a chance to really furnish it.
You mean Trinidad is America, Mrs. Martin?
It's home? Well, it's almost home, Tommy. Home is just beyond the horizon. But it's so close. I can see it.
You can see it?
Now I can. I couldn't back there in Bombay. Now, it's just as clear as a frosty morning. We've got a great future, Tommy, and it's waiting for us right there, straight ahead.
What's it like, Mrs. Martin?
Oh, it's like all the wonderful things we've always dreamed about. Home, and friends, school, and growing up in America. It's life, and something to live for.
You see all that?
Gee, it's not so hard, Tommy, when you look ahead.
That's the way I'm looking. Only you know something, Mrs. Martin?
What, Tommy?
I never thank you for all this.
All what?
Oh, gee, you saved my life.
Did I, Tommy? I was just about to thank you for saving mine.
Today, back in America, taking up the duties of life again, Ann Martin is vibrant and alive once more, and happy. Perhaps because she rescued a little boy, or perhaps because the little boy rescued her. Thank you, Geraldine Fitzgerald, for a most sympathetic portrayal of Ann Martin.
I was delighted to play the part, Dick, because, well, there's something quite wonderful about the way a child can fill a void in your life if you give it just half a chance.
And by that half a chance, you mean a little love and understanding?
That's right, Dick. Every child should have those things.
Every child should have a few other things, too, as Edna Kastler-Joll pointed out in her poem in the Reader's Digest. Will you read it for us, Geraldine?
I'd love to, Dick. Every child should know a hill and the clean joy of running down its long slope with the wind in his hair. He should know a tree, the comfort of its cool lap of shade, and the supple strength of its arms, balancing him between earth and sky. So he is the creature of both. He should know bits of singing water, the strange mysteries of its depths, and the long, sweet grasses that border it. Every child should know some scrap of uninterrupted sky to shout against, and have one star, dependable and bright, for wishing on.
Thank you again, Geraldine Fitzgerald.
Thanksgiving is only 1 week from today, and I suppose you've already made your plans. I'd like to offer this idea to make your plans for Thanksgiving really complete. Tomorrow, go to your friendly Hallmark dealer and choose some Hallmark Thanksgiving cards to send your special friends and loved ones who won't be with you on Thanksgiving Day. There's no more thoughtful way to let them know that, though far away, they are close to your heart.
And now is the time to select your Christmas cards, too. You'll find at your Hallmark dealers a complete selection of Hallmark cards, the most beautiful ever. Cards that capture all the wonder and joy of Christmas.
Remember, at Thanksgiving, at Christmas, and on every occasion, those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Tell your friends you cared enough to choose the very best.
You're cordially invited to be with us again next week at the same time for another fine dramatic program brought to you by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards, America's favorite greeting cards. At that time, you will hear the true and inspiring story of a lonely little man who had the courage to follow the impulse of a kind and unselfish heart. Our star will be one of the finest character actors of the American stage and screen, Otto Kruger.
Geraldine Fitzgerald can currently be seen starring in the Warner Brothers picture, Nobody Lives Forever. Which Was the Rescuer was dramatized by Robert Sloan from the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. The Hallmark program was directed by Mark Sloan, with music especially composed by Jack Miller. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness.
Stop triple O. Yes, high potency N stop triple O. Stop odor of breath, odor of body, other personal odors. All 3 at the same time. That's important because anyone who comes in contact with the public should take high potency N's chlorophyll tablets as protection against all odor offense. N stop triple O so effectively that just 1 or 2 N's tablets keep you fresh as a daisy all over all day.
N's make triple O go.
Try this test. Rub an onion slice on your hand. Now moisten an N's tablet and rub it over the same spot.
Why, the odor's gone.
Exactly. That's how high-potency N's act inside your body to stop odors where they begin. They're made from a more potent form of chlorophyll, contain fully effective Daratol chlorophyll, and so act faster, longer, more thoroughly than any other type of chlorophyll product. High-potency N's are guaranteed to stop triple O the very first day or money back. No deodorant, mouthwash, chlorophyll chewing gum, or toothpaste. Nothing that acts only in the mouth or on the surface can possibly stop triple O. You must take chlorophyll internally for these results. So get ENDS, that's ENNDS, ENDS, pleasant tasting and safe as any garden vegetable. Get high-potency ENDS, available everywhere. Trial size only 49 cents, larger sizes even more economical.
Thanks for listening to Hojo Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Who was born in Dunfermline, Scotland in 1837. He is reading aloud to his friend, Tom Miller.
And in this way, our friend Benjamin Franklin spent his boyhood and youth until, on account of some disagreement with his brother, he left his native town and went to Philadelphia.
He should have come to Pittsburgh.
Oh, no, you're showing your ignorance, Tom Miller. Pittsburgh wasn't even heard of then. This happened more than 100 years ago. Tom Franklin was poor, just like we are. But he made good.
He wasn't a messenger boy, though.
He was a printer. That's just as bad. Printers are poorer than messengers, I know. My Uncle Angus was a printer back in Scotland.
I thought he was a weaver.
No, my father was a weaver, and he was poorer than Uncle Angus.
You know, Andy, I don't believe a young man has a chance anymore.
And why not?
Well, all these modern inventions, they're putting men out of work. We've got machines for almost everything now.
You have to have men to run the machines, don't you?
Oh, sure, but it isn't like back in Franklin's time. In those days, it was easy to get ahead.
Not any easier than it is now.
No?
No, take Franklin, for instance. Well, he was poor, and he didn't have any schooling. But Tommy had brains.
Well, everybody has brains.
Aye, but everybody doesn't know how to use them. If you're going to use your brains, you have to read, Tom. You have to study.
What if you don't have the chance?
Make the chance. Well, just like we're doing. This is Saturday afternoon, isn't it?
Yes, our day off.
Well, what are the other fellas doing on their days off?
Well, most of them go out and have a good time. Do you think reading about the life of Ben Franklin will make us successful?
No, but it'll help. Now, look at this big house. Wouldn't you like to have a house like this?
I'd like to have as much money as Colonel Anderson, the man that owns it.
Colonel Anderson's a fine man. If I had his money, I'd do just what he's doing. I'd open up my library to the whole town. Well, Tom, I'd build a public library for everybody.
Yes, you would. Not.
Well, I bet you $1 million I'd do it.
And I'll bet you 40 cents you wouldn't.
All right, Mr. Smarty, it's a bet. When I open up my library, you're going to owe me 40 cents.
I'll wait. I don't see you giving anything away now. And it wouldn't be any different if you were a millionaire. Oh, it's easy to give things away you haven't got. But if you really had $1 million, well, that'd be an entirely different matter.
Andrew did not long remain a messenger boy. In a few years, he was a telegraph operator for the Pennsylvania Railroad. Then he was promoted to work in the office of the superintendent. One day, while traveling from Pittsburgh to New York by train, a bright-eyed man wearing sadly wrinkled clothes plumped a green carpet bag down in the aisle beside him.
Morning, sir. You mind if I sit down beside you?
Oh, no, not at all. Plenty of room.
Thanks.
Say for goodness.
Yes, if you like to travel in the daytime.
I do. I can't sleep in these coaches at night. The back of the seat's too low.
The railroad was smart. They'd put beds in their trains.
Beds in a train? Take up too much room.
But the time will come when every night train will have beds in it.
Do you think so?
I know it. Say, see here, lad. I think I know you. Aren't you Andrew Carnegie, the young man who works for Superintendent Scott?
Aye, that's me.
My name's Thomas Woodruff. I've been trying to talk to your boss for a long time. I'm an inventor. I've invented a special coach for a train, just like we were talking about. A sleeping coach.
Oh?
Now, I'd like to interest Mr. Scott in it, and, well, you might be able to help me.
I might. If the invention's any good.
Of course it's good. Now, I'll show you my model. It's here in my satchel. Oh, these newfangled snaps are the hardest things to open. There. Now look at that. The seats slide down, and that makes a bed wide enough for 2 people.
Yes, but what are you going to do with the other 2 people?
Watch. There's an upper berth. It swings down from the top.
Oh. Simple, isn't it?
But is it practical?
Oh, the model speaks for itself. Every measurement is exact.
Looks like a pretty good idea.
Do you think you could interest your boss in it?
I don't know. The superintendent's pretty wary about new inventions. He's a Scotsman.
You're a Scotchman, too, aren't you?
Well, in a way.
Well, it was easy for me to convince you. So why aren't you able to convince the superintendent?
I might try.
Well, if you did, and if you sold him on the worth of my invention, I might let you in on it as a partner.
For how much?
Oh, say $1,200.
That's a lot of money. But I'll arrange for you to have a talk with Mr. Scott. And if Mr. Scott says it's all right, I'll team up with you. It'd almost be worth $1,200 to get a good night's sleep on one of these trains.
As a result of this meeting, Carnegie became a partner in the Woodruff Sleeping Car Company. It was a successful venture and established the sleeping coach as an indispensable part of American transportation. It also paved the way for greater undertakings. In 1866, Carnegie and his boyhood friend, Tom Miller, organized the Pittsburgh Locomotive Works. From then on, his fortune was made. He acquired vast lands rich in oil, coal, steel. In 1899, the powerful Carnegie Steel Company was formed. One afternoon in 1900, we find him in the office of the Carnegie Steel Company in Bethlehem. His friend and associate, Charles Schwab, has just entered.
Come in, Charles. Come in. J.P. Morgan's lawyer was here this morning.
Yes, I know. What did he have on his mind?
Just snooping about a bit. And do you know what I told him we were planning to do?
Make an overture of merger with them, I suppose.
What? I should say not. I told him that we were preparing to build a new plant, a tremendous production outlay.
You told him that? But we have no such plan.
Of course we haven't, man, but I told him that this new plant would make it possible to undersell by a great margin all three of the Morgan companies put together.
I see. Well, I've just had a talk with Morgan. He wants to take an option on the Carnegie interest, steel and all.
An option?
Yeah. You're not surprised that he wants to buy you out after telling his lawyer that, are you?
No, but he'll get no option. He'll buy right now. And for how much? Here, I'll just write it out in figures for you. There now. Can you read that?
What? $492 million?
Aye, $492 million.
But you think they'll pay it?
Aye, they'll pay it. And Charles, my boy, it'll be the most stupendous sale in the history of the world.
At the age of 64, the boy who began life in the cottage of a poor weaver consummated the largest sale that had ever been known in the history of the world. And a few years later, we find him in the drawing room of his New York residence. Seated in a chair before him is Tom Miller, his boyhood friend.
You've been a good friend to me for many years, Tom. And I thought I'd have a talk with you before I...
Before you what?
Retire from business.
Retire?
That's what I said.
But, Andy, you can't retire.
Why not?
Well, you're still a comparatively young man. You've built up the greatest corporation America's ever seen. You can't quit now.
You still haven't told me why.
Well, the company needs you, and the men need you. They know that you are square, and they'll play the game with you.
Yes, I know that. But I'm still going to retire. Do you realize how much money I've made, Tom?
Yeah, I have a vague idea.
Our company's now making a clear profit of $40 million a year. And by next year, the profits will probably be $60 million.
Well, then why do you want to sell out?
Well, I've always said that it's a disgrace for a man to die rich. And when I said it, I meant it.
But what do you intend to do, Andy?
Tom, do you mind that day when we were boys together? Mind how we used to visit Colonel Anderson's library?
Yes, I do.
That library was just for working boys. And I said then that someday I'd build a library for everyone.
You can't give all that money to a library.
No, but I can build libraries all over the United States, all over the world, in fact.
Oh, so that's it.
That isn't all, Tom. It'll take me the rest of my life to spend what I've made. Spend it in the right way. The first thing I'm going to do is take care of the men who helped me to make that fortune.
The men in the mills.
Right. I'm going to provide them with a relief fund, one that'll insure them against accident and poverty in old age.
They'll appreciate it, Andy. But even if you carry out these plans, well, still there's plenty left.
I can find lots of ways to distribute wealth. I can establish schools and colleges. I can help science to fight diseases. You know, spending that money is going to be twice as exciting as earning it.
Yeah, but it won't be half as hard.
Tom, at last I know what people need more than anything else.
What?
Understanding. That's the answer to everything.
Yeah, perhaps it is.
People should learn to understand one another, Tom. And not only that, they should be able to understand the world they live in. There's a great deal to learn, Tom. Not only from books, but from nature.
Yeah, well, some people don't want to learn.
And that's their own fault. A man doesn't have to stay buried in the bottom of a coal mine. He can come up on the top. He can enjoy the world. God made it for him. It's his to know and to have.
You're an idealist, Andy. Just like you were years ago. You made millions. Now you're going to give them away to an ideal. A library.
And you said I wouldn't. You recall that?
Yes. It was the day we were sitting on Colonel Anderson's front steps, reading about Benjamin Franklin.
And if my memory serves me right, you made me a little bet that day.
Yes, so I did.
Well then, Mr. Miller, I may be an idealist, but I'm still a Scotsman. How about paying me that 40 cents?
As a captain of industry, Andrew Carnegie's fame has been great. But as a philanthropist, an educator, and a friend to man, his name will live on through the centuries. We thus pay homage to Andrew Carnegie, a Scotchman by birth, an industrialist by profession, gentleman by nature. Captain of Industry. The story of Joseph Pulitzer, a man who was born in Austria-Hungary in 1847 and rose to the pinnacle of success, is an inspiring example of the power of the will to do. St. Louis, Missouri, 1868. Two men are talking in the office of the Westliche Post, a German-language newspaper. They are the renowned Karl Schurz and Dr. Emil Pretorius, fellow owners of the paper.
I told Willich to come in and settle the matter about a new reporter. I can quite fathom his objections to Orenberg. The man's an A-number-1 reporter, but he seems to be set on young Pulitzer. I suppose he feels young Pulitzer is more pliable. But Joey Pulitzer has a mind of his own. Our Deutsche Gesellschaft Society made no mistake in helping that young man. I wish there were more like him. Ah, here you are, Willich.
Oh, good afternoon, Pulitzer.
Good afternoon.
Well, gentlemen, here he is, the Post's new reporter. Congratulations, Pulitzer. Going to black your fingers with printer's ink, eh?
Well, I, an unknown, an emigrant selected for such responsibility, it is like a dream. But let me tell you, sir, I am not afraid. My ambition is to fill Mr. Willick's place. When he moves up, of course.
All in good time, Joey. Newspaper work calls for a long apprenticeship.
But I mean to work hard. Tonight I'm going to work on my English.
But the Westliche Post is a German newspaper.
Yes, of course it is a German newspaper. But I didn't mean to talk so long. Auf Wiedersehen, gentlemen.
Willich, there's a young man who will be a good newspaper man, or no newspaper man at all. Well, he'll do. I'll make a good wheel horse of him. Keep him on the right path.
You may find yourself with a racehorse instead of a wheel horse. This is the land of opportunity, we're told. And Joey Pulitzer has the nose of an opportunist.
Joseph Pulitzer quickly progressed and soon sold the interest he had acquired in the Westliche Post and purchased the St. Louis Dispatch, merging it with another paper, the St. Louis Post. And quickly a powerful and profitable newspaper arose phoenix-like from the ashes of two failures. Faced ultimately with a nervous collapse, Pulitzer left St. Louis for an extended stay in Europe. We find him just returned to the hotel where he and Mrs. Pulitzer are awaiting the boat.
Do sit down and stop pacing, Joseph. And you might as well tell me. It's plain you're up to something.
My dear Kate, I'm restless because I'm so eager for our sailing.
You had another of your ideas.
Well, the New York World is for sale.
Oh, Joseph. I knew I'd never get you on that boat. And all those lovely clothes I was going to buy in Paris. But the New York World. Joe, it sounds so expensive.
$346,000. That's what Jay Gould wants.
Must you take on so much responsibility? You know the doctor warned you about your nerves and your eyes.
I know. But the New York World could do so much for the Democratic Party. I'd make it an organ for true Jeffersonian democracy. But am I the man for such a responsibility? No, I may not be equal to it. This isn't St. Louis.
Joseph, what is that poem of Goethe's you're so fond of quoting?
Oh, that? Wealth lost, something lost. Must bestir myself to get more. Honor lost, much lost. Must win fame, that the world may forget. Courage lost, all lost. Better thou hadst ne'er been born.
You believe that, Joseph? It's your entire credo. Of course you must buy the world.
Well, thank heavens it was you who was foolish enough to marry me, Kate. There aren't many wives who'd put up with such a disagreeable and changeable husband.
And now take me out to dinner. And I warn you, it must be very good to make up for those Paris frogs.
The best champagne in New York. We'll make it a feast as a reward for your wisdom and good counsel. Oh, I like the name of our newspaper, The World. It may be expensive, as you said, but it's going to be expansive, too.
The New York World, a dull conservative paper, was revitalized. Circulation skyrocketed. But Pulitzer's active participation in its management was limited to 4 years. Increasing physical suffering and warnings from the greatest physicians drove him on a tour of the globe. In Constantinople, he is talking with one of his secretaries.
This cable from Colonel Davis is most disturbing, Ponsonby. I will not tolerate office dissension. Editors should be above such pettiness.
Cables like this should not be allowed to fall into your hands. They're too upsetting.
Nevertheless, I must know everything that goes on. It even drives me frantic not to receive the World until 3 weeks after it has been read at home.
But you've built up the most competent staff of any newspaper in the world. They can certainly carry on for a year without you.
Incredible things may happen in a year. How can I expect our staff to carry on when they crawl like children?
Please don't get excited, Mr. Pulitzer.
Well, I can't stay away a full year.
Unless you submit to the doctor's orders, it may be much longer.
Let me see the cablegram again.
Yes, sir.
I must dictate a reply. Oh, whatever is the matter with me? I can't see the writing. Confound this country and its sudden twilights anyway.
Twilight?
Certainly. Dusk in the middle of the day.
Why, it's still bright daylight, Mr. Pulitzer. You must have...
Ponsonby, you'd better call the hotel physician. I must have strained my eyes. Where is that Italian doctor, Kate?
He's in consultation with a specialist.
Oh, why must they fire those plastic guns?
It's the Italian artillery at practice, just outside Naples.
Yeah, with my head as a target. Every shell is bursting my brain.
Ponsonby is endeavoring to have it stopped.
What do the doctors say?
They say you must reconcile yourself to a long rest, Joseph.
And just how do they propose that I direct my newspaper?
Joseph, the world for itself. Your job now is to take care only of yourself.
Kate, I want the truth.
You may as well know, Joseph. Your condition isn't absolute blindness. Yet unless you compose yourself, it will end in that.
Blind, eh? Well, I shan't let it defeat me. I won't be tossed overboard. If I can't see for myself, I'll make others see for me. Nothing can stop me. There's too much ahead.
No, Joseph. Nothing must ever stop you. You've half your life ahead, and so many of us to guide. Oh, here's Mr. Ponsonby.
The firing has ceased. What a relief. Is this your doing, Ponsonby?
Just a little wire pulling. After all, the Italian government is quite aware of your importance.
Ponsonby, I just got the truth out of Mrs. Pulitzer about the blindness.
Oh, I'm
being matters. The thing for me to do now is to plan how to do without sight. I'll need more secretaries. I'm going to prove that I can direct the New York world even if I can't be at my office. Oh, Kate, I'm afraid this is going to be hardest on you, tied down to a helpless blind man.
If you're helpless, what about the rest of us? We'll travel, Joseph, and I'll be your eyes.
With a yacht, we might do it. Yeah. I'm afraid the noise, the heat, and the cold of New York would be too much for me. And now, Ponsonby, suppose we get to work on those letters.
You're wonderful, Mr. Pulitzer. Simply amazing.
Rubbish. Even if I can't see, I can still think.
For 24 years, Pulitzer continued at long range to direct his devastating fire against governmental corruption, prejudice, and falsity. Crossing and recrossing the Atlantic, cruising along Mediterranean shores in his palatial yacht Liberty, on which he made his permanent home, he continued his amazing career. Pulitzer's fortune grew, and as it did, his benefactions, usually secret, grew in number. One plan in particular lay very close to his heart and commanded his deepest interest. He is discussing it now with Mrs. Pulitzer while cruising the Mediterranean.
The trustees of Columbia University have at last agreed about my plan for creating a school of journalism.
Agreed? I should think they might. $2 million.
Yes, I'm firmly convinced that before this century closes, colleges of journalism will be accepted as a feature of specialized higher education.
Here is Mr. Ponsonby, Joseph.
Oh, you have the memorandum completed, Ponsonby?
Yes.
This is something I have decided to include in my will, Kate.
Oh.
An idea I had in conjunction with founding the School of Journalism.
It's a series of prizes in the interests of letters and good newspaper work.
To be awarded in America, of course. In fact, an incentive to Americanism.
There are to be substantial awards for newspaper work, novel, biography, a book of poems, history, and so on.
Joseph, this is the finest thing you've ever done.
You see, Ponsonby, when I was a young man, there was one time when I was badly in need of a helping hand. Someone to point the way. Well, that aid was given to me.
Oh, but you really needed no help, Mr. Pulitzer.
Everyone needs encouragement at some time or other. Otherwise, the creative spirit in many of us languishes and dies. I believe in giving a hand, particularly to youth. In their ideas lies the salvation not only of the press, but of our country, the world, and all civilization. If I can help fan the creative spark into flame, I shall feel that I have not lived in vain.
Death claimed the pain-racked publisher October 29th, 1911. During all but 4 of his 28 years of proprietorship of the World, he was an invalid, and most of the time he was blind. Yet, to the very end, he was true to the pledge of Thomas Jefferson, his idol. I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Joseph Pulitzer, champion of freedom, crusader for justice, humanitarian, was truly a captain of industry.
Calcium helps grown-ups to a more vigorous life.
And now there's calcium in hot wheat meal.
Calcium helps your body run smoothly.
And now there's calcium in hot wheat meal.
Calcium helps you to enjoy a more active life.
And now there's calcium in hot wheat meal.
Yes, a 1-ounce serving contains 1/3 of your daily calcium needs. And Post Wheat Meal is a whole wheat cereal, creamy, smooth, delicious, cooks instantly. Get new Post wheatmeal with more calcium than any other cereal, hot or cold.
Hojo Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
This is John Daly at the State House in Philadelphia. A powerful opponent of the Declaration of Independence has emerged here on this fourth evening of July 1776. An opponent strong enough to rally the latent opposition to separation from the mother country. Mr. John Dickinson, Pennsylvania's leading delegate to the Continental Congress, has just told reporters that he intends to speak on the floor before the final vote is taken. This in a supreme effort to block this declaration, which would commit our 13 colonies to revolutionary war with England. Mr. Dickinson agreed that he is staking his political future on the outcome of the vote. He anticipates that if he fails to block passage of the Declaration of Independence, he will be ejected from the Congress and be
July 4th, 1776, the State House in Philadelphia. You are there.
John Dickinson, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. CBS takes you back to the evening when the colonial leaders fought their showdown battle on the issue of independence from England, with the fate of the continent hanging in the balance. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there,
you are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
July 4th, 1776, the Philadelphia State House and John Daly.
Dining during the recess, which is now officially over. We hurried from the inn to this microphone here on the floor of the Congress to bring you this news. Mr. Dickinson has not arrived yet. He should be along at any minute, but meanwhile, the news has preceded him, and it's having an explosive effect on the delegates who are present. As a matter of fact, the weather isn't helping things either. It's very hot here in Philadelphia tonight, and in their heavy waistcoats, ruffles, and wigs, the delegates in the hall are perspiring profusely. Even more irritating are the horse flies from a nearby stable which come in through the open windows. These flies are nasty, so much so that Mr. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, the author of the Declaration, has said that it is not at all unlikely that this debate will be ended not by sharp logic of the delegates, but by the even sharper bite of the horseflies. Major George Fielding Eliot has been talking to the delegates and is now ready with his analysis of the possibilities inherent in Mr. Dickinson's announcement. So I switch you now to our CBS headquarters booth here in the Congress. Come in, Major Eliot.
Mr. Dickinson's views carry great weight here. His announcement, therefore, comes as a shock to those delegates who want the Declaration of Independence passed. Mr. John Adams, from the Massachusetts Bay Colony, leader of the Independence Party, had hoped the Declaration would go through unanimously, but that's no longer possible. Indeed, the Declaration may not even pass. Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson personify the present political conflict. Mr. Adams is the son of a Massachusetts lawyer. He was educated for the law in New England. He agrees with the men who dumped the East India Company's tea into Boston Harbor. Although Mr. Adams prides himself on being a plain man, the delegates regard him as arrogant and intolerant of all who differ with his views. Mr. Dickinson, on the other hand, was born to wealth. He received his education at London's Middle Temple. He has a mild, amiable, sincere manner. He opposes independence because of his conviction that all political injustices can be righted by legal methods without recourse to violence or revolution. Just a moment. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson have entered the hall. So, back to John Daly.
Mr. Jefferson! Mr. Jefferson!
Yes?
Mr. Jefferson, you've heard the news that Mr. Dickinson will speak against independence. May we have your comment?
I have the greatest respect for Mr. Dickinson's courage and integrity. Mr. Adams and I wish we could say as much for his political judgment.
This Congress, sir, is in no mood for any more of Mr. Dickinson's temporizing. In the course of this debate, the delegates have learned to know Mr. Dickinson for what he is. A spineless aristocrat at best, at worst an agent of the enemy.
Well, Mr. Adams, we're very glad to have your comment also. Are you accusing Mr. Dickinson of being in the pay of the British?
I hardly think Mr. Adams
if you
intended
please, Mr. Jefferson. Sir, Mr. Dickinson has consistently sabotaged the work of this body by fallacious appeals to reason and by parliamentary devices. But no more of that. The Declaration of Independence will be put to a vote as soon as President Hancock arrives and calls this meeting to order. And I am confident that the gentleman will be unable to sway the Congress from the course on which it is now well launched.
Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson. The delegates are taking their seats. And as you must have gathered from Mr. Adams' remarks, the long smoldering enmity between him and Mr. Dickinson has finally flared out into the open. The debate, when he and Dickinson clash on the floor, promises to be more violent than any this Congress has heard in the 2 years since it's been in existence. Mr. Dickinson has just entered the hall, and he has to pass our microphone. He's coming this way now. Mr. Dickinson, sir.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Dickinson. Mr. John Adams has just called you an agent of the enemy, Mr. Dickinson. Would you care to
Mr.
make...
Adams considers anyone who differs with him to be an agent of the enemy. But I cannot allow myself to be silenced by insults. The question is, shall our colonies declare themselves independent of the mother country? And on this question, my opponents have been utterly dishonest.
Will you explain that, Mr. Dickinson?
Certainly will. 11 times in the past 2 years, Congress pledged itself not to seek independence. In January of this year, only 6 months ago, the Congress passed a most solemn declaration to the effect that we Americans have no thought of setting up an independent nation. And now, tonight, Mr. Adams asks us to break our pledged word. Nay, he demands it.
But if the people favor independence, Mr. Dickinson,
Mr. Adams has confused the people. He has engineered coups d'etats in the provincial legislatures in order to pack this Congress with delegates favoring independence. He has organized gangs of hoodlums to roam the streets of the cities and towns, attacking those who oppose revolution.
But isn't it true, Mr. Dickinson, that at least 50% of the population favors independence?
Is it right for one half of the population to impose its views on the other half by terror? Can these colonies hope to achieve victory in a revolutionary war when half of the people oppose it? I predict that if the Congress passes the Declaration of Independence, the result will be civil war, useless bloodshed, and ruinous defeat. True. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dickinson. The delegate from Pennsylvania is walking to his seat now. Mr. John Hancock, the president of the Congress, has entered the chamber, but it will very probably be a few moments yet before he calls the Congress to order. Mr. Dickinson said that a considerable portion of the people are opposed to independence. Well, Ken Roberts is outside the State House, where a representative crowd of Philadelphians are awaiting the result of the vote. So let's find out what they think about independence. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
With me at our CBS microphone is Mrs. Agnes Hatcher, who lives on Water Street. Mrs. Hatcher, do you favor separation from England?
I hate separation. My husband was killed fighting for separation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's John Adams that should be sorry, and Mr. Jefferson. Why don't they make peace and end this killing?
But, Mrs. Hatcher, would you want peace at any price?
Will you tell me why my husband should die at Boston fighting the Bay Colonies battles? If the men of New England have a quarrel with the British, let them do the fighting and dying themselves.
But Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson say they want freedom for all the colonies.
I don't care about freedom. My husband is dead.
Thank you, Mrs. Hatcher. Now, here beside me is Mr. Richard Caswell, an importer in Philadelphia. I forgot to ask you, Mr. Caswell, what do you import?
The finest of English woolens, sir. The very finest.
I see. And do you favor independence? Excuse me, Mr. Caswell. A dispatch rider has just ridden up to the State House. His horse is lathered and covered with dust and sweat. It looks as if he's been ridden long and hard. Where are you from, soldier?
New York. General Washington's headquarters.
What's the news there? What's happening?
Plenty of excitement.
Wait a minute. What's going on? The rider has gone into the State House. Whatever the news is, our reporters inside will bring it to you as soon as it's released. I'm sorry about that interruption, Mr. Caswell.
Quite all right.
You were about to tell me whether you favored independence.
It's an illusion, sir. Independent from what? How can we be independent? We're Englishmen. My family's English. They're all in England. Or my trade, my business is with England. Look at my books, you see. This talk about separation is ridiculous. Worse than ridiculous. It's vicious. It's ruining me. Ever since this war started, no shipments. Percentages, 76% less business than my firm did in 75.
But, Mr. Caswell, isn't it argued that if the colonies were independent, American businessmen could then trade with the entire world?
Who wants to trade with the entire world? What do we need the world for? Everything we can produce, we can sell in England. And everything that we need, we can buy from England. It's just common sense, that's all. How do you suppose the colonies have grown prosperous and strong and important? Protected trade with England. Protected trade.
Yes, but what about the heavy taxes that the mother country has imposed? What about taxation without representation?
Bad, very bad. But independence, worse, much worse, terrible. What about Pitt and Burke in Parliament? We have friends in England. They're trying to settle this thing intelligently, without violence, without bloodshed. But Mr. Adams and Jefferson, those wild men in there, hotheads, radicals, that's what they are. They want to get power, that's all, power. That's all they're interested in, power.
Well, Mr. Caswell, independence is
Independence, the worst second. Listen to him. We've already become independent of principle and gratitude to the mother country.
What's he saying?
And if this war is permitted to continue, we shall become independent of cash, clothing, laws, liberty, and... Yes, life itself.
What are you talking about?
You're a liar, that's what you are, mister. You're a Tory. A Tory. The truth. It may not be popular, but it's the truth.
Shut up, you Tory, or we'll teach you a lesson.
I'm not afraid of you. Listen, close your mouth.
Mr. Caswell has been struck by the man who's been heckling him. The crowd here is manhandling Mr. Caswell. The men are flailing at him with their fists. They must be members of the Sons of Liberty. The women are tearing at Mr. Caswell's clothes, spitting at him. This crowd has gone wild, and it's frightening. Mr. Caswell has been knocked to the ground. I can't see him, but I can hear his cries. The men are bending over him, swinging their fists, pounding.
This is John Daly inside the Continental Congress. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because President Hancock has just called the Congress to order. He's about to read the dispatch which has just arrived from General Washington's headquarters in New York. President Hancock.
This is the information contained in General Washington's dispatch. The news is grim indeed. A great British fleet is at this moment in New York Harbor. British Marines have seized Staten Island in the harbor, and redcoats are landing there by the thousands. General Washington advises that a British attack on New York City must be expected momentarily. The enemy appears to have overwhelming superiority in numbers and equipment. General Washington concludes with a statement that it may be impossible to defend New York City with the slender forces at his command. Gentlemen, the Congress will recess for 5 minutes.
Congress has again recessed. The sound of President Hancock's gavel has released a torrent of excitement and confusion bordering virtually on panic. The delegates have risen from their seats. They are moving about the floor, talking to each other in loud voices, often shouting in their arguments. Mr. John Adams and Mr. Thomas Jefferson have rushed up to the chair. Mr. Adams is pale, agitated. Only Mr. Dickinson, of all the delegates here in the chamber, has remained seated. Mr. Rutledge. Just a moment, sir. Here's Mr. Edward Rutledge, a delegate from South Carolina. Sir, what effect do you think the news of the British arrival will have on the independence vote?
It cannot fail to have a profound effect. It will add force and logic to Mr. Dickinson's position.
Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. Mr. Rutledge is one of Mr. Dickinson's supporters. Here is Mr. Elbridge Gerry, a delegate from the Massachusetts Bay Colony and an independence man. Mr. Gerry, what do you think of the announcement, sir?
Frankly, I don't know what to think. Mr. Dickinson may well argue now that the Declaration of Independence may not be worth the paper it's written on. But we must keep our head. We must stand firm.
Thank you, Mr. Gerry. Major Elliott has more news from New York, so let's switch to him in our CBS headquarters booth. Come in, Major Elliott.
We now know that the British fleet numbers 130 vessels. The troops on board are commanded by General Sir William Howe, one of England's ablest generals. The appearance of the fleet has thrown New York into disorderly confusion, and the legislature has withdrawn for safety to White Plains, 35 miles away. Our New York newsroom informs us that a short while ago, CBS correspondent Ned Kelmer passed through the British lines on Staten Island under safe conduct to interview the British commander-in-chief. He made a tape recording of this interview that our New York newsroom will play for you now.
This is the kitchen of a Staten Island farmhouse which now serves as General Howe's headquarters. A regiment of redcoats is on parade outside, marching to the music of a British military band. I can see them through an open window from where I'm standing. In their tight-fitting scarlet coats and long gaiters, these trim soldiers in perfect step to the music look like the veteran fighting men that they are. General Howe, sir, will you tell us how many such troops you have at your disposal?
14,000 on this island, and an additional 13,000 under General Carleton on their way across Lake Champlain in upper New York.
You don't mind giving General Washington this information?
Not at all, not at all. Frankly, I doubt very much that it will make any difference if Washington knows it.
I take it then, General Howe, that you're completely confident of victory.
Naturally. Those men you see out there, they are the conquerors of France and Spain. They're the finest troops in the world. They'll crush Washington's colonial militiamen at the very first encounter, utterly. But Washington, poor fellow, he's leading nothing but a rabble. They lack powder, guns. His officers are without experience. Washington himself is hardly what you might call, shall we say, a professional military man.
General Washington, sir, made quite a good showing in the war against the French.
Under English commanders, Mr. Calmer.
Chalmer.
Under English commanders. Mr. Calmer?
Chalmer. General Howe, you know, of course, that the Continental Congress is about to vote on independence from England. Would you care to comment on that, sir?
Yes, I would like to say something to that. I would like to say it as a friend and not as a soldier. I repeat, as a friend, because I think I have amply demonstrated my friendship for British America in the past, by word and deed.
Yes, if I recall correctly, General Howe, you once stated publicly that you would never lead British troops against British America.
Of course, but the situation has changed. The colonies are now being led by a pack of extremists. This rebellion by the mob must be crushed, and I have the forces with which to crush it. The greatest fleet and the most powerful force of soldiers ever assembled on American soil. I hope with all my heart that it will not be necessary to throw this array of military power into action. I pray that the counsel of the extremists will be rejected by the Continental Congress and that the advice of saner, more moderate men will prevail.
Thank you, General Howe.
This is George Fielding Eliot in Philadelphia. The interview you have just heard was a tape recording made by Ned Chalmer at British headquarters on Staten Island. The recess here in the Continental Congress continues. The delegates are confused, shaken. Mr. Adams, Mr. Jefferson, and Mr. Benjamin Franklin, the leaders of the Independent Party, are doing all they can to counteract the doubt and hesitation inspired by the news from New York. They are trying desperately to maintain their strength, to keep their pledged votes in line, and they are insisting that the final vote be taken tonight without regard for the situation in New York. On the other hand, a group of less militant delegates is urging postponement until we have more definite information from General Washington's headquarters. The commander-in-chief said in his dispatch that he fears that he may not be able to hold New York. The cautious delegates want to know for sure whether he will fight or surrender the city without a struggle. Our CBS correspondent, Bud Collier, is now at General Washington's headquarters. He may have some last-minute information. Therefore, we take you now to General Washington's headquarters in New York. Bud Collier reporting.
I'm waiting here on the parade ground before General Washington's headquarters. The Commander-in-Chief has promised to answer my question as soon as he comes out to address his troops, presumably to make some formal statement about the news of the British arrival. The bugles are blowing assembly. The men of the regiments are running to join their formations. I can see the flag of the 1st Massachusetts, I believe it is, the Virginia Rifles, the 5th Connecticut, and many others. But in all this mass of thousands of men, I see very few men in uniform. Most of the troops are dressed in civilian homespun, and quite a few of them wear the fringed leather shirts which mark them as frontiersmen. General Washington has still not come out on the parade ground. Oh, here's a militiaman coming by. Soldier! Soldier!
Let me go. I got Paul.
Oh, just a few questions. You've got plenty of time. What's your name, son?
Look, Tom Summers. Look, let me go, will you, mister? The sergeant will give me
That's all right. I'll fix it with General Washington for you. How old are you, Tom?
17.
Ever seen any action against the British?
No, not yet.
Well, you'll probably see action soon right here in New York.
Well, I ain't afraid if that's what you mean.
How long have you been in the Army, Tom?
2 months. Look, please, mister, ask me all your questions at once.
All right, Tom, sure. How long are you in for?
Well, I'm going back home next month. That's when my 3 months are up.
Oh?
My pa enlisted me. He wanted to make himself $10.
I see.
Well, he got his $10, and I'm going home next month. Oh, there ain't nothing wrong with that, you know.
No. General Washington, are you going to fight for New York?
It is a difficult question. Frankly, I haven't made up my mind.
If you elect to fight, General Washington, do you think you will be able to defend New York successfully?
I will do my best, and God willing, we shall be successful. In any event, I would like to say to all the people, do not yield to panic.
But, General, in view of the current situation, do you think the Declaration of Independence should be passed at this time?
That must be decided by the Congress in Philadelphia.
Thank you, General Washington. Commander-in-Chief is walking away across the field now, his shoulders slightly bent, his jaw thrust forward in the manner of a man who bears an enormous responsibility for which he is ill-prepared. This is Bud Collier in New York. I return you now to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia.
This is John Daly of the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. This is the long-awaited climax of the debate on the Declaration of Independence. The Congress has reconvened, and because Mr. Dickinson asked to speak against the Declaration, Mr. Adams has also requested the floor. By agreement, the vote will take place when the two speakers have finished. Also, by agreement, before the session began, Mr. Adams is speaking first. He's exerting his utmost efforts to keep the votes pledged to independence from bolting to Mr. Dickinson. Will he succeed? Well, we'll only know when the vote is taken. And now let's listen to Mr. Adams.
By proclaiming a Declaration of Independence, gentlemen, this Congress will be giving official recognition to a fact which already exists, namely that these colonies are actually, in fact, independent of England. Yet, some great brains counsel us to wait, to exercise caution. Do these cautious gentlemen plead for a postponement of a Declaration of Independence so that their Tory friends may have time to hatch plots and conspiracies against us? Gentlemen, to delay is to play into the hands of the enemy, defeating the cause for which so much blood has already been shed. There must be no further delay. The people are ready. The people wait for the Congress to lead them. The hour has struck. The Congress must proceed now to a vote, an affirmative vote, on the Declaration of Independence.
Mr. Adams has left the rostrum. Mr. Dickinson is coming up to speak. Dickinson's face is pale. His fists are clenched. He's clearly marshaling all of his strength for a supreme effort of oratory. He's waiting now for the Congress to come to order. Mr. Dickinson.
Mr. President, I accuse my opponents of cynicism. They cannot believe that these colonies will be able to endure as independent states. Their true goal is not independence. They exploit indignation against the mother country to further their own personal fortune. Mr. President, my opponents make their appeal to the emotions. I make my appeal to intelligence and logic. Mr. President, British troops are on Staten Island in overwhelming force. They are about to attack New York. General Washington's task will be difficult at best, but a Declaration of Independence now will serve only to divide the people of New York and make the defense of that city hopeless. Pass the Declaration and you will set brother against brother, father against son. The colonies will become not only the scene of warfare with a mother country, but civil war as well. And in the bloody, senseless, fratricidal struggle, there is no possibility of success. Proclaim independence this evening, gentlemen, and you gain nothing. You merely invite the whirlwind of destruction. I urge you to vote against it. I beg, I plead, I beseech you, vote against independence.
Mr. Dickinson's plea has been received without applause. The delegates are calling the question, and there seems to be no objection. Oh, but wait a minute. Several of the delegates have risen. However, they're not going to ask for the floor. These delegates are leaving the hall. 4, 5. There go 3 more. Others are leaving also, and I can recognize some of them as men who have been openly undecided. Apparently, they're unwilling to vote, caught on the horns of a dilemma, swayed, no doubt, both by Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson. This is a fearful moment of decision. Some of these men are apparently not capable of facing up to it. President Hancock.
Embodying the Declaration of Independence. The vote will be by colonies, each colony voting as a unit. A majority will decide. The clerk will call the roll.
12 votes will be cast. New York has decided to abstain. Thus, 7 votes will carry the issue.
New Hampshire, Mr. Josiah Bartlett.
New Hampshire votes unanimously for independence.
Massachusetts, Mr. John Adams.
The Patriots of Massachusetts vote unanimously for independence.
Rhode Island, Mr. William Ellery.
Independence.
Connecticut, Mr. Roger Sherman.
Independence. Unanimous.
New Jersey, the Reverend Dr. Witherspoon.
Mr. President, in my judgment, the country is not only ripe for independence, but is in danger of becoming rotten for want of it. New Jersey votes unanimously for independence.
Pennsylvania, Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
The majority of the delegation from Pennsylvania votes for separation from England, so help us God.
Delaware, Mr.
However, no matter what may be said against the Declaration, this document is impressive. It reads well. It begins, when in the course of human events change is necessary, and then continues, and I quote, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
July 4th,
these rights,
1776. John Dickinson loses his fight to block the Declaration of Independence, and the 13 colonies go forward to establish the United States of America.
'Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties.
It's good to know that champions are made, not born. Gives us all a chance. For instance, let's go back to 1943 and listen to the story of champion Mickey Mantle of the New York Yankees. Mickey worked hard to learn the game. As he got on his way to fame, he practiced batting, learned to throw. And Mickey knew what champions know. Wheaties for breakfast, away you go. No wonder Mickey's got all that steam. Mantle and Wheaties, they're still a team. Why, Mickey Mantle grew up on Wheaties, been eating them since he was 12. So good for a guy. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Come on, Mickey, belt that ball.
He's on his way, on his way. He's on his way, on his way. Get on your way with Wheaties. 'Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties. Breakfast of champions.
Thanks for listening to Hojo Radio. We'll be back again very soon.